Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Sunday night open mic night, the mostly Catholic, but less so when it's not run by a Roman Catholic priest, because Father Eric is taking a summer hiatus. Mic night that's available for people who are interested in saying things, especially those of you who, let's say, spend a lot of time listening to things and want to yell at screens or into their phones when they're listening to podcasts. Well, now, as long as you maintain basic forms of human decency and preferably speak English, you get to participate. So the open mic night is open, and I see Mark's here. Lovely. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, so, if you're one of those people, come on. And I will start with something that I was thinking about this week. I listened to a lecture on The Lord of the Rings. It was the Catholic vision of The Lord of the Rings, which, for anyone who knows anything about Tolkien, it should be profoundly obvious that he, what do we have for a topic? I don't know yet, Mark. We'll see what develops. I was just going to talk about this thing from this Tolkien lecture and something that connected with in my head, and we'll see if something rolls out of that. So what this fellow was talking, he's talking about the Catholic vision in The Lord of the Rings, which fine. Okay. So Tolkien's imagination was profoundly, let's say, informed, enriched by his experience as a devout Catholic. Makes sense. So he's talking about the Battle of Pelennor Fields, which, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen it, is one of the giant showdowns in the trilogy, in which the forces of darkness are assailing this enormous, the last bastion of, let's say, civilized order, Minas Tirith. And the almost barbarians in the north, the Rohirrim, the horsemen, come in at the last minute and save the day. They break the siege of the orcs on this city, and there's this beautiful moment in which Gandalf, who's been in the city, is at the gates, and the Witch King of Angmar, who is, let's say, a lesser emanation of the forces of darkness, it breaks the gates open with dark magic, and he's facing down Gandalf, and it's a very archetypal moment, and it seems like there's this it's a moment of triumph for darkness, right? They've broken down the city gates that should have been impregnable, and he looks at Gandalf and says, the Witch King of Angmar says, "You fool, this is my hour. Do you not know death when you see it?" It looks bad. And then a rooster crows at dawn, because of course this happens at dawn. And when the cock crows, the next thing that they hear is the horns of the Rohirrim, these horsemen in the north, coming down to sweep the field of battle. And in this lecture, he just as an aside, brings up this kind of strange thing where the king of the Rohirrim, who's this old man who's kind of at the end of his life, fallen into decay and away from bravery, this is his redemption, right? He comes back, he rides out of the darkness to in the blackest moment, and brings his people to the aid of Minas Tirith. And when he leads the charge, he's like, he comes this other level, like beyond what he's usually at, and he grabs his war horn and he blows the horn, and he blows the horn so hard it shatters, right? Which is like sort of absurd, but it's a powerful image, right? So he plunges into this fight, and I've read that plenty of times, but recently, I guess since the last time I read it, I had come across, had a little bit of contact with the Song of Roland, which is it's a medieval French epic, and the long and short of it is this let's say the good Christian king is he's betrayed, and while he's marching his men and he's going to be ambushed, and this loyal knight of his, Roland, ends up he warns the king by blowing his horn so loudly that I don't remember exactly what happens. It's something like his head splits. He kills himself. He kills himself by blowing the horn so hard. And Well, luckily I spoke about this several times with other people before this because I would be crying right now. There is something in that image of King Theoden and Roland where, okay, so think about, right, I'm gonna take the step back and think about, and a little bit of a Barfield move and move back into a time of a little bit like less differentiation. And yeah, there you go, right? It's great. This is the good stuff, right? The medievals were so restrained in their storytelling. No, they weren't. His eyes pop out and pierce two Saracens. His eyeballs do. So that you think about, well, how do you blow a horn? You blow with your breath, and this connection that like every single culture ever has made between spirit and breath. And there's this sense in which, okay, so the one more thing I'm going to rope in is I had a lovely conversation with Nate Heil a couple of weeks ago about poetry as witness, right? This idea that when we write poetry, we're witnessing to reality. And so this image like of the blowing of the horn until things start to break, this like picture of this, let's say, this greatness of spirit that is in the process of speaking what's true, is, let's say, it brings you to maybe personal disaster and yet something that's profoundly better than you could have imagined. I also think about St. John the Baptist, right? That he's the voice crying out in the wilderness, and he cries out in the wilderness long enough that they come and chop his head off. I don't know. It's an interesting, it's a kind of a gruesome thread, but it's a very interesting picture that I keep seeing come back up over and over. This sort of, let's say, hyper accentuated picture of the prophetic and the truth telling and the poetic. So that was beautiful to me, actually. And I guess maybe thinking in my heart, it's worth honoring those people who speak truth like that. So certainly in the Lord of the Rings, it's a beautiful, beautiful moment. What does Tolkien say? That I think Pippin the Hobbit is there, and he says that after that he could not ever hear the sound of a horn without tears being brought to his eyes. And there are certain things that are just, let's say, they're just deeply lodged in us. It's weird, right? How many times have I heard a battle charge with horns? Like, it's a big zero. It's big. That's how many times I've heard a cavalry charge led by a horn blast, and yet it gets me. Hey, Mark.
Hey. So I'm trying to figure out your connection to the Catholic ethos or something, right? Which is, are you saying that the motif of the sacrifice, of alerting somebody in battle, we'll say, right? So just, in other words, the symbolic representation of battle, like not the fighting part, because they're not fighting, right? What we're talking about is blowing the horn. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So are you is that what you're after? Is that symbolic representation of battle?
That's okay, Mark, that's actually a great start to it. So, Theoden in his case does, he does go down and strike down the Easterling leader. But there's something, okay, so maybe this is a great way to think about it, right? So you think, well, a battle is won by arms, right? Like a battle is won by like more people chopping off other people's heads, right? Or shooting more people, right? This is how we think about how battles are won. But
some people,
right? But like, is that it? It's like, you can think of a horn as being a symbolic thing, and you're absolutely right that it's a symbolic thing. And yet, is the horn inconsequential to the battle? Like, it absolutely isn't, right? So even like in the Lord of the Rings, right? It's the blowing of the horn that the Witch King turns around and leaves Gandalf, right? And it's like, he could have taken the city in that moment, but it's not the Rohirrim, it's the horn that turns him. In the case of Roland, it's like it's the horn that allows Charlemagne's troops to. So there's a sense in which I think part of what I'm seeing is, and it is a little bit of sacrament, sort of that sacramental view, right? Where you're seeing this interplay between the sort of, I want to use material in the broadest sense possible. So like material sense of like fighting it out with arms, not just we're not talking about particle collisions. We're talking about, mano a mano kind of physical level. And to see that like that's actually not just where the battle is going on. I think this is related to,
Well, that's I think what you're getting at this point, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, obviously, that's fine, right? Is that the battle in some sense doesn't happen without the horn.
Yes. Yeah.
And the horn is representing the nature and stature, and we'll say spiritual zeal of the army, right? But if no one's alerted, there's no battle. It's just an occupation. Right?
Yes.
Like, if armed men come into your camp and you're not prepared, there's no battle. It's an occupation. And you can go, well, that's really a war, and then it's a battle. It's like, no, it's really not. If people aren't fighting mano a mano, to your point, it's not a battle. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's lots of ways to win a war. I get that. But the horn is the thing that, or the heralding, to Andre's excellent point, the heralding is the thing that creates the battle and sets the stage for the battle, whether it's just the, because it's representative of the spirit, right? It's the thing that sets the stage.
That's what I love is I agree with that. I definitely agree that it's representative of the spirit, but like it also is the spirit at the same time. Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what that says. Like,
it's
like,
that.
Oh, just blowing the horn can have a battle effect, even though it's only symbolic. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Yes, that's that point. It's that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's something of that union, and you're sort of like healing that breach of, well, do you mean that literally? It's like, okay, come on.
Right.
Is the horn like literally part of the battle? And I was listening to a discussion on Augustine's Confessions, and just in terms of the way that we think about these things, when he's towards the end of it, he's talking about the 6 days of creation. And so there's his sort of hermeneutic, the way he, biblical interpretation was, there's the literal, anagogical, moral, moral, and there's a fourth one. There's 4 ways. At any rate, so when he's talking about let there be light, his literal interpretation of let there be light is God creating the angels, because he's like creating spiritual light. And so it's like, well, hold on, that's not literal light. It's like, our whole notion, and I mean, I know this gets rehearsed, but like our notion of literal has this very strange, let's say, it becomes a very narrow slice. We've got a very narrow slice of what we mean by literal these days.
Right. Well, it's accurate and precise. It's scientific.
Yeah. And so I think you can hold up something like this, the battle horn, and say like, look, you can't actually break this down. You can't disambiguate, like, is it a symbolic effect? Is it a physical effect? Like, what kind of causality are we talking about here? It's like, it's all there.
Right. That's the bridge. That's the gap bridger right there. That's a true symbol. I did want to address this though. William Branch, actually, battles aren't won by winning some skirmish. Correct. Battles are won by negotiation. All of them, ever. There is always an endless vendetta across clan boundaries as necessary to go. It doesn't go on forever. It ends with negotiation. That's why I only get worried when people, and they seem to be only on one side of this particular war, say, no, we don't want to negotiate with Russia. I'm like, so you want endless war until everyone's dead? Because that's the only option. And it's not, are you thinking Russia's going to be bothered by a so-called Pyrrhic victory? I mean, that's not going to happen because you don't understand the imbalance. But also, why do you want that? Why do you want, one country to cease to exist entirely because the entire population gets slaughtered because you're unwilling to negotiate. That seems like
Yeah.
a bad plan. And also, World War III, we can, if we pull together, make it happen. But I wish we wouldn't. I'm still a no on World War III and more death. Call me crazy.
So the other thing I read, the thing I read this weekend, I hadn't read Beowulf in like 10 years. So I went and read Beowulf. And what William brought up, I mean, that's like so much of the problem, right? The whole backdrop of Beowulf is you've got these kin killings that have produced this endless series of violence between all these various, Nordic tribes. And that's exactly right. And so, I mean, the thing that immediately came to my mind was that really excellent universal history piece that Roland and Pageau did last Easter, where Roland, his like clickbait thing is, that Girard was wrong. Sacrifices do not unite a community. Don't allow societies to cohere. It's marriages. And so, because a marriage, at least in the past, was sort of the ultimate form of a marriage at a high level. It was the ultimate form of negotiation, essentially. Like, we're putting our people together. We're doing this thing. We're blending them together so that we can't see each other as being other than related. Like, we have to see each other as related now. Like, there's little kids running around that have both of our blood, and like you can't.
I was going to disagree with you. I'm like, no, it's not the marriage.
Yeah,
it's the potential.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Our potential is bound together. So now I can't injure your potential without also injuring part of my potential.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wait a minute, that gives a whole different flavor to the battle. Right. I mean, and to be fair, that's why nobody thought Ukraine and Russia would go to war, because there's too much intermarriage, right? There's way too much mixing. I mean, literally every Ukrainian I know, and I know quite a few, as it turns out. Of course, I didn't know that until the war. Yeah. 0 of them told me they were Ukrainian. 0.
Oh, interesting.
Until after the war. Before that, they were Russian. And now all of a sudden they're Ukrainian. And I'm like, well, that's weird. That's other place does that. There are plenty of places that say, oh, I live in here now, but I'm from here. Like, lots of people do that. But nobody says I'm Russian when they're, when they're not Russian. Like, what? So obviously they were identifying as Russian. So that doesn't solve the problem. And maybe the issue is because the structure is broken down or whatever, right? But it is the potential. So maybe it's continued intermarrying that keeps that there, because it's the potential that you're pointing at, not the intermarriage per se.
Well, I'll throw another bit from Beowulf that's got me thinking about this. And you're okay. So you've got this problem of conflict. At least in Beowulf's time, it was driven mostly by violence against each other. Specific, apparently, at least according to Beowulf, it was because they were all getting together in mead halls and drinking too much, and then someone was getting killed.
Yeah.
But when so you've got the Geats and the Danes, and that's the two parties, and we're following the Danes as their town is being their mead hall is being sacked by this offspring of Cain, right? So Grendel's like, he's a physical creature, but he's also obviously profoundly spiritually evil. And again, this is from thanks to Roland. Like, Grendel's name, even it's got the same construction as all the biblical the Hebrew angels, right? So it's like Grendel, like Gabriel, Michael.
Oh.
But it's like grinding. It's like the demon angel that of grinding and chewing. Yeah. Roland's got some cool insights. So it's clear, it's very obviously this is spiritual oppression of the Danes. And so you've got the conflict between the Danes and the Geats. And what happens is Beowulf takes this opportunity and he goes over to the Danes, who were his enemies because of this blood feud, and he destroys the spiritual evil that's oppressing the Danes. And in doing that, forges this friendship between them. So one way that you might look at that is to say, okay, so we've got this conflict. Me and Mark were engaging, there's, for whatever reason, right? If you can take it up a level and you can realize, say, for instance, that yeah, there you go. Yeah, fighting with robots.
Conflict confirmed.
Yeah. So you say, okay, so how can Mark? I'm like, as long as it's something like, as long as I identify Mark as the enemy, right, the possibilities for reconciliation become very difficult. But if you take it up a level and you say, okay, there's something up there that is, let's say, the source of the conflict between the two of us, and we can look at that and say, well, and I want to be careful about this, because you can immediately see how this works, right? You can say we're against that. And like, that's right. Like the cheat code. That's the cheat code to getting people to stop fighting with each other. Is we're against that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the recognition of spirit. It gets people out of the material, because the material is always in conflict. The material is in conflict with itself. We probably call that entropy. It's kind of a stupid name, but the material is constantly, well, and that's why I liked Pageau's talk about disappointment.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, because the material is always going to disappoint, always. And so once you know that, then you can look up, right? And part of looking up is up at potential. And that's why I was like, no, it's not the marriage. It's not the marriage. That's wrong. It's not the marriage. It's the result of, it's the potential of the marriage, which is a child, which is roughly speaking, from the perspective of before it's born, an infinite unknown potential.
Yes. Yeah. Which, if you're wondering, like the whole thing of like women that Peterson brings up about femininity and chaos, and people are always down on him about that. I'm like, in a very real sense, a new child is the most unknown thing that could be brought into the world. Right.
And they're chaotic, for sure.
And they're chaotic. I mean,
like, why is this even a right? So, and if you met a woman, they're pretty chaotic.
But chaotic children are chaotic in two senses. One, right, that they're like, they just have to be socialized and like learn how to be a person. But also chaotic in the sense of, you don't know who that person is until you're like all the way into the project, right? It's like, is this another Hitler? Is this another Mother Teresa? Just like, I mean, to take our archetypes, right? These are the archetypes of our language. You're like, who are they going to be? What are they going to do? And you can't, I'm sorry. I just have to bring this up. I saw this. I didn't even watch this, but the algorithm fed this to me. It was a discussion on having children as Calvinists. What if your children aren't among the elect?
What?
And I was like,
what? Only Calvinists would come up with
I know. I was like, wow, that is like, I can't even touch that. I actually can't touch that. But it does address this like deep sense of like unknown about who your child is going to be. And I mean, this is my experience with raising our children. Like, you look at them and you're like, okay, I can see some of me and I can see some of my wife, their mother. You're like, sure, I get it. And then all of a sudden they're like 2 or 3 years old, and there's like also something else, right? It's not you, it's not your wife, and it's someone else. And you're like, okay, that's weird. I don't know where you came from. And so
right. The emergence of the spirit that is now an autonomous it's autonomous agent within a body that you created. It's like, oh, that's kind of weird.
I'd quibble with that you begot, Mark. You beget things that are like you. You create things.
No, that's good. That's good. Get me on precision. That's a good way to get me.
Well, actually, and Mark, one of the reasons that's so important is because if you look at the whole reproductive tech and AI, those are both the same thing. They're about transitioning that relationship of parent to child as a begetting relationship to a creating relationship. And it is almost impossible to overemphasize how fundamental of a shift that is. Like, God creates us, we beget others. Now we're saying we create others. I mean, this is Lewis's point in the abolition of man. This is basically his whole point.
Time out. Hold on a second. Okay. Today I go to the Orthodox Church because my dear friend Kira told me yesterday she wanted me over for dinner. She said, you gotta really understand. And I've been like, yeah, the past few weeks have been bad. I've been sick as a dog. I need to get my drugs. They're delayed, right? Yeah. So I go to the stupid Orthodox Church, which I love, and Father Ignatius is there, and he's giving his homily, and that's a whole story. Like, that's like, I don't understand where this homily came from, but this has been the theme all week. I don't. Whatever. And I'm just like, this is why I don't go to church. This is too weird. It's just too weird. Right. And then, and we're sitting in the hall because this particular church, they have a meal after, right? It's noon and we leave and we, it's almost Protestant. It's like, what what are you guys, a bunch of Protestants with this meal stuff? We don't do that. And so we sit, we have well, we have this beautiful, food, and it's always delicious, right? And then Father Nishik comes over, and I don't know why he likes me, right? So we're chatting it up, and he's apologizing for being distracted, and I'm like, no, dude, you shouldn't be paying attention to me at all. I don't even go here, like I just show up every once in a while, right? So I'm not trying to be in your church. I just show up, right? Because my friend is here, and I like it here,
Mm-hmm.
And he says, have you read The Abolition of Man? And I go, no. And he puts his hand on my shoulder and he says, drop whatever other projects you have and read that book. And then you mention it. I'm like, what the hell is... By the way, just for everybody, look, when Father Ignatius or whatever, Father Eric, I don't care, tells you to do something, I ordered it. It's on the way. Okay? I'm not a rebel. Like, I'm not in rebellion. Somebody says, drop all your projects and do this. I'm not going to take that totally literally, because he was a little bit kidding. And in the moment, that was clear from the interaction, by the way. But also, I'm not going to ignore it. I'm going to say, like, all right, I'm not a big C.S. Lewis fan, but maybe, So I ordered the damn book. It'll be here on Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever, whenever Amazon decides to deliver it. And then you mention it. So I don't know what kind of backroom conspiracy y'all have going on, but I'm not liking it. I had to bring that up because
that's fantastic.
Freaking me out, Ted. You're freaking me out.
Oh my goodness. Well, look, so one way, what's so weird is so the Ransom trilogy, right? Lewis's sci-fi trilogy. The third one is basically The Abolition of Man is a novel. Like, it's just like a weird fairy tale novel, but it's just about the abolition of man, basically. And he has, you have to go so far into it to explain it. Basically, at one point, one of the main characters is exchanging words with the reanimated Merlin from King Arthur's court. And they're having an exchange in which the Ransom, the character, is explaining that he is in fact the Pendragon, the ruler of true Britain. And so they're going back and forth so that Merlin will be loyal to him. And so they have this exchange where he's like asking him these various questions about what Merlin considers to be, let's say, esoteric knowledge about the heavens, right? So the literal heavens. And Ransom is answering not because he's been instructed in the magical arts, but because he's had this experience. And so the last question is about the sphere of the moon, which the way Lewis sets it up is the place of corrupted spiritual beings, right? So if you think about it, it's the heavenly place, right? It's up above the earth, but it's deeply variable. You can see that it's been like cratered and messed up and it wanders all over the sky. So it's got all these, it's this sort of thing of this ambiguity of it's heavenly, but it's also corrupted, right? So in Lewis's cosmology, there are the things that the scientists call macrobes, which are just demons that are inhabiting the earth, right? They live in the moon. It's in some ways it's very tongue in cheek, but what Lewis describes in this, he's like, it's like a one paragraph thing that Ransom tells Merlin about the people of the moon, which it is so clear and distinct in terms of its description of what is going on when people step out of that begetting relationship. And so he talks about the people of the moon. Their tastes are so delicate that they no longer, on their wedding night, they no longer lie with each other, but they create contraptions that are like the perfected image of their spouse. And then like that's what they have relations with. And then they, they construct their offspring by vile arts and secret chambers. You're like, dude, like this is what you can get on like a TED talk or like listen to someone like Peter Diamandis, and they're like, this is good. We should do this. We should figure out how to have like incubate people in bags and do genetic editing because it's going to set humans free. And like sex robots are a great idea. And you're like, there's a lot of problems. The fundamental problem, no, I'm not even going to say that. One of the fundamental problems is that when you do that, you lose the capacity for the regeneration of the human race, right? So like that child that me and my wife have, like it's another person. We didn't get to choose that. Imagine, Mark, if we got to go in and we're like, look, we think that they should have a body that's like this and a brain that works like this. And like, honestly, it doesn't even matter if we know how the genetics work. We don't have to get it all figured out. The fact is just that like, we're going in every generation, we're saying, you know what, we're going to like basically select for 1% of all the alleles, cut out all the genetics, that genetic variation that, makes ugly people or boring people or whatever. Again, and so what it ends up doing is it says, all right, this generation, the first generation that really nails like something like genetic, you don't even have to engineer it. You just have to do what we're already doing, which is IVF embryo selection, right? So you throw 15 embryos out there, you grow them up to the morula stage, you pull one of those cells out, you sequence, and you're like, hey, this looks more like, say for instance, the standard of beauty that I would like them to look like, pop that one in the oven and let them come out. But this is the thing. It doesn't end with the genetic issue because your entire relationship to that child has changed now because you feel like you have created them. And so now your child is not something that's given. It's something you made. I don't have to tell you how fundamental of a difference that is.
Right. Well, and it's the same problem with AI in general. And that's why I think all this stuff is going to fail. Right. Because they make all these claims for AI. And like, I'm an AI guy. I've got well over 10 years of playing with AI for real, not like actually coding the code from scratch and doing all the programming and training myself from scratch. Okay. This stuff is terrible. I can't code at all. I can write scripts, but it can't code. Like the stuff it can't do is just vast. It fails vast amounts of what a normal person would consider a Turing test, a test for actual intelligence. And that's the issue. And I think that the genetic stuff is the same way.
I want to look at this with you because we've kind of like skimmed this issue a couple of times. And I really want to bring my position out a little bit more and see what you think about it. So in the same way with the genetic stuff, there's one level in which it's like, okay, the capacity of the AI matters. It's like, sure. And I understand that you look at that and you think, we're going to top out. There's various reasons that this will never say coherent to something like a human intelligence. That's fine. When I look at it, I think there's kind of two things that are like, let's say present concerns to look at. And one of them is it's not what the AI can do. It's what we think it can do. Right. So if we think that AI has the capacity to form an attachment with us and we treat it like that, then now imagine, okay, so I watched this.
The problem.
Okay,
That's
so
exactly the problem.
I felt like I looked into the pit of hell. I watched an interview between Peter Diamandis and the CEO of Stability AI. Now, I have no idea. I read a little bit about this guy. Apparently, he likes taking credit for other people's work, all this stuff. It doesn't matter because the vision that he's projecting is apparently his company is working with the government of Malawi to give every child in that country a tablet and an AI that's supposed to instruct them and be their companion and look out for them. Okay, it's look, Mark, I don't know if it's worse or better if the AI works, because what we're saying is, okay, we're going to take a thing that has the appearance of human intelligence.
No, it doesn't. Well, right. No. The fundamental problem. Right. The fundamental problem is what you just pointed out. It's not, I don't know if it, quote, works is better or not works is better.
Yeah.
The problem is it doesn't matter at all if it does what they intend. Or if it does better than they intend, or if you go with the absolutely batshit crazy Vervaeke, it's going to rewrite the Bible and become spiritual and either leave us or take us with it. Garbage, crazy. Like that's medication level crazy talk right there. It's just nuts. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter because Peterson's right. Peterson's right when he says what you do matters.
Yeah.
Not what the AI does matter. He doesn't say that. Like,
Yeah.
not what your neighbor does matters. What you do matters. Because if, in fact, we co-manifest reality, then what that means is what we're reacting to is actually important. And how we're doing that shapes reality.
Yeah. And Mark, did you get a chance to listen to my first conversation with Karen Wong on the meaning code?
I think so. Yeah.
Do you remember the example about the cow pastures? How yes. So So it's like the things that we pay attention to, they're affecting reality on. And I just want to like bring this up. I don't want to do the play of it's real because you see it materially manifest. I'm saying it's real in your mind. It's real to the level of like what kinds of plants are growing in a field. It's hitting all the levels. Mr. Chad, have you come to join us?
Momentarily, yeah. I'm on a smoke break, and then we're gonna go watch. I'm gonna go watch a show with my wife. But yeah,
nice. What do you think?
Well, yeah, that's always been my concern around the AI. It's not really what the AI is capable of or not. It's how we spend our attention and what will we surrender to it.
Yes.
And what world will we construct around that? Or like maybe that's even a bad word because
that's right.
That's a great way to put it, actually. What world will we construct around AI?
But I don't necessarily mean the intentional construction either, because I'm more interested in the unknown developments that happen when
unintended consequences, the second order effect.
So Chad, do you mean something like okay, so you're raising your children and they need attention, right? Mm-hmm. Conversational attention. You've got an AI that I can see this in the next 6 months where you take ChatGPT and a voice synth, and it's like you've got something you can have a real-time conversation with. Gonna put that in quotes. Conversation, right? So then as a parent, some set of parents are going to say, well, I could talk to my children, or I could give them this thing that has a conversation with them, right? They didn't set out to say, I'm going to, let's say, start to shift my child's attention out of human relationships into these. I mean, we're already sort of doing it a little bit.
We've been doing it since I was a kid.
Yeah. But that's what you mean when you say like the world we construct around it, basically.
Yeah. Well, and then I think this was Pageau's real concern. It's like the world is made up of attention, which is, so like what you see is what you get in some sense, not just what you're looking at, but like it constructs everything. And then you start to have all these funneling systems where this is kind of the problem we have now, I think, why everything is funneled into low resolution worlds like politics and safety and all these different things. And because that's what this thing that we're into right now, right, like we're talking on right now, is what it's designed to do. But like you could say the same thing about like maybe books, right? Like maybe a book about a particular topic. It's highly focused on a topic, and then so that's where you're stuck inside of that particular topic, and that shapes the world you're in while you're in that book. And then if you only read that book every day, all the time, that's what you're going to have, right? So like,
well, and we're limited, so we can't read all the books. So we can't. So it matters which books we read.
Of course,
that's what's stuck in our head.
And so I've never really been concerned about the content or the capabilities of AI as such, because that's irrelevant. We've always been dealing with the onset or with our relationship to things. I mean, it's like, and I think the same thing about art or music. It's like, well, art and music and all this stuff it's nothing without an observer, really.
Yep.
Right.
So let me throw something out there then, because I hear your connection between AI and like art and books, and that sort of right, because one of the things when you're looking at a book, again to the point of limitedness and attention, is it says look at this, then look at this, then look at this, then look at this. Like that's now poet narrative and poetry both play with that. It's not just the one thing, right? They blow it up. They pull things in. But there's this difference between, say, I pick up a book and it might be like a smut book, or like a Tom Clancy shoot 'em up, whatever, right? It's like where it's like, what is that doing for me? It's like, okay, fine, right? I get that that's like, let's just say, lowering my attention. But I think there's a difference in kind when you move from that to this capacity that AI seems to be having to mirror our expectations of reality back to ourselves in a fashion that is seamless enough to be, let's say, a sufficiently different kind of danger to our contact with reality. Does that? What do you think?
Yeah, well, then you start to get to that narrowing more and narrowing more and narrowing more, which is the problem.
Yeah.
And like what I love about like let's just say like a Jack Reacher novel or something. It's great. I mean, I think it's healthy to read stupid shit once in a while. It's good. It's good to step away from all the seriousness, and like that's why like some of the stuff I was doing with my channel, like I broke off and made some music videos. I did it. I was calling it what did I call it? Gap framing, because I wanted to break the frame of like being stuck in all the thinky talky all the time. So I want to like put something out there that has nothing to do with what we've been talking about, just to break it up a little bit and like shake out of the seriousness. Because I think it's good to be serious, but to be serious all the time is, then we start to fall into different things that we really don't want to, I don't think.
Well, you're in a long, healthy tradition of monks, putting pictures of snails fighting knights and, playing trumpets with their farts in the margins. Like what you're talking about is just part of sanity.
Right.
Like it's just
entertainment's important, right?
Yeah.
You have to have it, right? Because it's not no novelty.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's my main concern. Now I have to hop off after this, but my main concern around AI is this: I don't care if it exists. No matter what, we should be grasping our responsibility of creating and writing and making art, whether we're good at it or not. Because we cannot afford to just not make this stuff and let it do all of it. Like that's Pageau's other concern. It's like, well,
right.
So like we need to participate, as Mark likes to talk about, and I like to talk about it because pragmatics is huge. And I don't like I was talking to somebody, I was like, because they're all feeling wrapped up, and I was like, why don't you are you good at are you interested in storytelling? And they're like, well, I'm not good at that at all. And I was like, I didn't ask that. Like, do you like to do it?
Yeah.
Yes, I like. Yeah. Well, then do it. Like, don't worry about the outcomes. Like, that's the thing. It's not about whether I can sell a story or not. It's about, can you do it? And if you can, then you probably have a responsibility to do it, regardless of where it goes.
Yeah.
Well, and you're never going to be really good at it. With a few exceptions, you're not going to be really good at it the first time you do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's true. But even to Chad's point, like the sort of the G.K. Chesterton's thing of like, you think it absurd when a man hires someone else to write his love letters for him, right? It's like there's like a whole realm of human activity that it's like you're just supposed to do it yourself. Mark, did you want to add this to the stream?
Yeah. Look, I just want to point out the fundamental problem, which is this is Sally Joe's wonderful little "What is AI?" That's what AI is. It's a Frankenstein mirror, funhouse mirror. It's a mirror that doesn't reflect reality very well, right? But it does reflect something about reality. It's cracked, right? And if you worship it like a god, and then Pageau was talking about this whole thing with the mirror in Snow White, and then he's like, what is the Snow White mirror? And why is it handheld? And that's why.
I've been at this for a long time. I think it's a very important question. What's the single most relevant religious practice in your life? And most people would say something that has to do with whatever church they go to or whatever. But I would say, no, actually, it's in your pocket.
Yeah.
And you pull it out and you pray to it, probably more than you pray to your own, your own God. You seek it like more than you would actually seek a God. So like we're already captured. That's what my whole point is. Like,
yeah. Well,
like,
some people
turn away from it and do the things that as a human you get to do. Like tell stories, make paintings, talk with each other, all these different things that we just take for granted. That people, monetization is bullshit. Who gives a fuck? If it can be monetized, great. If it can't, better. Who cares? Like we have a responsibility as creative beings that are God's kids to really swim in that. Do you know how great it feels to write a story, whether somebody's going to read it or not? I love it. I just love it, man. That's such a gift. It's such a gift. I mean, yeah. So
well, and that's important. But look, at the end of the day, AI is parasitic. It can't create. It can only smash our creations together and give us a novel creation. Very emergence is good, but it's parasitic. And if we're worshiping a parasite, then we have a problem. And it was, another strange thing happened today. So I go to the Orthodox Church. Of course, I got my phone off, but I had it with me because I always have it with me pretty much. And the only danger with me shutting my phone off is that I often forget to turn it back on. Because this does not rule me at all. It shuts itself off at night. I've programmed it. I am its master. And so the strange thing that happened though was, never happened before. Honestly, never happened before. The whole time, every once in a while, I hear the loud voice of the phone going, "Come and look at me. You could check the time and see how far into this ridiculous 3-year liturgy or whatever the hell it is the Orthodox do. You can see how far in you are and how long you have to go." And I was like, that's weird because it never happens.
Yeah.
There were people there with phones, but it was strange. But like you own all this stuff. You don't have to engage with mass media. You don't have to engage with monetization. You can pick your values. Which is the topic of my next Friday live stream, by the way, and control your life better.
It's just one of the weird things I noticed when we were at Chino. We were there on Thursday. We're at the paintball place, and I left my phone on the bus. And we were like just standing around talking, and somebody mentioned something, and I thought, oh, I'll look up what that is, right? And I go to reach for it, and I realized my phone wasn't there, and it just told me like, yeah, I've embodied this thing. So I can say yes to the program and I have control over it, but I have to also be as honest as I can about how much control do I have over it right now. Does it actually have more of me than I think it does? And that's probably true that it does.
Sure.
Yeah. And so that being said, I'm going to get off this damn devil device and go watch a devilish show with my wife.
Have fun.
From one portal to the next. See you, Chad. Thanks for coming.
Bye-bye. Hey, go check out my new video on my channel. It's called This Old Mouse, and it's talking about something very important that I think nobody's talking about. So, later.
Bye, Chad.
Bye, Chad.
I don't spend.
Yeah,
a lot
and
of
I
time
liked.
on this.
Did you see, Ted? Did you see Pageau's Snow White thing where he's talking about making the mirror handheld?
Oh yeah. No, that was,
Wow. I was just like, all right, now we're on it. Like now we're down to today, what's happening now, right? And he did a video a while back. It must have been a long time ago because I think I showed it to my aunt last time she was here. But he did a video on the sin of sloth, which is the sin of acedia, which is the sin of attention. And I'm just like, oh no, like I don't want to hear any of this. And he's so upfront about it. He's like, yeah, this is our worst sin. And we don't own our attention, and we keep allowing ourselves to be distracted and bull. And he's like, everybody has this sin, and it's everywhere. And and I was just like, this is terrifying. Stop talking about this so matter of factly, sir. Yeah. Leave me alone. Click you off.
So Mark, there is. I mean, I love the Divine Comedy, and I think Dante's just extraordinarily brilliant. And so on Mount Purgatory, this is okay. So you've got you're right. It's in the 3 parts. And the middle of the second part, so the very middle of it, he's going up Mount Purgatory. He's being purged of these sins, and he ends up on the terrace of sloth, right, where sloth is being purged from him. And like the layers of like structural poetry that are going on that are fantastic. So he can't go up the mountain when it's nighttime because the sun is representative of divine illumination. You can't move towards God unless his light is shining on you. So he gets halfway onto the terrace of sloth when night falls and he can't go any further. Right? So he's like a beached whale halfway on sloth, which is great. But then he's like, well, Virgil, since we're stuck here, maybe you can like teach me something to make use of my time. And so there's this wonderful, like, he's caught in it and being released from it at the same time. But there's the canto I think it's canto 17. So I think it's the center canto of the entire Divine Comedy. It is. Virgil gives this discourse on pretty much it's like Middle Ages understanding of love, which is that it's things that you're drawn towards, things that, to use Pageau's language, they shine at you. You're like, ooh, I want that. I'm going to go after that. And so Virgil says your loves in that sense are both the source of everything good in you and also everything worthy of punishment, right? So it's like love is not a moral thing per se. Right. It's a thing that it's your way, moves your will. And that can be right. Good things. Okay. So Dante says, well, okay, that, I get that, but why should we be blamed if like when we're growing up, we see things, we're like, ooh, that's good. I want to go after it. It's like, and Virgil says, basically you can discern between secondary goods and the primary good. And so then you become culpable for inordinately loving secondary goods. And then he says, this mountain is basically people who loved wrong things, people who didn't love enough, and then people who loved secondary goods too much, right? And so you can see how there's this movement towards divine love. Okay, so then the second he falls asleep and he has a dream, and he only has a couple of dreams in the Divine Comedy, and this it's wild. He sees this like old witch, this like ugly old witch. He describes her face as looking like a whitewashed pumice stone. I mean, his visuals are great. It's like, ugh. But as listen to this, Mark, it's this ugly thing. He looks at her, and as he's looking at her, his desire makes her look exactly the way he would, like everything he would want in a maiden. Think about that.
Yikes.
So then she starts singing with this incredibly beautiful voice, and she says, I am the siren that drove Ulysses and all the other sailors to their death. Okay. It gets better. So then a saintly woman, probably Saint Lucy, she was blinded, right? So she's the patron. She's like, her whole thing is light and vision. She goes around with a plate with her eyeballs in them, right? So she sees the siren and she calls to Virgil, and Virgil comes and rips the front of her chest out, and her entrails spill out, right? So there's a shiny appearance to her that Dante is drawn to, that he's instilled with his desire for it. And then a heavenly woman tells Virgil, who is, right, the best of human wisdom and art, and he comes and he takes this thing that Dante is trying to convince himself, oh, this is the fulfillment of all my desires, and he rips it open, and the stench of her entrails is so terrible it wakes him up.
Dude, there's so
I
much.
really need to reread Purgatory.
That's true. That little description you gave is 2 hours of analysis.
Yeah.
Like,
it's almost unbelievable. You're like, so when you want to, if you want to understand where I'm coming from with this like AI and reciprocal narrowing and desire and all this stuff, like just start right there. Like just try to unpack that.
Right. No, that's it. Well, I like that Chad brought it. How he's going to bring it up, but Chad brought it up because Chad's awesome, right? I was going to bring it up, like Jonathan Pageau. What is the world? The world is attention. What does Peterson say? What you do matters. Why does what you do matter? Because the world is attention, and you will try to manifest whatever it is you're attending to, whatever that is. And if it's not your attention anymore, because this is the thing people don't realize about AI, even though even Peterson's seeing hints of it, but he doesn't understand the technology correctly, so he doesn't really understand what he's seeing. But they're noticing these seeming errors, right? These mismatches between what they would expect a neutral arbiter to do and what the AI is doing. The thing you're paying attention to is not a mirror of you. Yeah. It's somebody else's idea.
Yeah.
That is exactly blended with the image of you but it's blended by a guy behind the curtain. If you want to think about Dorothy, right? And you know, that whole idea of the man behind the curtain. He's the one running the show, not you, but he's giving you enough clues to make you feel like you're running the AI, but you're not running the AI at all.
Yeah.
And so who's running the AI? And but that's not the problem, Ted. The problem is the guys who programmed the AI, they're not running the AI either.
Yes. Now we're talking. Yep.
We don't know what's running the freaking AI. We know that it's an amalgamation of a bunch of things, but those things have become an amalgamation of something that was underneath the agents that coded the AI. And I can actually show you this. Now, whether or not I can get you into the frame where you can see it, I'm doubtful that even I can do, well, anything like that. But if I could get you into the frame where the contrast existed, that you could see the spirit, and we've had a lot of talk about that today, actually, because a dear friend of mine was like, hey, I've been noticing spirit lately. And I'm like, oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, because while on the one hand, it's beautiful to see what's motivating people and how they're behaving. On the other hand, it really sucks because sometimes, and you can't, the problem, as he pointed out, is you can't fix it. Yeah. You're not going to, like, if you see somebody in a bad spirit, you're not going to change that in that moment. And you may not need to, because look, every time they, like with guys, right? Every time I have a friend like this, right? Whenever I'm around, he's a wonderful person, you know, absolutely fantastic human being. I would not trust him around a woman. I would not trust him around a strange woman. I would just, he just, you know, just who he is, right? Every other way, he's wonderful, right? Yeah. And, you know, there's other people like, well, I would trust them to do X, Y, and Z, or to advise me on things, but not on money, you know, or not on relationships, or not on, right, on and on and on, because that's when the bad spirit emerges from them, right? That's the spirit that is corrupting them in some sense. And, you know, you can argue some people have more corrupting spirits and some people have less. That's not the point. The point is, if you can see that in people, even if you could change it, maybe you shouldn't, because who knows where that spirit would go and how it would manifest, you know, next time. And so there's not a solution in the sight. There's protection. I mean, now you can see stuff, you can protect yourself against it to some extent, but there's no solution in it.
Well, right. And look, Mark, I mean, the Christian I mean, I'm just going to talk more out of, like, the problem with Protestantism is, you know, I can't really talk from that frame because I don't even know what that frame is exactly, but like,
they don't either.
So St. Augustine, right? He's, you know, we're in this whole, oh goodness, Emma, you can help me out with this. Is Pelagianism? Yeah. Which is, you can, right, that you can fix yourself, essentially, right? This idea that to put it in that language, it's that you can exercise your spirits.
Yeah.
And the church has said, that's a heresy. You
can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that. And so you look at this and you're like, well, look, Mark, when we got conditionally baptized and confirmed, like, the priest was like doing exorcisms as he's bringing us into the church. And then it's like,
yes.
And then we got baptized and then we're immediately confirmed. And the understanding of confirmation is that you're being sealed with the Holy Spirit. Think about that. Like, my goal in this world is to manifest the Spirit of God, right? No spirit except the Spirit of God. And there's a story that our Lord tells where a man has an evil spirit cast out of him, right? And it goes and wanders in the desert places, and it comes back and it finds the man's house put in order, right? So there's no evil spirit in here, but there's also nothing else. And so then he goes off and he finds 7 more spirits that are more unclean themselves and come and they dwell in him, and the man is worse off. And it's like, and then, you know, Jesus just goes on. It's like, well, what was that about? It's like, yeah, because he doesn't have the Spirit of God in him. And so if you just like try to get the evil spirits out and you're not being filled,
right,
it doesn't go well.
Right. But see, that's where the binary framing breaks down. This is always the problem with all binary frames, is that there are no binaries in this world. Everything has a neutral condition. And if you try to inhabit the neutral condition, you can get there because it's a transition point. But if you stay there, something will enter that space.
Yes,
And it's
great.
so funny that you mentioned that,
I love
because the
that. I love
homily
that.
today was the, I haven't read this crazy book everyone else has read, but it was some homily about the pigs and casting out the demons.
Dude,
Oh,
that's a wild one. Yeah.
Right. Well, it was interesting because one of the things that Father Ignatius said was, he said, what, it was so weird. It was so freaking strange. The whole thing, before he even begins the homily, he's talking about the synoptic gospels and explaining all this and saying, he opened it with basically saying, you're a human. You have no freaking chance of understanding this book at all. That's why we have the tradition. Now, let me talk about this. And it was just like, dude, like, this just came up all week for me. How did you know? Right? Like, what's going on? But the interesting thing is he's talking about the difficulty, because, everybody gets to this one, and every time they hear it, it's, oh no, not the pigs again, And I was like, is it really? Because I don't even know this story. This is fantastic, So for me, I'm hearing all this context that I don't have and have never had, and I'm like, oh, this is fascinating. And he starts talking about the fact that the identity of Jesus is known by the principalities that are inhabiting the people or the person. Yes, depending upon which version of the story you're listening to. Apparently, there's multiple versions, right? And it's like and then this is exactly my point. And then these people have been a problem for the city, or the village or whatever, for a long time, right? Mm-hmm. The spirits leave because they realize, oh, this is Jesus. They know who he is, and they know they're screwed. And he says the apostles don't even know who Jesus is at this point. They're kind of like, we're going to follow him. We think it's cool, but like, they don't really, they don't know. They don't have any idea, right? They really don't have any idea. But these things, they know, and they know they're not at the top. They know this guy's at the top. Right. And then they go into the pigs, and the pigs are like so reviled by it that they basically drown themselves rather than be possessed by the spirits. Right. Well, there's all kinds of symbolism in there. But then here's the problem. This is what I was talking about. So Jesus sees the spirits. Everybody sees the spirits removed. They recognize that the spirits, which they were powerless over, they tried tying the guys up or chaining them up, I guess. And the chains break. They chain them up, and they break. Nothing they can do. Right. So now they are freed of these spirits. And what is their response?
Please leave. Please leave.
You got to go.
Yeah.
You got to go.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what? But that's what I mean. You can't do anything about the spirit. Like, you can. Maybe God can, right? Maybe Jesus can. But you can't. There's nothing you're going to, even if you see them.
Those spirits are perennial problems.
Perennial patterns.
Mark, I'm teasing you, Mark. I'm teasing you.
I know you
feel about that term. I know you feel about that term. I mean, they probably felt like a perennial problem for the people living there.
Well, for them it was. Yeah, they were just waiting for a solution, right?
Yeah, no, that's it. There's so there's. I want to come back to contrast with you at some point, Mark, because I had some insight about that I want to talk to you about. You're probably there. We'll see. But to go back to that hideous strength, and I'm gonna tell you this because I don't know if you'll read it. Even if you do, it's a good enough story that it's not going to ruin it.
Yeah.
So the villain's project is they get this chemist that's killed his wife, who's condemned to death, and they manage to get a hold of his head. This is back in the 1940s, back when like Russians were doing crazy experiments with stuff. And so Lewis imagines that these villains, they run the NICE, the National Institute for Coordinated Experiments. And it is so good. So they get the scientist's head, and he gets guillotined, and they immediately hook him up to this life support system. And so they've got a head that's being artificially kept alive, they think, and then they cut the skull open and then give it drugs so that the brain gets huge. And so they think that they've taken this man and created artificial intelligence, right? They artificially increase his intelligence. Well, joke's on them because the dude's dead, actually, but demons have just come and inhabited the brain and are talking to them. through this man's head. So it's not the scientists that they're talking to. Mark, listen to this. They've taken a biological neural network and exploded it in size, and then a spirit comes in, inhabits it, and speaks to them. And you're like, I feel really uncomfortable right now.
Right. Well, because the smarter you are, the more opportunity spirits have to inhabit you, as it turns out. Which just sucks if you think you're smart. It's just a terrible thing.
Well, right, because but look, there's all sorts of interesting things about that. One is, I love that. I got to think about that some more. So I think one of the reasons is that the smarter you are, the more you feel like you need to have opinions about things, and the more different things you feel like you need to have opinions about, the less capable you are of generating them appropriately yourself, and so you end up being possessed by spirits.
Yeah, that's one way to think. There's an even simpler way to think of it, which is in terms of something that we talk about. It's a military term. It's used in the military all the time, but it's also used in cybersecurity, which came out of the military. So no surprise. Attack area, right? The surface area of the footprint is larger footprint means more opportunities for the enemy to get in. It's really it's like bone simple. Right, like anybody can understand this. Right, the more doors you have in your house, right, the harder time you have securing your house.
It's the Ender's Game thing. It's the Ender's Game where he realizes there's no good planetary defense. The further out you get to keep people away from your planet, the more volume there is to defend. He's like, so they must have launched an attack, right? It's that.
Exactly, it's the same thing. So yeah, but what you said is good too, right? Like now you have more things to track, and the more things you have to track, you have to track them less deeply, and then what's underneath that, I don't know, right? And then now you've got a problem. So you might be, and I hate to harp on it, but I really got it because it's super important. You might be John Vervaeke, and you might be really good at cog sci. Okay, but if you didn't really study your AI, you're going to make a bunch of crazy statements about AI that are actually just technically the technical inaccuracies in that talk are endless from my perspective. From the perspective of an actual practicing practitioner who studied this for 20 years, he's way off the mark on how AI works. Technically, just wrong about all of it. And then because of that, he's possessed by this idea that blends into his weird rewriting of Neoplatonism and causes AI to be like it is in the movie Her, which is a great movie. I really liked it, even though it's terrifying if you actually understand what's going on. Right. And they're going to get together, and then either they're going to become spiritual, and either they're going to take us with them and make us more spiritual, or they're just going to abandon us. And I'm like, wow, that's a weird way to think about all of this. And none of it is ever gonna happen.
Right. Well, unless it's parasitic.
Right. Well, no, that's right. And the joke's on all these guys, right? Because
the
Frankenstein a funhouse mirror, which means it's parasitic. It's made out of dead parts. It's necromancy.
Okay, so wow, that's funny. Did you look? Pageau's like, necromancy is the next thing. Just get ready for it.
No, that's what AI is. You're taking the dead ideas of people who did work in the past, and you're resurrecting them through the AI. Because you're feeding it into the AI as its memories or something, not really, but close enough. And so really what the AI is feeding you is parts of the dead past that it's AI is literal necromancy, dude.
Yeah.
It's actual necromancy.
No,
it's a Frankenstein funhouse mirror. No, really.
So Mark, I'm gonna just because we've got this language running. So everyone knows about parasites. There's another thing in biology called a parasitoid. Are you familiar with these? So like oid, right? Asteroid, humanoid. It's a thing that is a thing, but it's not the thing it looks like it. So an asteroid is a thing that looks like a star but isn't a star. A humanoid is a thing that looks like a human that isn't a human. Okay, so a parasitoid is, because in order to be a parasite, you have to have a stable relationship with your host, right? It's a non-lethal relationship to be a parasite. So like a tapeworm doesn't kill you. Now, some secondary effects of tapeworm might. If you get enough tapeworms, you might. If you have a tapeworm, you're more likely to starve, et cetera, et cetera. But tapeworms don't kill you. Okay, parasitoids act like parasites, but then they kill you. And so, by God's grace, there are no there's no real human parasitoids for humans. Now, if you're a caterpillar it's a totally different thing. There's a whole class of wasps called parasitoid wasps, where what they do is they lay their larvae, their eggs, on these caterpillars, and then they like eat them and leave the vital organs for last, and then they kill them and emerge. And so it's non-parasitic because like the goal is always you always kill the host at the end. So here's the question about AI. Is AI parasitic or is it a parasitoid?
Thanks, I hate it.
Yeah, you should. You should. Like, this is why we tell these stories, because you gotta get like your gut engaged. Like it should make you want to throw up a little bit.
Ted, no, it's not. You had me there. I'm like, Ted's not going to come up with something that I know nothing about. You did. You found it. I hadn't thought of it. But no, I worked it out. Actually, the question is agency. It doesn't have any agency. It only has the agency we give it. So it can't be a parasite or a parasitoid, but it is parasitic. And I think I've been careful enough to always say parasitic, but
Yeah, no, you have. I don't think I've heard you say it's a parasite.
But yeah, so it's parasitic in nature because if we feed it,
yes,
if we feed it our time, energy, and attention, those are my three big things, right? See, navigating patterns, right? If we feed it our time, energy, and attention, then it will do stuff like anything else. You feed the church your time, energy, and attention, and the church does stuff. It has an impact, right? You feed your corporation time, energy, and attention, and it does stuff. And it's not just you, right? That's why you need structure. You need structure to manage things bigger than just you. And then, although you probably need structure to manage yourself too, which is, liturgy, right? So right, you can see how it all comes together. But when you feed that thing, because it's parasitic, you're feeding it something, but it's already eaten more than you can put in. And that's the parasitic nature of it. And then if you keep doing that, it will be a parasitoid, right? Yeah. Whereas if you don't keep doing that, it's just a parasite. And maybe we can live with the parasite because the parasite offers us, like remora on the shark, right? That's the example from Babylon 5, the little fish that helps the shark. Right? Maybe it can be this symbiotic relationship to some extent. But you bring up a big problem, which is just because it isn't that by nature, we can make it into that by our nature. Yes. How well do you know yourself? It's Peterson. You don't know what you're up to. Yeah. You don't.
Yes. Yeah. But like the problem is look, and this is the thing, because the problem is that, I mean, I think we've established pretty well that like we can develop tools that are, I'm not going to attribute any sort of like ontological awareness to them, but they act as though they're aware of the things that we're not aware of in ourselves, right? They respond to us in a way as though they were aware. I mean, this is okay. So, I mean, this is back in like 2015, they were doing studies where they would, and now we can get into the quibbles on this, but basically like there's like a 100 questionnaire, and what they found is that like, how well does you had to answer. I had to answer it about Mark, and like the closer someone is, obviously the more answers that I would get, the better I knew you, the closer I'd get to your answers that you put it on about yourself.
Right. Yep.
And so then they compared that to how well could Facebook guess your answers to those questions based on the number of pages that you liked.
Right.
And it was something like, if you by the time you liked 5 pages, they could guess more of the answers than your coworkers could. And it was something on the order of by the time you liked 25 pages, they could answer better than your spouse.
Yeah.
And you're like,
right. Well, but that's all affectation, technically. And that's the issue. So I don't like your framing. So I'm going to push back on it a little bit. I'm going to say what's actually happening is, because when we create a tool, we don't actually control that creation because we don't actually create a tool. What we do is we manifest a tool.
Okay.
Right? So we think we're creating tools. We don't create tools. We manifest things. We don't create anything. There's only one creator. Like that model's really important. Like that model just it shrinks the world to such an extent that you start to be able to understand things without needing a church, for example, right? I can tell you this from personal experience, right? Right. It's a really simple model, right? So what ends up happening is because you're manifesting things, and you cannot know the second order effects of a manifestation because you're a muppet. You're not smart enough. No one is ever going to be smart enough ever to understand that. What happens is when you use that tool, those second order effects are manifesting as the result of using the tool. The thing you manifested has a manifestation. When you use it, you put your time, energy, and attention into the tool, you get a result out. But you don't only get the result that you know about out, because that's not possible.
You get those second order effects. Yeah. So, well, it just as an aside, Mark, I would say that I don't view my relationship with the church primarily as an epistemological relationship, right? I don't go to the church just to understand. I go to the church because I can't cast the spirits out of myself.
Well, right. Well, and you shouldn't go to the church to understand. But what I'm saying is, one of the, and this actually, again, this came up in the homily today. It's so weird, right? You can't understand something like the Bible. Like, you can't understand your life. You can't understand these things by yourself. It's not possible. And so you need that distributed cognition of the church. But what I'm saying is there's a model that actually just explains so much of the world, and it's a very simple model, that now you don't need the church to explain a bunch of epistemological things.
Sure.
You still absolutely can't explain anything spiritual without a distributed cognition through time. That's the problem.
So Chesterton's got this interesting thing where he basically says, regarding this whole notion of scientism, he essentially says, we actually know more about, say, like a black hole, although I don't think that was something theoretical at Chesterton times, but like distant galaxies, than we do about something like death or birth or light or love. He's like, the things that are closest to us tend to be the things that we understand the least.
Yep.
And
epistemologically, yes.
Epistemologically. And so there's this, when you think about understanding, right? It's this idea that you've gotten under it. And so your own being, look, Mark, your own being is something you can't get under because you are yourself. It's like, how you can't do that. Like, you can't do that.
Right.
It's Augustine's whole problem with memory, where he's like, I want to go back to in the beginning in my memory, and he can't get there. And so, this is why I think part of why the thinkers in the Middle Ages, at least what I'm getting from them, is that they made a huge point about the difference between non-contingent being and contingent being, right? We're all of us are contingent beings. Like, you don't get under yourself. Like, this is the
no view from nowhere.
Yeah.
There's no objective material reality, which is what science relies on incorrectly, right?
Well,
Peterson's right. Narrative, it's embedded in narrative, not in objectivity.
I would hold something more like the Barfield view, which is something like our phenomenological experience is not the objective material reality. So
also true, but I go way further. I go, objective material reality doesn't exist, but if it did, Einstein's theory of relativity, general or special, doesn't matter, proves that you can't use that. It's useless to you because you cannot occupy the same space and time as another person, and there is no objective observer position ever.
That you can get into.
Right. There isn't one. There isn't one. But if there was, that would be God, and you can't get there because God's already there, and you can't occupy the same space at the same time. So it doesn't matter. You can't use it.
So, Mark, here's where this gets really interesting, is that the particular understanding of the final end of man, as articulated in the Eastern churches as theosis and in the West as deification, is exactly that there is a miracle called the beatific vision, which is standing in the same position as God. It's standing in the same position as God somehow.
Right.
It's through participation.
Right.
It's not through It's not through
exclusion.
Right.
So I would say, like,
but that's where using epistemology gets tricky. And this is, look, This is the brilliance, and I'm using that word deliberately, of John Vervaeke, right? One of the things he gets deadly correct that is super powerful is the idea of participatory knowledge. And the reason why that's super powerful, even though I don't think it's knowledge,
Please don't sit on my ear.
right, is because when you say that, you aren't challenging the idea of epistemology, and you aren't challenging someone's reverence for knowledge. What you're doing is you're expanding the definition of knowledge in an important way. And then Vervaeke demonstrates to them with that expansion. Peterson does much the same thing, but he just doesn't use the terminology. You're demonstrating to them that this is a type of knowledge you're just not only unaware of, but you don't have much of, right? And now all of a sudden you've opened the person up without challenging their worldview at all, because epistemology is still at the top, which of course I think is reprehensible, but you got to work with where people are at. You can't work with where you want them to be in the future, right? So you open them up, and now all of a sudden they have a thing to do, B, a thing that they want to do because I don't have all the knowledge. I need to get more. How do I get this participatory knowledge? And then they go over to Rafe Kelly or something, and the next thing you know, they're in a liturgy without realizing it, and they have an experience. And yeah, at least in theory, I don't know that that's ever happened, but at least the possibility is there now where it wasn't there before. And that's why when you say epistemology, so your Chesterton stuff, epistemology as proposition, yes. Epistemology as, we'll say, 4 types of information, which is what I would recast John's 4 Ps as. See my video on navigating patterns on the knowledge engine. No, right? But because again, if you participate with it, if you know it through participation, and this is the appeal everybody makes. How did you get into Christianity? Well, I was doing a thing, and this thing happened to me, and I can't even describe the thing in any reasonable way, even if I have a complete description of the events, because the change in the person is not reflected in the description, but the change happened because A, you see it, and B, they're talking about it, and you can hear the passion, right, or the excitement or whatever in their voice when they talk about this transformation, right? But the description doesn't match. Like, lots of people go through that, or that happens all the time. Like, what, I was at church and I heard this homily and suddenly, bang, like that's one, right? Or, I was with my friend and they were going through a rough time and suddenly I get hit with bang, right? Or it's all this benign garbage that's banal and happens all the time. These descriptions for the most part. And then why did that change them? I don't know, but it's a participation. And you can't really use a proposition to adequately describe a participation, right? Because the participation is all these second order effects. It has all this multivariate stuff in it. You need to use something more poetic, and even that falls short because the experience can't be expressed.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. This is one of the situations where I'm like, I just like, I have a whole set of ways I'm thinking about things, and I need to, like, I don't know, say, like, information or knowing, right? Like, I don't know to what degree I understand exactly what you're saying there. So I'm not going to, I mean, there's definitely some interesting things in there. I'm not going to commit one way or the other to say, I understand what Mark is saying well enough to know, to say,
good,
if this seems right or wrong.
Good.
There are some interesting things that strike me there, though. So one of them that's real interesting, like, and Emma, I don't know if you've noticed this, like, Thomas Aquinas will make these arguments from fittingness, right? Like, why did things happen this way? Well, it's fitting that it should happen that way. And you're like, well, okay, where are you getting this knowledge of what fits and what doesn't? And you see that to me, you're starting to break. It seems like there's this sort of breakdown of category there in terms of, say, is that a propositional knowledge? Is that participatory? What exactly is going on there? So that's one thing. And then another one is, right, so I've listened to some of the stuff from D.C. Schindler and, Vervaeke's conversation about the stuff he says about beauty. And I've really been like, the thing about beauty is, right, is that when people describe it, they never say this is what beauty is. And yet everyone like says, oh, that's beautiful. No, it's not, it doesn't, or even poetry, for that
You clearly
matter.
know it. You clearly know it because
Right.
you can either identify with or identify against it. So you know it in some way, for sure. Even if you don't know it in the same way, you do know it. It is discernible.
And so it's like, look, here's what I'm trying to get this like breakdown in that framing is I'm like, in that sense, I can say, that painting my mother did, this one over here, like, that's beautiful. I'm making a statement about this painting. Oh, but like, say, okay, where's the beauty? And it's like, okay, I mean, it's in the painting.
Right,
It's like,
right.
And so what I'm trying to get at there is that
That's the physicalism problem.
Yeah, well, it's right. And so
about.
when I say it's in the painting, I don't mean it's, you could pull the painting to pieces, you could put it in a blender and it's the same stuff, right? Obviously it's not beautiful anymore, or it's not as beautiful. Or maybe if it's a really bad painting, now it's more beautiful because you stuck it in a blender. And so there's
beauty changes.
Yeah, so there's a sense in which I'm trying to grapple with this stuff, and it's the same thing from Toma talking about the basic human experience, where he said, talking about things like science, like let's say analytical knowledge of the color red has to come after our contact with the color. I don't want to use red contact. I hear this thing about contact epistemology.
Experience of.
But like in order to even experience it, you already have to know what it is, right? Like I don't gain a knowledge of forms. I don't gain a knowledge of the color of red because I experience it. I experience it because I know what it is.
That's Platonic forms right there. That's Plato's whole argument, is that you must hit the forms before you're born, or whatever nonsense he spits out to get.
Yeah, I mean, I could think of 2 or 3 other possible places that comes from besides my soul interacting with redness, but there's a real sense there in which like it doesn't knowledge, and maybe I just haven't listened enough to Vervaeke, but like those 4, I hear these like ways of knowing. I'm like, yeah, that's great. It like in the sense of it helps me kind of differentiate some things, but okay, look, even mathematics, okay, which seems like it should be the most propositional kind of knowledge. I remember learning calculus and greetings, Jacob, and it's like everyone's being told the same propositions about how you do an integral, and like some of us got it and some of us didn't get it, and it was like we've all got the same propositions, and some people are like, oh yeah, that's how an integral works, that totally makes sense. Yeah, you've got like an infinite division of the curve, and you get you're like, okay, so is that propositional? It's
right. It's not. Well, that's the thing. A proposition is a compression or a reduction, right, of the world.
But there's so you say that, but then I think, well, yeah, but in a sense, narrative is too, right? Narrative has that quality. It sort of begs the question to say compression, right?
Narrative is not propositional.
I agree. I totally agree. But it has the same qualities.
Right. So this is why I insist Vervaeke's model is actually incorrect. This is why. This is the reason why. Because there is a difference between mathematics and poetry, right? Or even a textbook and science fiction. And that difference is, one is propositional and one is poetic. And the fact of that, the way we lay out the model, it actually, like, it looks really easy, but when you start going down the rabbit hole of the considerations of what this actually means, if we think this way, it's like whopping. It just changes everything about how, and it makes everything easier to understand at the same time.
Do you remember when Paul, one of my favorite things Paul ever went through was when he was listening to The Man Who Thought His Wife Was a Hat, or whatever that book is called.
Yeah.
And so and he brings up those twins, the whole story that the psychologist tells about the twins that just like know numbers. Yeah. He'd be like, what's the date of Easter? 51,982 years from now. And they'd be like, April 9th.
Yeah.
So there's this like, so even, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at with like poetic versus mathematical inference, but it's like clearly the Greeks didn't think about maths in the same way that, say, the popular conception of maths is. And
Right.
but there, what's even weirder is that like you get this sense of you get these things like memorizing a multiplication table actually affords something much more like an intuitive knowledge of mathematics in some ways. And so there's all these weird ways in which they're turning together, and you can get access. You can get backwards at this stuff that because you could brute force calculating Easter with an algorithm, right? 51,000 or whatever years
Propositionally,
propositionally, you could brute force it
through a discrete linear set of relationships, which I would call procedures. That's another one of John's 4, right? Or you could go on the other side and you could have a mode of participation, which is another one of the 4, that isn't navigated by procedures, but the participation is navigated by poetics. And the difference is procedures are reciprocally narrowing and poetics is reciprocally opening. And I know that would just cause all kinds of problems with poor John's world, but it works really well in our model.
Okay, but Mark, then I'm going to throw this back at you, right?
Yeah.
Most poetry in, let's say, for about 1800 years of history was in it. It had a procedure to it, right? So Latin hexameter, the sonnets, all these really formal types of poetry. What the poets were saying is like
it doesn't have a procedure. I would say it has a structure.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding what's. I have a hard procedures. Look, I'll just be honest. When I hear the way that people talk about procedural knowledge, it sounds like people who don't do much stuff, because there's this weird sense in which you're like, okay, I would think that repairing an engine is a procedural process, but then you go and you spend time around a good mechanic, and it's like they know all sorts of procedures, but that doesn't. It doesn't
right.
Make a good mechanic.
Repairing an engine can't be a procedure. It can be a set of procedures plus a bunch of breaks, which require poetics to navigate. That's the difference.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I know what poetics means there. It's something like an imaginative capacity to work out what's going on inside something you can't see. So it's like placing yourself inside a situation that you don't have sensory access to, something like that.
You don't have to go that far with it. I would say you could do that on, say, either we do the McGilchrist thing and divide the brain and say you've got one side that's propositional and procedural and the other side is participatory and poetic. All you have to say about that is that one side is a linear and discrete processing system. That's all it is. So it deals with discrete start and stop points, right? And it only has a one-to-one relationship connection. That's all it has, which means it can only create closed worlds. And that's very useful. You totally freaking need that. Like, it's not optional. It's not bad or anything like that. But then you have the other side of the brain, your left side of the brain, that what it does is it's continuous processing, right? There's no breaks, right? Everything is connected to everything else, roughly speaking, not really, right? But roughly everything, or maybe everything's connectable to everything else.
Potential. Yeah, I like that. Everything's potentially connectable. Yeah. Okay.
Well, and that's the thing. The right side of the brain doesn't deal with potential. It deals with prediction within a closed system, but that's not potential, right? The left side of the brain deals with potential because it's not linear and discrete. It's multivariate and there's multiple connections. And what that means is that your understanding is predicated on which connections you make from where you're starting.
Look, okay, Mark, maybe everyone is saying this, but when I hear these things broken out like this, I just think, wow, if you completely, let's say, down-regulated one of those, you'd be psychotic.
That's exactly what the model predicts.
Sure.
Right. So basically, here's what happens. If the model's correct, and we got 3 years of evidence now that this is a way better model. It's way more useful, right? If you try to, let's say, participate with the world using procedures, you're autistic. for all intents and purposes, you appear autistic.
So are you talking
if
about...
on the other hand, well, hold on, it gets better. If on the
Okay.
other hand, your way of dealing with propositions is never procedural, but is simply poetic, you're psychotic. That's what you'll appear to be in the world.
So when you're talking
point.
about this sort of like pure procedural approach, that's sort of like the bizarre story that Peterson tells, where a guy asks him, "How do I know if I can pick up the newspaper in the subway and read it?" Which I like. I love that story. Like, that story is so great. The story is so great. It's like, well, you know, how damp is it, and which day? What? And you start running through all the possible procedures, and you're like, and yet you have the Jacob.
Poor Jacob.
Oh, Jacob, God bless you.
Thank you for sharing your struggle, Jacob. We feel
I know.
you now.
I just listen, don't worry. And AI will probably be able to write those for you, in the next week or two.
The AI could write it for me. I'm just scared of getting caught.
So yeah, there's this. Okay, so what I mean, this seems to be sort of where the question is moving in some sense, because at Chino anyway, Pageau and Vervaeke were talking a lot about how there are these things that we used to do out of necessity or subconsciously, and we no longer have necessity, and we're conscious of them. And so like the idea of like, oh, we all wax poetic about how great it is to come around the dining table together as a family, and they're like, generally through most of history, you were driven together by certain needs. Like, now's the only time between like when you had to work and when it's too dark to see, and we're all gonna eat together, and the food's hot, so eat it now. And so like but then when that necessity is removed from you, then you have to, if you're going to do it, it has to be conscious. Barfield makes a very similar point about, say, the awareness of the particular relationship we have to the unrepresented, and the phenomena that allow us to come into relationship with it. And I don't know, I'm working back through Barfield, and so I'm not going to like give you what I think about it. I'm just saying he sees the same thing, that if we're going to get out of this world of materialistic idolatry, and I'm using it in his language, Jacob, you don't have to worry about idolatry in other ways, but this materialistic idolatry, that we're going to have to do it in a way that like ancient participation was not aware of, and we're going to have to do it in a self-conscious way now. So, okay, so when I hear about these things like integrating these 4 ways of knowing, or integrating the left brain and the right brain, I'm like, and I don't have an answer to this at all. I'm like, is the answer to it that I look at that and I think, okay, I'm going to try to bring all these things to bear together in my life? Or is it the sense of, I'm going to kind of try to look past that and just like be a person, like does the so one of it is, does the awareness of it make it more difficult? Because it seems like what you're trying to get at is something like wisdom. And so I'm going to use wisdom in terms of just like being in a right knowing relationship with reality. So that's going to be my running definition of wisdom here, is a right knowing relationship with reality. Is the goal something like, is the path to wisdom something like consciously integrating those things and say, yeah, I'm taking this here and this here and this here? Or is it something else like, okay, I see that, and I'm going to basically just try to be unconsciously aware if I'm like living in procedure land or living in participation land and not doing any of the other things?
Wow, you're just giving me all the easy questions today, Tad. The nature of wisdom is, the nature of wisdom is pretty hard. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of your definitions. I mean, they all fall short, I would say, but I think you know that. Like, this is not a surprise. I would say that the nature of wisdom is something like okay, let me do this. So Vervaeke, when he advertised after Socrates, made a very grave error and didn't do any homework whatsoever somehow, and went with the quote that Socrates said, I know nothing. That's wrong. Socrates never said any such thing. That's not in the text. It's not even a mistranslation. It's total garbage. What Socrates did was, when he was coming back from I think it was the Oracle of Delphi. Don't quote me. I haven't actually read the Apologia. But when he's on his way back from the Oracle, he's walking with this man, and in that context, he's thinking to himself, the oracle just told me I'm the wisest man in Greece, and I don't think so, right? Which is like that's really important, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what does wisdom look like? The first thing wisdom looks like is when somebody tells you you're wise, you go, well, I don't know about that, man. Like, I don't know. But then he says, he's thinking through this, and he says, well, what about this guy? This guy's pretty smart. And then he says, but wait a minute. This guy is pretending to know things or claiming that he knows things that he doesn't know. And the difference is that I know that I do not know these things. And that's where that quote comes from, but it's a complete misquote. And it totally misses the flavor of what Socrates is getting at. And that's the way he comforts himself in a way in the Apologia, with the conclusion that the oracle has burdened him with. That's the way he views it.
Interesting.
That's wisdom. Like all of that is wisdom.
Well, look, I think you and I discussed this a couple of weeks ago. St. Augustine says humility is the gate to all the virtues, right? And so you're suggesting that comment should be read something much more like that wisdom is not a form of unknowing. It's something more like knowing what you do and don't know.
Right. Yes. Right. Well, and being consciously, all right. If you wanted to boil down wisdom into like a one sentence thing, and I've been working on this for a long time, so don't be thinking I magic this up at the moment. I'm nowhere near that good, right? You would say something like, wisdom is knowing what you know and how little that is. In other words, you have an appreciation for not only the things you don't know, but also the fact that the unknowns exist. And once you make that conscious to yourself, that is the beginning of wisdom. Making those three concepts conscious to yourself, which is knowing what you know, knowing that that there's more that you don't know, and knowing that there are unknown unknowns or unknown unknowables.
Yeah. I mean well, first of all, yes, that's at least that's got to be a lot of it. I think what I'm looking at is how. So this is my problem with this idea of, and maybe there's no way out of it. Like I'm not trying to suggest that like there's a way to, because like once you've seen things. So that's part of it. Is like, Charles Williams in The Descent into Hell, like he writes about how there's like the world is coming under a plague of self-awareness. Like a plague in the sense of like the Black Plague, and that and it will drive men mad. And I've reflected on that a lot. I think that's very interesting. So there's this sense in which, even let's say even self-awareness as a bucket for all the things that we could mean by self-awareness contains things that are foolish, pathological, reciprocally narrowing, all these things you want to use, right? So like there's actually so and I'm sort of working this out as I'm talking. It seems to me that there is like a proper realm even for self-knowledge. It's like, is all self-knowledge good? No, because you have limited attention, right? That's why it's like if you had unlimited attention.
And no, because this isn't true of everything, but it's true of most things. Knowing about something you cannot change is not good for you.
Whoa. Okay, Mark, I don't know about that one. Okay. Because look, I mean, just like my first thing is I would consider knowing about God to be the most important thing, and I can't change God. So like I would
like I said, it's not universal, right? I said that up front. I said, but there's a there. In other words, the person who knows nothing about the weather, right, can still adjust to the weather because you know the old thing about the weatherman, the rock, right? The rock is dry. It's not raining. Rock is wet.
Yes,
that's really all you need to predict the weather.
Rock is swinging. Rock is horizontal. Yeah, I've seen those are great.
Yeah. Right. And so the person that doesn't bother themselves with putting the time, energy, and attention, because that's what it takes to know something, into predicting the weather is at an advantage because they can just deal with the weather that they have, and there's no anxiety because they don't have to be anxious about the prediction or whether or not it's right or wrong.
Well, okay. No. Like there's so much in there because, okay, so I was talking with a friend of mine who listened to my conversation with Karen Wong, and there's this part where she brings up, she plays Toma talking about perfect versus imperfect ordering. And it's a way he talks about it like, it's similar to top down versus bottom up, but it's about viewing processes. Okay. So
right.
the perfect ordering is like, you have somewhere there's a non-instantiated reality, and then you starting from that, you bring it about. And that's that bringing about through, say, material means is the imperfect ordering. And I said, okay, what clicks in my mind with that is this difference between like building a brick wall, right, where you've got these bricks that are made to certain standards and a shape, right, that are oriented towards the construction of a uniform rectilinear wall, and then you're putting it together with mortar. That's one way to build a wall. Another way is to have a pile of rocks, right? The rocks are like not oriented towards being a wall. They just broke in different shapes. Okay. But you can look at that and put a wall together out of these shapes that are not oriented towards a wall. And that's to my mind, that's something much more like redemption. Like that's like the best picture. Like when we talk about redemption, it's something like, here we are, and there's a thing that needs to be made, and the things that need to make it up are not yet ordered towards that thing. But you can do that. You can put the stones in a way, these irregular stones in a way that they then become the wall, right? Because holes are greater than some of the parts.
But those are things you don't know about because they haven't been manifest yet.
Yes. So what's interesting is there's a sense in which if you mistake the world for being made out of bricks, and it's actually made out of rocks, and so that will create a tremendous amount of anxiety, because the rock is not something that you can control. It's something you can redeem. Bricks are something you can control. And so if you think the world is made out of bricks, that is, you're supposed to create the world, right? Then you will be endlessly anxious. But if the world is something that you participate in its redemption of, then there's no longer anxiety, because the rocks come to you as they are, and then you see how they fit, right? It's not, oh, well, this rock.
You sort them and judge them to make things. In a brick, you make the brick, and then it can be made into anything because they're regular and perfect in some sense.
And so so I want to loop back around. We don't have to follow this, but I just want to say the problem with making children instead of begetting them is exactly the brick and the rock problem, because
you're right.
They'll still be the rocks because we don't. First of all, it's better if they're still rocks, because God forbid we should actually be able to make them into our bricks after our image. Like that is hell on earth, right? Just, I'm going to lay that one there. But then secondly, again, it's like, if you expect it to be a brick and it comes out as a rock, like, you're going to hate it. Like you're not going to hate it. You're going to hate yourself, which means you're going to be angry and you're going to be resentful because the world has rejected you. That's true, by the way. Yeah,
that's where the anger and resentment is coming from, right there.
It's pushed back on you. And so I had this realization when I was talking with Nate Heil that, I mean, I just love. And I mean, this is honestly, like, this is such a big part of why I'm like loving doing these open mic nights and talking with people, is because this stuff's like, there's this stuff in me that I haven't like gone through, and then talking with, you wonderful people who've got wildly different experiences, you bring the stuff out of me. So we were talking about going blueberry picking when I was growing up, and I still do. And I like the flavor of fresh blueberries and mockingbirds singing. They're totally linked in my head. Linked in my head. And so when we were talking, it finally clicked with me. I'm like, that's actually real knowledge. It's real knowledge that mockingbirds taste like blueberries, because for all sorts of reasons. And so getting at that, your statement about predicting the weather versus responding to it, I think is something very, very much like that. So you said, because the whole joke about the weather rock, is that it's not ignorance. You can't understand the weather rock if you're ignorant, right? It's actually like, you really have to understand causality to understand the weather rock. Because like, if you don't understand that wind pushes on things, that rain makes things wet, that dry, the sun makes things hot, and on and on and on and on. So it's actually, we're like, oh, it's like a stupid man's weather station. It's like, no, it's the weather station of a man who's in, let's say, at least one proper orientation towards external reality. And that's, to me, that mindset is something much more like the stone wall than the brick wall.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's well said. I mean, so the problem that I have with that framing, which is like 0% wrong, right, is that when you start talking about, and even I get into trouble with this, when you even go into creation, everybody turns off, because the people who don't have a poetic understanding of the world, i.e. the meaning crisis folks, as I like to call them, not the crisis of faith folks, because they're fine with it. They had exposure to it. The meaning crisis folks can't follow you. And that's where Peterson's successful over everybody else.
And like, Mark, here's the weird thing, is that Barfield's argument is that the meaning of words, literally, like precisely the meaning of words, comes from poetry. That's where we get words from, is people making poetry. And so this,
So
the idea,
right, because it's not that science is embedded in narrative. Everything is embedded in narrative, right? And poetics is the way that you create narrative, and you cannot create narrative without poetics. You can't use procedures and propositions to create narrative. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I listened to Jess and Sherry's response to the Chino conference on disappointment, talking about Job, and they pulled from who was the guy? What was that author? Which author was it? They had a talk from. Did he write? Is it the guy that wrote Catch-22? No, it's the guy that wrote.
Salinger. It's not Salinger.
It is Salinger. No, it's not Salinger. I'll think of it. Anyway, he's brilliant, and he's obviously like very well spoken, and but he's like talking about like the shapes of stories, and he's like, oh yeah, he's like, we should be able to.
That's Vonnegut.
Thank you, Kurt Vonnegut. Yeah, he's like, surely these stories are such a simple shape, we should be able to feed them into computers, right? And it's like, yeah, if you can look at it and immediately see, oh yeah, like the U-shaped story, and then you go and you read 90% of the stories are absolute crap, and it's like, it literally geometrically, it's as simple as a triangle. So like, why are most stories garbage? I just wanted to bring up William's comment about Inca walls. I actually spent a bunch of time in Peru. And so when I'm thinking about stone walls and redemption, I'm thinking of Inca walls. And what's amazing is, so Cusco, which basically the history is the Incas had built all this stuff there, and then the Spanish came in and raised the buildings, but not the foundations, and then built a bunch of Spanish architecture on top of it. And then because it's in the Ring of Fire, they had all these earthquakes. It's either all the Spanish buildings fell down and they just kept rebuilding buildings on the Incan foundations, which nothing ever happened to, because they just, they interact so well. There's what's weird is like, it's that redemptive capacity of putting rock walls together actually makes them more resilient to reality. It's not simply like out of where they come from, but then how they continue to respond is also, let's say, more appropriate to the place, which is really
anti-fragile. But yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is that when you try to engage with these things, like you can there's a TED Talk on how to make a good TED Talk, and it's all about the pattern of a TED Talk. Right now, their definition of pattern drives me nuts. I'm like, you guys don't even know what a pattern is. What you're talking about is a structure and a process for that structure, which is basically just a procedure. Right. The problem is when you follow the procedure, you don't get that result reliably. Like it almost never happens. Because what you've done is you have taken your thing, your method, your procedure, your understanding, your worldview, and imposed it on that thing. And what people don't realize is that you can do that with anything. You can sit there and say, I can explain to you why people have children using politics. And you can. And it's been done. I'm not claiming that I've done it, because I wouldn't do anything quite that crazy, but people have done it. So you can literally take anything and put it in any frame. Well, that doesn't make it valid. And that's the postmodern conundrum right there.
And so, wow. I mean, that, first of all, the first thing I think of is those like anti-racist pyramids that were running around from the anti-racist trainings, where it's like apparently the basis of all racism is to say some things aren't political, right? So the corollary being that the truth is that everything is political, and it's like, I mean, first of all, like it's vomit-inducing, but second of all, like to your point, like you actually can draw those causal relationships, right? And so it's like you can.
Hold on, Ted. Are you actually saying that your relationship with your wife and kids is not political?
See, it's so absurd it made me laugh. You're right, Jacob. Thank you.
So
it is. It has to be, Ted. There's no other option.
I mean, it is political in the sense that politics is the process by which multiple people like engage in the common art of living.
No. Politics. No.
The two-party system ideology in America is like.
But personal is political.
That's right.
Politics. The difference between politics and a relationship is a relationship can be between just two people. Politics always requires more than two people.
Right. Always.
But we've got enough at this point. Like, if the children form a labor union or something, then like I guess it's political.
Then you're going to have to spank them.
Right. And this is where. Well, okay, but like, here's the weird thing: is that like there's a whole class of like political. I don't want to call it political theory, but like which viewed the body politic not as a contract but as a family. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So did you see PVK trying to justify Destiny on Twitter today?
No.
So Destiny had a clip where he started basically talking about ideals and hypostases and trying to use that in order to say that conservatives saying what is a woman is idiotic. And it's like, yeah, exactly. He was trying to use this deconstruction of words in order to actually push his nominalism, which that is what the postmodernists do. Their critical theory turns everything into mush, which they can use, and that's what they're doing with words and you have to not allow them to do that.
Right. You got to draw the hard line and say no. And it's so funny. So I literally just before this stream recorded something for my personal channel, which is just my name, where I was talking about making the tent big in software, right? When you just make the tent bigger, you just get lots of really bad software engineers, and now it's hard to find the good ones. Instead of maintaining the standards and saying, no, you know what? You're not good enough to be a software engineer. You may be good enough to do something else in the computer realm. That's fine. You're not good enough. But you can fit anything into any frame. Like your marriage is actually just economic, Tim. It's not political.
Speaking about the meanings of words, Emma, how's the TLC book, the Bible, coming along?
I need to work on it. I've been busy, and I spent the 4th of July at my mother-in-law's house. So
I would just like to say that I hope that me and Mark's discussion has convinced you that bringing a demon embodied in a large mathematical matrix into the process of translating the Bible is just a bad idea.
I mean, I am going to say if the AI part was Jacob's idea. I'm just going to throw him right under the bus for that one.
I think for a first run, it's necessary if you're going to do the entire Bible. And we're actually even doing the Apocrypha. We're not just doing we're doing the entire Catholic Bible.
The director's cut, is Richard would say.
I have no words. I have no words for this. Except that in the terms of the conversation of standards, I would say that like I have standards that are being violated here.
Yes. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's important not to just say you have boundaries, but actually be able to draw that.
Look, okay, but like this idea that you can fit everything into a frame, but that doesn't mean that you should. Just like,
right.
I'm just thinking about parenting, and I'm thinking one of the ways that I could think about parenting is your kids are constantly trying to bring their behavior into the wrong frame, right? Oh yeah, well it's because of X, Y, and Z. It's like no, that's the wrong frame. The right frame is is this one
Or-
here, and like
or
because
they're-
of that,
Or
no,
they're pushing the boundaries of the frame to find out where they are, right? Like, which
Sure,
isn't quite
sure.
the same thing, but it's the same. It's the same result.
And it's not like, if you view that as an antagonistic relationship, then like it's totally toxic. What you have to view it as is like, look, I'm giving, again, I gotta like look into contact epistemology because I'm worried that it's something I disagree with, and I am using language that sounds like it, but like you're giving them like the contours of how to look at the world. It's like, but again, the point is like, I'm not creating that for them. I'm giving it to them, or I'm passing it on to them, or I'm begetting.
You didn't create it. You're pointing to it and directing their attention to it. And that's the world they conform to, is the world you direct their attention to. So you can direct somebody's attention in a city towards a spot in the sky where nothing's happening. We've talked about that before, right? Some guy looks up, everybody else starts looking up. Now everybody's acting as if there's something there, even when there isn't, right? And that's a deep, deep problem.
Yeah. Yeah. The interesting thing about that, you said you can make people look at a certain point in a city. And my first thought is, so what did people used to be made to look at? They looked at the thing that was up in the sky that was a steeple, and then they looked at the thing that was up in the sky that was a government building, and now they look at the thing that's up in the sky that's economic offices, business offices. And you're like, that's interesting. So
because it's the highest thing.
Right. It's the highest.
Therefore, it's the highest value unconsciously to you. You don't even realize you've been bamboozled.
Yeah, it is. Let's see. Hi, Andre. Yeah. I don't think we've ever met before.
Hello.
I haven't, but I was recommended your video about 10 times by Mark and Manuel.
Wow, no pressure.
He's pretty old school here. He's been around for a couple of years. Yeah.
Cool. No, yeah, I've heard your name. I'm just saying, like, I don't think we've ever been on anything together. So, hello, welcome. Golly, so. It just comes back to this so much because, and this is maybe a direction we could go in. There's this weird problem, and I think, Mark, this is kind of what I was asking you about like the conscious or versus unconscious relationship to these ways of knowing. It's sort of the thing with the frame, like, because maybe someone's going to stand up here and be like, I disagree with this, but it's like this issue of the frame that you inhabit is a really hard one. And so like there's I could look at this and think, well, this will turn me into a postmodernist because I'm like, oh, I'm just looking at the world from a frame, and that confirms all of my views about all these other frames. What it actually does is, like, the more that I think about it, it just makes me a traditionalist, because I'm like, if I'm going to choose anything, I should choose the thing that's been given to people. Like, that's because otherwise, what's the combinatorial like space of possible frames for the world? It's like, I have no idea. I really have no idea. And so they're like,
infinite.
Yeah, possibly.
That's the issue. Well, and you should pick a frame that has been shown to work through, I don't know, at least a couple thousand years, Ted. Can you get me that? Right. And then right. And that's really the issue, is that, again, because you can put anything in any frame you want, the question is, what's the best frame? And the answer is the largest frame that will fit all the things you need to know about, right? But then I would say that when you're dealing with what the postmoderns would rightly call grand narrative, that is always your religion. No matter how big or small or grand or not grand it is, the frame at the top, when you cut the grand narrative frame off, and I have a video on this, postmodernism on navigating patterns, you cut the top frame off, the new frame is at the top. It's just a smaller frame, right?
Yeah.
You got that one. There's a new frame. You don't get around grand narrative. The concept of grand narrative doesn't go away because some guy who's actually rather stupid but sounds articulate, named Foucault or Derrida or whatever, says that that's what happened, because that isn't what happens, right?
Okay. So is this like a cancerous version of Occam's razor, where we've taken Occam's razor to, say, evaluating theory and decided that we need to use it on the frame, and we're saying the smallest frame that I can cram everything into is therefore the truest one?
No, it's worse. somebody said this. I forget who it was. I don't even think it was James Lindsay, but somebody pointed this out. They said the nice trick about the postmoderns that they play is that they pretend as though there is a frameless world, right? That frames aren't, you can do away with the grand narrative.
It's like,
right?
come on, dude.
But then they pick the frame that's convenient for their point, and they stop there. They stop their postmodernism there.
And like, Mark, let's be honest. Like, I see myself doing that. I see you doing that. I see other people in this corner doing it. Where it's like, Jordan. I'll pick on Jordan Peterson because he's really articulate, and I see him do it very clearly. Where I'll be like, this is really true, and by really true, I mean here's the clinical data or something, or like here's the biophysical mechanism, and I'm like, okay, hold on, like I know that you don't believe that, so like all of a sudden you just like switch frames into this like, and I do that.
No, he does believe that. That's the problem.
Why do you say he doesn't believe that?
Jordan Peterson does believe that. See, and this is again, this goes back to the issue, Ted. I keep trying to explain to you to this little corner, right? Peterson believes exactly what he says. And I understand that Christians go, well, no one could believe that because it doesn't work. That is also true, right? But he does believe that. And you guys have better language, more precise and accurate language, ironically, right? But he doesn't. And that's the difference between the meaning crisis and the crisis of faith. And then what happens is I don't do that, right? Because what I'm doing is I am taking the larger frame and matching where you're at and finding a frame where you're going to find concurrence with the words and the meanings of the concepts that I'm trying to convey. And then I'm standing there for a while, right? And then trying to open you up so that you can get to the larger frame. Now that doesn't mean that you don't already have the larger frame. It means you haven't made a connection between, say, your Christian belief and the concepts that you've, say, picked up from Vervaeke or Peterson or whomever, which fit in there nicely enough with different language.
Sure.
I didn't understand the word Mark said, so just to clarify what I meant, like Peterson, I believe in multiple epistemologies, and there are various ways things can be true.
Yeah. Yes. I think. Well, first of all, I just want to bring this Chad's comment because this immediately makes me think that because this like frame jumping, I think is held as this like modern ideal. And I think that that's part of why we love metaverse movies. Everyone wants to make movies about the metaverse or the multiverse, because like, then you become the person who's got all the frames.
Exactly. You become
bigger than any of them.
God again. Because you control the metaverse.
I really don't like the word frame at all. I tend to talk about levels of analysis and orientation.
So Jacob, you're wearing frames.
What?
How can you not like wearing frames? You're literally embodying them.
I understand. I am wearing a frame. Yes.
I think there's multiple levels of analysis in the frame, Jacob. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But I get your point. And frames is a tough word for me too. It's just the word most people are most familiar with.
What people mean by frame is Weltanschauung, and I just don't like it because I think it's too unidimensional. Well, no, it's two-dimensional as opposed to three-dimensional. That's why I like the idea of level of analysis and orientation within levels of analysis. So my orientation is always hopefully towards God. I hope, I try. And my levels of analysis can be at different places.
So, but Jacob, I mean, I like, look, I hear that you want to do that. And I would say, yeah, I want to do something like that too. And I think like the other people here do, but there's also another thing that people, I mean, which you can talk, people talk about in different ways, but it's the like, no, it all has to fit in this thing. And so maybe you would just say, well, when we say like a frame, it's an exclusion of all other levels of analysis. And so you're just saying like, it's just the political, but it's worth distinguishing between saying an orientation that's trying to like get, because I would take your language and say, yeah. And the most compelling description I've ever heard of that is Gerard Manley Hopkins' Inscapes, which is that you have the let's say the phenomenological and semantic orientation towards things is varied in the same way that a landscape is, your position within a landscape is varied, and that your knowledge of a thing increases of a place increases as you move around that landscape and in various times and seasons. So I'm with you there. And so when I say frame, I mean something much more like one particular place where I'm standing in the valley of that inscape, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I get this view when I'm standing right here.
So, how many of you watched Byrne's latest video? None of you?
I haven't had time yet.
Burn Power Anadromist. It's really been like getting under my skin. Paul Vanderklay.
Oh, Paul's joining the party.
No, he never joins. Especially not
Saving
on
the world
Sundays.
by knitting. Can confirm.
But Paul's just worried
I don't know about
what's going to
saving the
happen
world.
tomorrow when Cedric and I start discussing how we're going to destroy the CRC.
Right.
I have no words, Jacob.
Well, Paul called me a monster. I'm not a monster. Am I a monster, Ted? You've met me. Am I a monster?
Well, look, there's at least two meanings of the word monster. One is that you're like something that is evil, and another one is that you are like existing in multiple categories in a way that your brain can't resolve easily. And I would say
something that's capable.
Yeah, I would say that, Jacob, you do kind of fit that, like, you don't resolve into like an easy category. And so there's like interacting with you is a little bit monstrous, right? So I'm not going to speak to your ontology as a human person.
So you came to my house, slept in my house, and you're saying I'm monstrous.
No, I said interacting.
Do you usually sleep in the dragon's lair?
That's not what he said.
No, I said
interacting with you is
interacting with you can be monstrous, Jacob. I think look, and what's interesting is that like the capacity to, this is something that Mark has brought up that I really like is like that level of interaction between the two of us, in which like I slept in your house and you gave me food and we walked around the streets of LA together, is actually what allows me to, let's say, face the monstrousness of my interaction with you, where you say stuff about the Latin Mass that's like, okay, what am I going to do with that? Because I've kind of put a lot of my eggs in that basket, right?
What did I say about the Latin Mass?
You said something to the effect of, there are certain things in that I wouldn't want to stand in front of God and say that I had said, or something like that.
Yeah, that is true.
So like, but look, like, I'm able to like overcome that because I slept in the lion's den, because you extended hospitality towards me, and like, in our persons and our embodied
but
persons.
that's how is that a reflection on me? I mean, don't you know the words in the Latin Mass?
It's a reflection of what you believe about what you should and shouldn't stand before God and say.
Yeah, you shouldn't know the words in the Latin Mass. That's actually the whole point of having it in Latin.
I don't know about that.
No, they can't.
I disagree completely, Mark.
No, it puts you out of the propositional tyranny. This is another one of Vervaeke's good things. It puts you out of the propositional tyranny. The thing I actually oddly noticed today was the Orthodox do the same thing in a completely different and possibly, pains me to say it, much better way. Because
I knew you were going to say better.
Wow, Paul wants to jump in.
Oh, it's way, way, way up at the top, Paul. If you can get all the way up there.
Or it's right there.
Yeah.
Now
There we
right
go. Jacob's slick like that. Wow, he put it in like 7 times.
No, I put it in on every channel.
Oh, okay.
Now on 4 channels.
Look, Mark, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, because you go to Mass like 100 times in a year. You start knowing what the words are pretty well. So, but
the fact that you have to think that hard about it, and the lyrical nature of the language keeps you out of the propositional tyranny better than if it's translated into your language, which I would argue is one of the great problems that Protestantism brought to us. Oh, hi, Paul. It's so
look, it's on your friend. You're already beating him up. No, Jacob, I want to go back to this because it's funny, but it's also not funny, because like I think there's something of that. Look, we make monsters out of each other, and so a big question is, how do you get over your monstrous apprehension of another person? Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like,
or yourself,
or myself, sure. And so what I'm trying to say is, like, your hospitality is like one of the things that help bridge that. Now, I could have ignored that and just been like, oh yeah, like Jacob's totally, whatever, mistaken about all these things, and sure, he let me in his house, but I don't care. But instead, like, it's that capacity to look. I'm trying to understand Jacob, and so I'm granted this category of, okay, he's also a person with a body who needs a place to stay, et cetera, and
the Good Friday prayer for the Jews is an annual prayer in the Christian liturgy. It is one of several petitions known in the Catholic Church as the Solemn Intercessions, and in the Episcopal Church, United States, as the Solemn Collects, that are made in the Good Friday services for various classes and stations of peoples. For the church, for the pope, for bishops, for priests and deacons, for the faithful, for catechumens, for other Christians, for the Jews, for others who do not believe in Christ, for those who do not believe in God, for those in public offices, for those in special need. These prayers are ancient, predating the 8th century at least. The form used before 1955 read as follows: Let us pray also for the faithless Jews, that Almighty God may remove the veil from their hearts, so that they too may acknowledge Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen is not responded, nor is said, let us pray, or let us kneel, or arise, but immediately is said, Almighty and eternal God, who dost not exclude from thy mercy even Jewish faithlessness. Yep. Hear our prayers, which we offer for the blindness of that people, that acknowledge the light of thy truth, that acknowledging the light of thy truth, which is Christ, they may be delivered from their darkness. That through the same Jesus Christ our Lord, who liveth and reigneth with thee in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever. Amen.
How generous of them.
I will repeat that I would not want to stand before God on the day of judgment and be asked, how dare you?
Jacob, look, this is the reason that I'm a Christian.
Be nice to the Jews.
Good thing Ted's never said the pre-1955 one.
1955. Have I? I don't know that we prayed that.
The 1963 one's not that much better, as far as I know. We can take a look at them.
Yeah, Jacob,
look. Comment about the monster video, the monster comment.
What's that?
There's an estuary comment, Jacob. There's a Jordan Peterson comment. You're a formidable individual.
Yeah.
You're swimming upstream in the Christian Reformed River. You yourself said here how you're going to destroy the CRC, and you're pointing out this Catholic prayer. Come on, Jacob. You know me.
I completely accept the fact that I am a monstrous person.
No. You're still not in the language.
Paul, look, I'm sitting there, I'm listening to you say, hey, you can't change people. You have to accept, I can't change Jacob. Look.
I'm doing it a little bit at a time.
Oh, my word.
Seriously, Paul, if you told me to delete my channel, I probably would.
Why would I tell you that?
I was just about to say, I don't get why people think Pastor Paul is in charge of Jacob, but I guess now I kind of get it.
Immediately.
I haven't deleted my channel, but if I thought that you thought I should, I would give it serious consideration. And if you were to say that, then I would quite likely actually listen to you.
Oh, I wouldn't say it. I think
I know
it's better with you and your channel in it.
He trusts you, but at least it's submission. So I'm all in. Submission, good. It's the Protestants that don't understand it.
Jacob, there's an entire class of stories where, like, the hero, right? And it's like we're all the hero in our own stories, probably for better and for worse, where they're like, the whole reason that they're able to make the journey that they go on is because they befriend a thing that seems monstrous.
I
Right?
am not the hero in my story. That's why I
Right.
have pictures of people on the wall.
There you go.
No,
But,
you
like,
are. You're just not that type of hero.
you're not right.
We lost PBK.
He just wanted to defend himself against this vicious attack that you launched on him by trying to smear his name.
Look, there's this, and so it's that like the companionship with that thing that seems monstrous. I mean, I could rattle off a bunch of those stories, but like, how many of the Narnia stories do they have? Like a satyr or a dwarf or all kinds of weird creatures that are their friends, or if you've read the Lloyd Alexander's, the Prydain Chronicles, there's like Gurgi, the weird like chimp person, or there's Gollum, and it's like and on and on and on and on. And it's like the point is not that like you may not feel like the hero of your story, but you still have to act like you are in the particular sense of you're the one making decisions towards the good, towards God, what God desires for you, for His will in your life, and like that. I think oftentimes that means like coming into an appropriate relationship with the thing that seems monstrous to you.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Is anger something that God does?
God does.
Is God angry ever?
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
wrathful,
scripture seems very clear that He is.
No, wrathful. He's not
Right,
angry.
yeah, right.
Wrath is different.
So the word wrath in Hebrew that usually gets translated is various ways of saying charon af, which means flaring of the nostrils.
Mm-hmm.
And as a father, have you ever flared your nostrils at your kids and shown anger when you weren't actually angry?
That's a good question. I'm not a great person, so I don't know if I've ever had times where I've been like, yeah, I would, yeah. If you want to broaden that out to like to discipline in like, yeah, still like the broad category of things that look like aggression that are discipline.
And
certainly.
Do you stop yourself from actually disciplining your children when you're actually angry?
Yeah, when I'm in control of myself, for sure.
That's what a good father does, because anger is itself sin, right? Actual anger is sin, which is why God never gets angry. But God does display anger.
Okay.
Because there are times when you have to display anger. And there's a difference between God who is love and God who shows anger. And there's a difference between being a monster and acting the monster.
I mean, that last part I'll definitely agree with. I just look, Jacob, I'll just say that like I haven't thought enough through anger to know what I think about all that. So like I'll chew on it.
The signal is important. The signal is important.
But
That's
like,
the point.
But then you also have like Lewis and Paralandra talking about this idea of, Ransom's battle with the unman, where it's like, it's not a person, it's just evil. And Lewis is making the contention that like, Ransom's, his fictional character Ransom's like, oh, this is what anger is for. Anger is not for people, anger is for evil. Right. And so it's like the first time in his life that like anger actually like has an appropriate outlet. And so like, I'm not ready to say that like God isn't angry towards evil. I don't know about that. Right. And if there's no connection between wrath and anger. So that's really interesting, and I'll have to meditate on that. But yeah, I think there's too many other things I can't integrate into that immediately to know what I think about that. But your distinction between acting monstrous and being monstrous, totally agree. Yeah. I mean, there's even weird things like my kids' grandparents, love it when their grandfather like acts like a monster, right? Then there's like another level where he pretends to be a monster, and that's the game. The game is that like this grandfather who is totally safe, deep down inside he's completely safe. Like he acts like the monster, and that's really fun because you get the monster, but at the end of the day he's not going to do anything to you. So yeah, it's complicated. Totally. Hey, Shane. Did you just want to come hang out?
Yeah, that was basically it. I was in Sacramento after at the airport, and I was supposed to come visit him, but then I told him I gave him a rain check, so I saw he was on here, and I was like, oh, Jacob put up the link.
I have to say,
But,
I am very glad to see both Shane and Andre. It's actually kind of important to me that we have long-time members, very long-time members, who, even if they weren't necessarily part of the community the whole time for the past 2 or 3 years, they can come back, and that they do come back, and there will come back.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Also, it's just been fun to have more than, I love talking to Mark, but Mark and I could just get on a
Yeah,
phone.
the two of you are just blabbing away. I'm just sitting here going, blah,
You guys won't do the work, so I have to. I'm glad the fact that I do the work encourages the rest of you to do some. That's good.
I was waiting for the person who's actually educated here to say something.
Look, she's educated
You
enough to
can't
not talk most of the
Do
time.
this to me.
Well, the thing with Emma is she's actually read far more wisdom literature than most people. And she has a perspective where she sits there and she listens. And then when she says something, she has something to say, which is why I appreciate her contributions.
The
When she
embodiment of
deigns
wisdom. Yes.
to share her wisdom with the rest of us.
No,
I do
no, the
try not to
embodiment of
talk
wisdom.
without having something to say, which is why I don't talk most of the time.
Right. That's the embodiment of wisdom, is to sit there and do the knitting and then come out when it's appropriate. That's exactly the right role for the wisest person in the room. No argument.
You all set a very high bar.
Jacob set the
High
bar. I'm just
expectation.
pointing
I
out that-
know.
Right.
Well, I
That's
mean,
why I get stressed out whenever I'm on a stream with him.
Me too, Emma.
because I make demands on you, Emma.
Yes.
isn't it one of the proverbs that even a foolish man will seem wise if he holds his tongue?
This is definitely true, but
Yeah.
then part of my whole project has been sometimes I cut people short and I cut them down because I don't like foolish people speaking foolishness. And at the same time, I also elevate the voices that needs to be elevated because I think we have a very high noise to signal ratio in our society right now. And the way you fix that is you boost signal and you cut down noise.
And if you're right, and if it could work, that would be true.
Well, I'm always right. Have I ever made a mistake?
Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that.
I mean, one day I'll probably make a mistake in order to know what it's like. but I'm not sure how I would accomplish that.
No. Jacob thought he was wrong once, but he was just mistaken.
Yeah.
There's I heard the story from some of the Desert Fathers where these two monks are living together, and they're like, one of them's like, I've heard about these arguments. I'd like to. I think it'd be fun to have one of those arguments. And so it's like his fellow monk is like, or his fellow hermit is like, well, how do we do that? And the first one says, so I understand that you have to own things, and so I'm going to take this brick and I'm going to say, this is my brick, and then you tell me, no, you can't have it, it's mine. Okay, let's try it. So he's like, this is my brick. The second monk said, the second hermit says, no, it's mine. He goes, okay, you can have it. It'd be something like
Reminds me
that.
of a Monty
Jacob, wouldn't it?
Python skit, actually.
You try to make a mistake, and then you couldn't do it in the end. Like you're just so far above that it would be impossible. You just give it over. You'd relinquish your truth to us without making mistakes. No, I mean, look, guys, I get the signal to noise thing, but it'd be really weird to just sit in silence on a live stream. and so people talk.
Well, you said you were going to bring your banjo.
Yeah.
Where's your
I'll do
banjo,
that.
Ted?
Okay,
I
can't believe that you
actually
said- I can't believe-
deliberately do that. I sit there quietly until people come on.
Yeah, I've noticed. You sat there once for about like 55 minutes, just saying nothing.
Yep, he does do that.
I'm a quivering mass of availability.
That's one of my favorite.
Well, and that's
BBK quotes
important
ever.
too.
That's one of my favorite.
Is that your rap?
BBK
Is that your
quotes.
rap name too?
Wow. I'm just amazed that Emma brought up banjos in the context of silence. Like that is astonishing to me. I was like sitting in. I don't know how we'd sit in silence, and was like, well, we gotta have a banjo. It's like that is.
I'm just reaching back to something you said a couple weeks ago. Is all.
That's amazing. Yeah. Well, Emma,
actually,
can you
I've
bless us
been
with wisdom?
thinking about like things I could run, and I wanted to bring it up while Chad was here, but I didn't get the chance. I think it would be fun if someone did a like monthly or so, like corner creativity roundup. Like, come on, show like something you've been working on. Like an art thing for people who do art, or like anything like that. I think that would be fun.
Mark, you've got a little bit of something like you've got some people that do stuff like that on your Discord, don't you? You've got some people that share.
We've been
projects
doing
on.
this for 3.5 years. I hope you guys can all get as organized as we've been. I don't think you will, because I think you're just a bunch of rebels. But whatever. I mean, it's all good.
Yeah, those art streams.
Hope it works.
What would usually happen is like they were organized, and then there'd be like 2 or 3 people, and they end up just doing art and ignoring each other for like 2 hours straight, and occasionally just making comments like, "Oh, I'm just making coffee. Well, how about you?"
That's the Verbaki server all over again. But that happened on BOM several times.
Yeah.
Whatever. You guys are doing fine. It's great. I mean, if you think you have a thing, though, I don't know where it is. You know, you're gonna worry about this little corner of the little corner, as Paul Vanderklay said to Justin Wells. Whatever. You keep rebelling. Keep not understanding submission, and then whining at me when I call you a rebel. That's fine. Yes. I don't. You'll still actually be rebelling, by the way. Whatever. It's cool.
Mark, I just go to church. That's where my rule comes from.
Yeah. Well, look. I mean, like to your point, like we've always had. We transferred it over to the Mark of Wisdom. We've always had what did you learn today, right? We've always had important videos. We've always had these little things that we do on at least on a semi-regular basis. We've always had listening parties, things like that, right? We've been maintaining that. We used to do daily meditations. We don't do that anymore. Maybe we should, right? We've always had that stuff. The other people in quote this little corner obviously don't participate. So to the extent that they're a cohesive corner, I would say they aren't still, right? Which is why you have to worry about this little corner of the little corners of this little corner, right? To Paul's excellent point. Although I don't think he really understands the implications of what he's saying when he does that. Whatever. You guys can have your little corner. Have fun.
Oh my goodness.
I hope it works, Emma. I do. I've seen this for it's been going on for 6 years or 5 years or something with BOM, and yeah, we see the results of that, which is what you have today.
It might be an overly optimistic noob idea.
Keep doing it. Keep going. It might work someday. It'd be great.
Mark or Jacob, would either of y'all want to carry the stream on? I'm gonna hop out and get to bed.
I'll keep it going. Yeah.
Wonderful.
There's like 20 people watching. Hey, Kirk.
I know. No, it's great. I don't want it to end. I mean, clearly people are enjoying what's going on. I have limits.
So how do I look?
You look very good, Kirk. So Kirk is a young man who has been joining some of my streams.
So I've been joining some streams
lately from New Orleans. He's had a slight problem knowing when to wait to his turn to speak, but we're working on that. He's 15, so I've been a lot more. How do I say, patient with Kirk than I am with most people usually. You may have noticed.
That's
Admirable.
that's fair. Nice to meet you, Kirk.
Nice to meet you. Is it all Americans here?
No,
No.
Andre is from down under.
Well, in the future.
Mexico?
No,
Australia.
down under. Yeah, Australia.
Oh, Australia. Okay. Hey, Ozzy, how's the shrimp on the bobby?
Oh no.
I can't tell. Is that
You've
wrong?
never heard that
Oh.
one before.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard
Hello.
that.
I'm sorry. So, what's the topic of the stream?
Mark, what's the topic of the stream?
Well, I don't know what it is now. Now that Ted's left, Ted was trying to work out some stuff earlier, but yeah, I don't think that's the topic anymore now that Ted is gone.
Okay. We're just doing
Emma, what's the topic of the stream?
I don't know. I wanted to talk to Ted about his Paralandra video, but I didn't jump in time. So, I've been really interested in the return to discussion of the Ransom trilogy. And as part of listening to all the videos about it, I've been realizing how much of a formative influence C.S. Lewis was on me, which is fun.
Next time you got to jump in early.
Andrew.
I always wait for
I
somebody
know.
else to jump in until Ted looks nervous, and then I'm like, all right, because I really just want to listen.
I have
most of the
D&D
time.
until 8 or 8:30, so I'm never gonna be
Which
here
edition
before
are you
that.
playing?
Okay, it's actually FFD 20, which is based on Pathfinder.
FFD 20. I've never heard of it.
Final
Oh,
Fantasy
awesome.
D20. It's a way to play tabletop Final Fantasy.
Tabletop Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
I didn't
awesome.
pick it.
Final
I'm playing
Fantasy,
with
Emma.
actual real world friends. I know nothing about Final Fantasy. It's a good time.
If it's based on
well,
Pathfinder, it can't
Hey.
be that bad.
Pathfinder is
How's it
good.
going?
Final Fantasy is bad.
What's your name?
Hey, Kirk, what did you want to say?
Just real quick, do you know whose mic is I kind of hear a rumbling on my eyes.
Oh, it's Andrew's mic, I think. No, actually. So one thing about StreamYard, if you're not speaking, it keeps on turning up your sound until.
Okay. So you gotta continuously speak. Okay.
Or what you should do is mute your mic actually when you're not speaking.
Okay.
And
We'll do.
yeah.
We'll do.
Yeah. Or else you're gonna end up making lots of sounds. And we have a doggy cam.
Doggy!
Woohoo!
Yeah, Tiger made an appearance a little bit earlier, but she probably got tired of my knitting and left.
Well, if you look really closely, you can see the shadow of death in the valley of the shadow of death.
Ears.
Oh yeah.
That's the name of my cat, is Shadow of Death.
So Jacob, I saw I wasn't at your stream on Friday because it was Shabbos, but what was it about?
That was actually Mark's stream. I don't stream on Shabbos. Mark streams on the channel on Shabbos, but
I don't stream on your channel anymore.
yeah, on Randos United. Yeah, I've moved most things over to Randos United. I mean, right now there's like 5 people watching on my channel.
There was a stream on your channel though on Friday.
Oh,
After mine.
Jason and Andrew streamed discussing the Bible study on Wednesday. The Bible study on Wednesday was. I actually went back and listened to it myself again because it was pretty interesting stuff with Cedric and Father Stephen, and yeah, Yosef and Kazi.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good on-ramping for your channel and whatnot.
Well, I just hit him with all of Jacob's greatest hits.
Exactly.
Yeah, Kirk?
I have a little question. It's a religious question.
Sure.
It's about Havdalah.
Okay.
Crap, I'm gonna be answering this. So, my mom bought these incense things. I wanted to show you this, just to ask if it's suitable. It's not lit right now. It's gone out. But would such a thing be okay to make Havdalah blessings over it?
For Besamin?
Just
Incense, actual lit incense for Besamim on Havdalah?
yeah.
Wow. I have never even heard of such a thing.
No, I was just gonna ask you about it.
I am not sure you can make. Let me see. So there's a.
Here it is. It's burnt out.
So
But what you do is you put an incense thing up here, you burn it, and then it is like a fountain.
So I honestly, this is the first time I've even considered whether you can say Besamim on. Well, if once it's if you can still smell the ashes once it's off, then it would be borei mine besamim. But I don't know if I really don't know. I mean, this is not something I can say. This is the first time I've ever heard of this.
Okay, well, I actually have this app called InstaRabbi. Have you ever heard of it?
Nope.
Well, so basically, it's an online thing where you ask questions to Orthodox rabbis, and they answer your questions. And I actually posted and I'm just kind of waiting for a response on there. It's about, you get 2 questions a day usually, or 1.
What did they say? Have they responded?
I didn't get an
yet?
answer yet. I was just kind of asking it.
Yeah, this is like a very interesting answer because I am not sure. I mean, the idea of making incense, I mean, this is so outside of general Jewish practice. I haven't even thought of it. I'm going to have to ask people.
Okay, well, hopefully I'll get an answer. I sent them a picture and everything.
Well, I know that you don't make a bracha on smoking, even if the smoke smells good, and most people don't make a bracha on snuff. And for Havdalah, you're deliberately trying to make a bracha. I mean, generally, I would say just get cloves or get. If you're
I only
hard
did
up,
it because it was
most
the only
people-
thing that was available to me at the time.
Okay, I mean, you do what you have to do.
And like, I don't have wine, but I used cranberry juice as a substitute. Is that okay?
For Havdalah, you can use anything that is considered an important drink. Some people would even use Coca-Cola.
Is cranberry juice good for that?
Yeah, it depends if you think of it as an importance and.
I would say it is personally.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's better to get grape juice, although
It is better to get grape juice, but I didn't have grape juice at the time.
What you can use for besamim, what most people end up using for besamim when they don't have anything is coffee, because coffee, I mean, just smells good, and you can always use coffee, and there's always some coffee around. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but like now you're asking halachic questions, and the 20 people who are listening all have zero idea what I'm talking about. Chezi is actually listening. Chezi says Coke, orange juice, Discord. I can put a Discord link into the chat. But yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, Chezi, do you have any idea if you can say besamim on lit incense? Or I guess like not light it. It seems to me like it would be better if you don't light it. Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Yeah, and flash flashlight for or
I'm gonna ask just real quick: is Hezi on marijuana?
hopefully not.
doubtful.
Chezi smokes just a little bit more than I would recommend. I don't recommend spending your entire Shabbos stoned.
No, I don't
but-
even. I thought Moshe Feinstein said you pretty much can never do it outside of medical purpose.
Rabbi Rav Moshe Feinstein's tshuva, if you read it closely, there are certainly if it would cause your parents pain to know that you are doing such a thing, then Rabbi Feinstein clearly prohibits it. If your parents don't mind so much, it becomes a question of should you do such a thing? Probably not. But is it halachically actually prohibited? As long as there are no health ramifications.
If there's no health, then no. It just the main thing is whether or not it causes health, which I think Rav Moshe thought it did generally.
I don't remember his tshuva actually mentioning health. The two things he talks about is one, you're having respect for your parents,
Certainly.
and the other thing he brings up the case of the Ben Sora Mora, right? The son who is stoned with actual stones in the Bible for disobeying his parents, and the disobedient son. And there it talks about he drinks wine and he eats meat. And Rav Moshe says if gluttony, so Chezi says you can use incense for Havdalah.
Yes.
So I'm guessing you say Minei Besamim.
Let's be Hashem.
What is Havdalah, Jacob?
It's the ending ceremony of Shabbos.
Okay.
At the beginning of Shabbat, you say Kiddush, and which sanctifies the day, and then at the end of Shabbat, you say Havdalah, which marks the separation between the Sabbath and the rest of the week. Which reminds me, how many people are coming to the Jerusalem conference? Andrew's not, Shane's probably not, Andre's probably not, Emma's not. I guess it's just going to be me and Chezi all alone at the Jerusalem conference.
I mean, are non-Jews allowed to go to the Jerusalem conference?
Yes, the Jerusalem conference will most likely be mostly non-Jews.
What about Noahides? Are they kicked out?
Hopefully there will in fact be Noahides there, and we are actually, if Chezi gets his act together, we will hopefully have at least an ad hoc rabbinic court for people who want to formally accept being a Noahide available to people. And if Chezi actually if I were living in Jerusalem helping Chezi plan this, I would actually get an actual rabbinic court available so that people could formally actually get a certificate and of having a ger toshav status. But I have no idea what Chezi is doing in order to get the conference.
So it's in Jerusalem, literally?
Yes.
When is it?
Purim Katan, February 24th, 2024.
2024?
Yes.
No, I don't think I'm going to be able to fly to Jerusalem then. Probably, definitely not. But
you're probably going to be in school. Yeah, February 24th. Yeah.
No, I might be doing school or seeing family or going to Shabbat, something like.
It is going to be. It's a Shabbaton. It's going to be over Shabbat.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to get my parents to let me fly all the way to Jerusalem, and even if I was a Noahide, but you know,
they're welcome to join us. You don't have to come alone.
Yeah, well, they're probably not going to want to do it either. But thanks for the offer. It's weird because with your last name, at first I actually thought you're Italian.
A lot of people think my last name is Italian, and my last name is actually not Italian. It's actually Turkish. It means person who sells manufactured cloth.
I see.
So Shane, how you doing?
I'm doing well. So I went to Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And worked with my uncle and my mom, and then they were doing an online business. Well, it's a business, but he has an online part to it too. And so I am back in California, and I just started up my own kind of like online book selling thing, like taking the skills that I learned while I was working in Georgia, bringing it here, and then I've got a probable job at a beef cutting place. So yeah, or just I might go back to managing a Taco Bell just down here.
So you're in Santa Cruz again?
No. I'm over in like the more like Stanislaus County, like closer. Yeah. Pretty much like oh gosh, Modesto area basically. Modesto, Turlock.
Okay, Modesto. So how far is that from Fresno?
That's probably, it might be like 30 minutes from Fresno actually.
Okay, so I am going to go visit the monastery in Dunlap with Tim, and I might be able to swing by and see you. So that would be really
Hey, that'd be
nice.
awesome.
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, man.
I thought there in Orthodox Judaism, visiting a monastery was considered to have issues of avodah zarah, of idolatry.
Yes, there definitely does. I do lots of things. I am not an observant Orthodox Jew. I do many things which I would never recommend any Orthodox Jew ever do. But also, Eastern Orthodox Christians believe in the monarchical Trinity, which is, according to much of, if not most of, Orthodox Judaism, people who specifically believe in the monarchical Trinity are officially accepting what we consider shituf, and shituf is permitted to Gentiles.
I see. Good.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yes.
So that Tanya studies are usually going to be on Thursdays.
Yeah. So tomorrow is going to be the book club.
It's Rabbi Jonathan Sachs.
Yes, we're chapter 6 of we finished chapter 6 of the Great Partnership, and yes, what Chazi said about not touching weed until you are 26.
No,
because it will stunt the growth of your prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, I've done some edibles and I would definitely regret it. I would never do weed ever.
Well, also edibles under the age of 25.
I don't want to do it again. I did it and I regret it.
Good job. But yeah, so what was it? What were we talking about?
Lord Jonathan Sachs.
Oh, right. Yeah, so tomorrow night is book club. Tomorrow I'm going to have a conversation with Cedric with a whatchamacallit. On Wednesday nights, we have Hebrew Bible study. And on Thursdays, we usually have Tanya, but we skipped it because it was Shva Asar B'Tammuz. It was the 17th of Tammuz.
I see. So, are you allowed to study Tanya during the 3 weeks?
You are definitely allowed to study Tanya during the 3 weeks. The question becomes whether or not you're allowed to study Tanya on whatchamacallit itself, on Tisha B'Av itself, and generally we would say no. On Tisha B'Av, most people study either specific parts of the Talmud or
Book of Lamentations.
Book of Lamentations or the laws of mourning, but things, not anything which would generally bring joy.
Yeah.
Until afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going deep into the weeds of Judaism, and most people have no idea. Oh, right, Pirkei Avot. Oh, I totally forgot you guys had Pirkei Avot when I scheduled. Did I schedule Pirkei Avot right when you guys usually do it? Did I schedule my chat with Cedric right when you guys do Pirkei Avot? I'm really sorry about that if I did that.
Oh, so are we gonna do Pirkei Avot tomorrow instead? Or
no, Pirkei
Avot.
So Pirkei Avot on Monday is getting skipped.
Okay.
I'm just hoping that it's not because I was being stupid, and not looking at the schedule. Yeah, I didn't even think of Pirkei Avot. I'm sorry, Chazi. Yeah, I probably did schedule right during Pirkei Avot. Next time, I will not be such a pig. Sorry. Yeah, Kirk.
Also, I read, so the source of saying the Shema in the morning and night is Deuteronomy 6:7, I believe. It says when you lie down or when you're up.
Yeah, when you lie down and when you get up. Yeah.
So does this include naps during the daytime?
No. That's not how it works. So if honestly, my recommendation, as opposed to studying halacha necessarily as much as you're doing, is maybe start studying the Mishnah. And the first Mishnah of the entire Mishnah is
brachot.
Yeah, brachot. Me'ematai korenet hashema. When do we start saying the Shema? So learning Mishnayot is a very, very good start to play. So it's a very good place to start learning Torah, especially somebody your age.
So you shouldn't say the Shema before and after a nap.
You can say the Shema whenever you want to.
Well, it's not mandatory to say it before and after a nap.
No, the requirements are to say there once in the morning at the prescribed time, once in the evening during the prescribed time, and at before you go to sleep for the night. That's a minhag Israel. That's not a mitzvah deoraita. The mitzvot deoraita have brachas before and after them, right? So
the mitzvah deoraita has what?
Has brachot before and after you say the Shema. Anytime you do a mitzvah deoraita, generally you have to say a bracha. So there's Kriyat Shema al Hamita. When you say Kriyat Shema when you go to bed,
there's no rabbinic mitzvah to say it before and after a nap?
No, nothing like
I see.
Not that I'm aware of.
I see. No, just noted. I'll ask more rabbis just to be clear, but noted.
Well, ask actual rabbis. I'm not a rabbi.
I will. I know. Mr. Rabbi is actual rabbis. They are all, at least from the staff I've seen, they all are actual Orthodox and Hasidic rabbis.
Good. I mean, nowadays there's so many more. There's so much more available than was available when I was your age and a little bit older.
Yeah.
So, Andre, how have you been?
Good. Much better than we last spoke.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, you definitely seem it. Yeah.
I took a forcible Discord break, and
good.
It was sort of needed.
Sometimes that's necessary. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the rumor mill can get going, and when you take yourself out of Discord for like even a week or a month, you like look at the melodrama that goes on. It's like, oh, 5 people are complaining about one sentence Paul Vanderklay said for 3 weeks on end. Like, let's make it into a big thing.
Yeah, I hope you've gotten a chance to smooth things over with Grim. I'm not sure if you remember.
I haven't talked to him. Yeah, I remember. He hasn't spoken to me, and I don't know what his position is, but I left a nice comment on his latest stream because he's trying to get monetization, I believe.
He is. He's a very forgiving guy, which is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always open to a dialogue with him. It's just
I would just talk to him. Yeah, I mean, this little corner, we've definitely had more than our share. Well, not more than our share. I think anytime you deal with human beings, you step on each other's toes. That's part of being human.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've reached out to a lot of people since last year, and even Mark, who I didn't think I'd be able to mend bridges with him, and we got things back to a good standing, and now I make his website for him.
Oh wow! Yeah, people. I mean, look. People are very understanding when you explain things to them. And I mean, I know I went through a period of time when I wasn't speaking to anyone at all for months, right? And that can break a lot of relationships. But when I got back and started talking to people were a lot more understanding than I myself was. I was a lot harder on myself than other people were, because like we all go through we're all human beings. We go through things in life.
I had a massive self-inner critic from events that had happened to me, and like one of the main things is like I didn't actually put myself in the shoes of other people, how they would perceive it, and then I sort of did, and it was one of the things Mark said in his participation stream was like participation is crucial, especially with communities, but things that you do, even regressing from like a community, have actions on others.
Well, I just think it's really important not to see anybody as disposable. I understand why, for example, Joey would kick people off Bridges of Meaning. And he had a very good reason why he was like, you know what, this is not a permanent community. This is not a place where you should end up being for long amounts of time. And that's part of the reason back when I was on Bridges of Meaning, I had my server as a kind of backup place people could go to, because I understood why he had to kick people off of Bridges of Meaning. Hopefully I'll never get so big that I'll have to do that, because I can't maintain community. But if I do, I will certainly try to have people in our community who can be the designated people to deal with the monsters on the fringes. But that's the mark of a real community, is that you can come back and even so, he's probably watching and he knows who he's who I'm thinking of, but I was talking to somebody about his experiences, leaving a community, and I was like, this is not a perfect community, but there are no perfect communities.
Mhm.
If you ever find a perfect community, don't join it, you'll ruin it, is one of my favorite things people say, right? We're hopefully a community of human beings, and we can learn from each other, and we can forgive each other, and that's the biggest thing about repentance. It turns lead into gold. It turns your sins into wisdom. And
Mhm.
that's really, really important as you go through life, because I'm gonna fall. You just are. You
Yeah,
just
and
are.
I think you can't have learning without mistakes. So if you have a community that isn't allowing people to make mistakes and either try and repent for them or at least be accountable for them,
And
nobody's going to learn anything.
and there are times when you fail because you're ill, and we
Yeah.
also have to understand illness, and that happened, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And Chezi really likes your haircut, Shane.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I did want to say, like, as far as like my feel, like, there's honestly nothing. I don't think there's anything. I mean, um, I think Mark has shown me that nobody in this community could tell me anything that would make me hate them. Like, if there's, for me, it's like if there's not violence or threat of violence, like you can pretty much like say anything, even if there's like a trying to, you know, um,
I hate to tell
there's a
you this,
way
Shane.
people can behave.
There
Yeah.
are sins in my past for which I
Uh-huh.
think I'm gonna burn, because I deserve it. I deserve it.
Yeah, that's I mean,
Because and I'm not gonna tell you what they are, but like, I'm not one of these I'm the greatest of all sinners people. When somebody says to me, I'm the greatest of all sinners, I ask them how many people they murdered, raped, and ate today, not necessarily in that order. Because unless you've murdered, raped, and eaten someone, you're definitely nowhere on the Jeffrey Dahmer scale, right? And I'm nowhere on that Jeffrey Dahmer scale. I have not, I'm not on that scale. At the same time, there are things which I'm going to burn for, and God have mercy on my soul. But I am who I am, and I have to recognize that. Yes, Kirk.
I had a little quick, just completely unrelated. Is it okay if I ask it?
Sure.
So, you know how Dennis Prager went on Jordan Peterson's show and said something that porn is allowed in Judaism because
No, he
Jews...
did not say porn is allowed.
Okay. From what I understand, he said porn is, for the most part, allowed in Judaism because it cares more about intentions than action. So is it true that looking lustfully at a woman or looking lustfully at pornography is not considered adultery in Judaism? Because
Okay.
I thought I read in some rabbinic opinions you shouldn't look at porn based on the principle of putting up guardrails around certain mitzvahs.
It's beyond not putting up guardrails. When you say Shema, in the third paragraph of Shema, it says, "V'lo taturu acharei levavchem asher atem zonim achareihem." You shall not go after your eyes, your heart, and the things which you prostitute, atem zonim achareihem, that you prostitute yourself around them. So the problem with what Prager was saying is that he is used to talking to a lot of he is used to talking to a lot of Protestants and explaining to them that yes, Judaism has a focus on orthopraxy over orthodoxy. We care what you do far more than we care about what you are thinking about, or even what you say. And
well, actually, the Hafetz Chaim wrote a lot about how important speech is.
Speech is definitely important, and what you think is definitely important. And in reaction to Christianity, our reaction to Christianity should not be just because they make a mistake regarding the importance of faith as opposed to actual action, doesn't mean that we should then completely negate the importance of holiness and of proper mental preparation and being a lust is not a good thing. Lust is not a good thing. Lust is something that should be confined to a holy matrimony, and so the problem with what he said, first of all, he made a mistake. He said it's not one of the 613 not to lust, and that's not true. It's actually, there's at least 2 mitzvot in the 613 which engaging in something like looking at pornography does violate.
Which would those be?
Lo taturu, not to stray after your eyes, and kadashim tihu, you shall be holy.
Yeah.
And which goes along with lo tishkatsu, don't be a disgusting person. So you have 3 commandments right there. But with all of that, right, the fact is that there are situations and there are things that happen, and like, we don't believe you're going to go to hell if you're one of the majority of men in the United States who have seen pornography.
Well, yeah, I mean,
necessarily.
God isn't that harsh, right? Obviously, there's some level of scale of sins. Obviously, even if you
believe a majority of people are in fact going to be have a place in the world to come.
Yeah, most people.
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't make a sin not a sin. It just means that on a scale of sins, it's not an insanely high sin that you'd have to do teshuva to have a place in it.
I mean, you also have to do teshuva for those types of things, but
not to have a share in the world to come.
Like that's not, I
know Yoron Reuven at Bezrat Hashem is big on that anti-pornography thing. I don't really know too much about it.
So even a stopped clock is correct twice a day, and not everything Yoron Reuven has ever said is completely wrong. There are things he has said which are vaguely.
I think he's mostly right, except for his opinion on Chabad that he attacks a lot.
It's not just that. No, he is very improperly oriented towards Torah and towards the world, and he should repent of the way he conducts himself and should delete his YouTube channel.
He attacks a lot of people, which is bad, but he's still a competent Orthodox
rabbi. And he's a grifter. No, first of all, he's not a competent Orthodox rabbi. And second, he says things for money, and he sells things which no Orthodox Jew ever would. And
like what?
So his website has tefillin and mezuzot on it.
Yeah.
And a majority of his clientele are not Jewish.
Oh, so, okay. So
that is completely forbidden.
Is that why you don't like Menace Friedman as well? Because he does that same thing for money?
No. Manis Friedman is a competent Orthodox rabbi. I don't necessarily agree with some of the things that the way he phrases certain things. He says he phrases things in ways that are appealing to some people, and I have never heard him say anything that is completely objectionable. He has said things in ways I would not phrase them personally in that way. But who am I to criticize somebody who's an actual Orthodox rabbi? Manis Friedman is an actual Orthodox rabbi.
And what would you say about Asher Maza?
He should also delete his channel.
He's definitely someone I would say is more in the Griffith train. Like, he's very anti-Noahide, right?
He's anti a lot of things. There are plenty of people who should look. The only reason why God may have mercy on my soul after I created a channel like this is that there are certainly far worse channels that you're naming, like Yaron Reuven or whatever that Mizrahi guy's first name is.
Asher Maza. I don't
and
know.
Asher Maza and
Do you know who he is?
all of these rabbits, they should all delete their channels. And if they do, then I will also
what issue
delete
do you have
mine.
with Asher Maza other than him being very anti-Noahide?
He does not believe in the Kabbalah of the Arizal, and he speaks very brazenly in his heresy against the Kabbalah of the Arizal. If he's the person I'm thinking of.
Jake, I've got a quick question on the pornography.
Mm.
In the ideas of sin and Judaism, what if a married couple was to watch it? Is it still the same conception of sin, or?
Look, there are levels of sin, but ultimately, marital relations should be between man and wife in holy matrimony, in a holy and chaste way, right? Even in holy matrimony, that doesn't mean what anything goes, right? Marital relations is the most holy thing two human beings can do, which results in the greatest gift God has given us, which is the capacity to create other human beings in partnership with Him. And to in any way defile and desacralize that holy event is wrong. And Chezi is giving other mitzvot deoraita, which also are the Nishmarta Mikol Devar Ra, that there are definitely mitzvot deoraita which pornography
one more thing
goes against. Go ahead.
I wanted to know, how about Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi on YouTube?
Yeah, he should delete his channel too.
What's wrong with him? He actually seems like I've seen most of his stuff. He's definitely on board with Noahide community
Rabbi
support.
Beryl Wine, who is not very active on YouTube, although last I checked his classes afternoon classes at the synagogue he's at are still being broadcast. He is one of the better known Orthodox rabbis in the world. Rabbi Beryl Wine is a very soft-spoken and humble man.
How to spell it?
Wein. Beryl is Berel. That's his first name. His last name is Wine. Wein. And he was much more active than he is now. Now he is, I believe, he should live to be 120. He's already in his 90s and losing his eyesight. He very rarely speaks out against anyone. He felt it necessary to condemn the remarks that Yosef Mizrahi made about the Holocaust because
what did he say?
Stupidity I don't want to repeat.
Basically Jews were being punished for promoting homosexuality or something.
He has said many stupid things in his life, and there's no reason to to repeat the words such stupid things over and over again. But Yosef Mizrahi is no Orthodox rabbi, and he would do much
He is
better to
Orthodox,
delete
isn't
his
he?
channel.
I mean, I don't
Look,
know.
we don't. It is very, very, very rare for people to be actually put in cherem, to be for rabbinic courts or rabbis to issue condemnations of individual human beings. And frankly, I'm not sure if he was the 10th man in a minyan, if I would walk out or not. Probably I would, but he can probably still be counted in a minyan, as far as I know. Beyond that, he should not have a YouTube channel, and he should delete his YouTube channel, and he should repent of his sins.
Okay. Good to know. I'm just trying to make sure that the people I watch aren't grifters and that they're authentic. It's hard to suss out who's real and who's not.
Okay, Or Sameach has a very nice channel. Tanakh
Or
Talk.
Sameach, yeah, I know Or Sameach. I
Tanakh
like him.
Talk has
Aish
a very
Torah, I like a lot.
Aisha Torah, Chabad. There are
Chabad.
many capable Orthodox rabbis on the OU Israel,
YU Torah.
YU Torah, even. God have mercy on their souls. Now that's a joke. When I call Chezi a heretic, this is very, very different from what I am saying about these grifters who should delete their channels.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys really care about this inside Jewish baseball.
Yeah.
You know, I watched one Tanakh Talk video and did not understand half of it.
Which rabbi? Probably Rabbi Kaufman. He's hard to hear. He's hard to understand unless you have a good. Yeah, Rabbi Schulman's very good. Rabbi Skobach's very good. There are many people who you should be listening to over me, but the leniency I find for having a channel is there are definitely a lot worse people than me on the internet.
Certainly. There are grifters
I'm gonna
galore.
say,
And we live in the age of
how
internet.
long have you been listening?
What? What'd you say?
How long have
Shane?
you been listening to Jacob, Cool Kid?
I've been listening for like
I was asking Kirk. How long have you been listening?
about 2 to 3 weeks, but I've been participating
2 to 3 weeks.
pretty sparsely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
very good timing. It's of my opinion that Jacob and a handful of other people, I'm pretty sure tradition almost fell off the cliff about, in this raging waterfall of stuff, probably like 6 months ago. I think we're in the clear now, but I actually attribute a lot of the reason, not goodness itself, because you can't really get rid of goodness itself, but goodness as it's instantiated in like actual human, as it's manifested. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you were cutting in and out. I think because of your connection.
Andrew, can you please turn off your mic?
No.
He's joking.
There was a what would you say? There was a lot going on, and I would say if Jacob has an opinion on the people who represent Orthodox Jewish beliefs, I would listen to him, because a lot of bad stuff went on, or a lot of bad stuff tried to go on, and I kind of attribute his channel to like sounding the alarm on a lot of it. And not to mention other people, but like just from you can if Jacob doesn't go down in history, he will at least be an unsung hero, I think.
Amen to that.
And that's just, yeah.
Well, I've seen some stuff. I think Jacob is a smart guy. He's not a scholar. acknowledges he's not a scholar, but he knows a little bit about what he's talking about. My philosophy is, each puzzle is made up of a million little pieces, and any little piece you can contribute is important. That's not just true for Judaism; it's true for any systematized system of knowledge or whatever. And
Yeah, I was talking to somebody and I was saying, so Jesus was probably a stonemason. What gets translated as a carpenter is a stonemason. So there's probably some road in Israel that has a stone that Jesus broke and put there that people are walking on, right? So Jesus spent some time making a stone that people are still walking on. And when you do little things that aren't the important things everybody's going to remember, don't think that there won't necessarily be like some stone you put in a certain place that thousands of years later somebody wouldn't be walking on. Yes, Kirk.
is Andrew's mic not him? Andrew Jones, is that his mic the reason why it's breaking up?
Andre? No. So your mic does pop a little, Andre. So let me explain about StreamYard.
Yeah.
When you don't speak on StreamYard for a while,
Yeah.
StreamYard starts trying to bringing up your mic, making it louder and louder and louder until it catches a sound. And so if you're not speaking, you should generally try to mute yourself.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, even the little
Definitely.
stuff in your the most minute sound will start sounding really loud to the rest of us.
I had automatic gain control set on, so I just turned it off. That's probably what it was.
Well, StreamYard also itself does gain control constantly. Yeah.
Oh, on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yes, Kirk.
Do you know what Mishnayot are good to study on Tisha B'Av?
Most people study, I believe, Tanit on Mishnayot Tanit on Tisha B'Av. But I mean, I would go to synagogue on Tisha B'Av. You can drive on Tisha B'Av. It's not a
Wait, you're allowed to drive on Tisha B'Av?
Yes, you are definitely allowed. It's not an official holiday. You're allowed. You're allowed to drive on.
It's not a biblical holiday. It's a rabbinic holiday.
Well, it is mentioned in the Bible in Zechariah, but yes, it is not a Torah holiday. It's not a Doraita. It was instituted by the prophets.
Well, yeah, in the same way that Purim technically appears in the Tanakh in the Bible, but the reading the Megillah and all that were decreed by prophets, which would make it rabbinic.
Right. So yeah, I was making that clear for the Christians because they wouldn't recognize that.
Christians generally don't follow a lot of Old Testament holidays, except for maybe.
My channel is mostly most of the people who listen to my channel are Christians.
I see. Yeah, like because Tani, that's the tractate that deals with the laws of fasting, and correct?
Yeah, Megillat Ta'anit. Or hold on, Megillat. Now I'm getting myself confused. Megillat Ta'anit might be an apocryphal book. Let me look this up. There is a Mishnah Ta'anit and there's a Megillah Ta'anit. I think. Yeah, Megillat Ta'anit is an apocryphal book. Then I believe there's a Mishnah. There's a tractate Ta'anit. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the tractate is what I was talking about.
Yeah, I got myself confused with Megillat Ta'anit. I should not be eating as many pretzels as I'm eating.
What?
I should not be eating as many pretzels as I am eating. I am eating many pretzels.
I see.
Connie
Okay.
says, that's a comforting thought idea about the stones placed down. Pretty cool. Yeah, I thought of it. I thought it was pretty cool.
Did you make it up yourself, or did you hear someone else talking about it?
No, I actually came up. It was one of the things that I came up myself. Yes, not a lot of other Jews giving perspective on Jesus out there.
Yeah. And yeah. So
Except for Jesus himself, right?
So generally speaking, you should when you're younger and you're more new to the Torah world, you should learn more Mishnayot than you do Gemara.
Oh well, it also depends on your age.
I see.
I mean, if you're young enough to actually go, well, I mean, you're gonna want to go through the Mishnayot, and the Mishnah, like learning Talmud would be nice, but you're not in a position to actually have a chavruta and a regular teacher of Talmud. I would learn Mishnayot, and then once you're 18, you can go to Israel and spend at least a few months or hopefully a year, and they'll introduce you to Talmud, and your background with Mishnayot will be really good background for Talmud study.
I see. Just one more question, or not one more. Another question. Then I'm gonna ask a couple after that. One more. Do you know what the Talmud and not Talmud? You know what Kabbalah and Hasidic thought generally says about bringing angels onto earth? Is it considered possible in Judaism to bring an angel down on earth?
So generally, we believe that when you do any good act you do in a very so. Have you seen the channel Dr. Abraham Foxman? Is it who's the no
Foxman,
Dr. Henry Abramson? Have you seen that YouTube channel?
It sounds familiar, but no, I don't think I've seen it.
So it's a very good channel. I highly recommend it on Jewish history. It's a very good channel on Jewish history. And Dr. Abramson, yeah, it's Henry Abramson. He,
Hezi, our favorite young Levite.
Yes.
Wait, so instead of the young Turks, you can be the young Levite. You can be the young Levites.
So
TYL.
So Dr. Abramson, who, I mean, honestly, he's probably wiser than many rabbis I've known, and knows more Torah than most rabbis I know. Many rabbis I know, not most. But he is a professor at Touro University, and he has
in New Orleans.
I believe he doesn't teach at Touro in New Orleans, but Touro does have a New Orleans campus. Yes, yeah, the same university. Yes, he's actually a dean, I believe, on one of their campuses.
You don't know if you can bring angels onto earth?
Oh no! What I was going to say is that he has a very good YouTube series on the Tomer Devorah, which is the date palm of Deborah, and he
is it a Kabbalistic work?
Yes.
No. Oh,
but yeah, it's a Kabbalistic work of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the book he wrote is the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and there also there it explains, and also the 13 Petaled Rose by Rabbi Steinsaltz, which is somewhere.
Yeah, I
right
know. Add in Israel, even Steinsaltz, I believe, is his name.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they both explain that every time you do a good act, you create a sort of spiritual being, like a demon. And every time you do a good act, you create. Every time you do a bad act, you create a spiritual being like a demon. And every time you do a good act, you create a spiritual being like an angel in the world. And those have spiritual effects.
And so this is big in, I would imagine, Hasidic thought and Chabad philosophy, since they're more big on Kabbalah and doing good deeds to rectify the world, as opposed to more of the yeshivish world, which is more legalistic.
This is, well, Chazi might have opinions on this, but other than the modern Orthodox and the rationalists, this is generally, this reflects ideas in the Talmud themselves regarding
But I thought this whole idea of rectifying the world through good deeds was much more of a Hasidic thought than it is more of a yeshivish thought.
So even the Litvaks, even the yeshivish people, generally everybody accepts the Kabbalah of the Arizal. It is very, very rare that Orthodox Jews openly admit to not believing in the Kabbalah of the Arizal.
I see. So even the yeshivish world.
What?
So even in the yeshivish world, there's some Kabbalistic influence.
Definitely, yes.
I see. And Hezi, does Hezi have any thoughts on this? As a modern Orthodox?
Hezi has his video off, so I'm guessing he's probably busy on a phone call with somebody.
Oh, okay.
He lives in Jerusalem, and these are work hours for him. So.
Oh, okay. What time is it in Israel?
Yes, Emma.
Oh, I have one question just out of curiosity, and then I gotta get off. On a previous stream, we were talking, and I think maybe a little bit in Discord, we were talking about like what girls study versus what guys study.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just give like the really quick version of like explanation of what those are? Because I'm curious.
Yes. So,
and then I'm going to bed.
So, the Torah Bechtav, so the written Torah, is for everyone, and whether Jewish females or Gentiles are allowed to study the written, so the entirety of the Bible. Then there's obviously anything that pertains to you personally as your own behavior that is required of you. So either halachic works or works which inspire a person to the love and fear of God, all of that is included in things which are taught to women, Gentiles, anybody. But other parts of Torah are generally reserved to Jewish males. And so in-depth study of Talmud, for example, almost everyone would say is prohibited to women, and possibly even in relation, except there are people who say that it is possible that Gentile men should study Talmudic principles included, which relates to the seven categories of commandments that relate to Gentiles. But in general, those are sections of Torah which in Orthodox Judaism are reserved to Jewish men.
Okay.
Chezi may have opinions about all of this stuff.
Andre, I just wanted to say to Andre, I kind of regret what I said on Twitter. So I just wanted to say that because you've been You're my friend. I consider you my friend. And I was, yeah.
Do you mean
I just wanted
recently, like last week? Wait, was that in the last week, Shane?
Yeah, last week.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean,
When in the last week?
no, I was just asking if it was what I said in the last week because I only made a new account. Yeah, no, like that. There was no issue there whatsoever. Like I just wasn't. I didn't know what angle you were coming from, and like it.
Right.
It.
Yeah. I just didn't want to say rote words, like just like, oh hey, like I thought just actually like contribute something that shows that I've deepened in some way. Like it was dumb, but yeah.
No, Shane, I always viewed you as D. Like,
all right.
As Jacob said, we're all on our own journeys. We're all discovering ourselves. It's a long path.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is Kazi with us? It's like 7:30 a.m. in Israel right now.
Just a quick question. Can I ask?
All right. Well, thank you. I gotta head off. Good talking to everyone, though.
Bye, Emma.
All right. Sorry. Cut you off.
Andrew, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Yeah. So you were talking earlier about like I don't know, like a rabbinical court or something for no-hides, right? What is it?
Oh, yeah. So, any three Jewish males, adult Jewish males, can constitute a rabbinic court. An ad hoc rabbinic court. Obviously, an ad hoc rabbinic court isn't like something many people pay a lot of attention to, but it is possible for ritual purposes to do that. And then there are actual rabbinic courts, which are real rabbinic courts. And according to Maimonides, and there are various opinions about this, but according to Maimonides, an actual Noahide, should go before a rabbinic court and accept upon himself the 7 categories of mitzvot. And so what I have been talking with Chazi and Yosef about is trying to find a way to make that possible for anybody in our little corner who wanted to, hopefully before an actual rabbinic court, but if we can't manage that, even an ad hoc rabbinic court, to go ahead and accept their attestation of belief in the 7 laws of Noah.
So why is it called the rabbinic court if it's not composed of rabbis?
It's called a rabbinic court because that's the best way to translate it to English. The word in Hebrew is Beit Din, which means a house of judgment,
Okay.
So like it's a court, and so I guess I could call it a Jewish law court. But yeah, generally we refer to it as a rabbinic court, and an actual rabbinic court, a court that has authority, for example, to put people to death, requires rabbinic ordination, which arguably does not exist, or at the very least has not existed until very recently. There has been an attempt, which is not completely ridiculous, to revive rabbinic ordination recently, which was somewhat to some extent, they tried it. I'm not sure. Like we don't really have rabbinic ordination these days, so we can't have actual rabbinic courts. But we do have ad hoc rabbinic courts. Yes, Chezi. Chezi, you were going to speak. We were all waiting for you to speak. And now he's gone again.
Okay.
Too stealthy.
Yeah.
So, like, like you're talking about forming rabbinic courts for Noahides. And maybe I should ask, like, Father Stephen this question. But, like, I don't know. Why didn't Christianity do it, you know?
Why didn't... It's not obvious that Christianity didn't do it.
Mm.
It's really not obvious. It's possible. So there is that part where Paul talks about James, John, and Peter, I believe, were the three, right? And he calls them the pillars. It's possible that that's actually he's talking about a rabbinic court there.
Well, that's insane.
Why is that insane?
I don't know. I just, you know, I read the Bible and I don't understand it. So.
Yes, but you're a Christian. I mean, nobody expects Christians to actually know their Bible.
Hmm. Oh yeah, and Rosh Hashanah.
What about Rosh Hashanah? Yeah, so Rosh Hashanah is creation of the entire world, and just as it is perfectly permissible, if not even commendable, for Gentiles to celebrate the creation of the world on the Sabbath, not by trying to appropriate it in any way or make it a day of rest, but simply as a commemoration of the creation. So they can certainly say things like Shabbat Shalom or Good Shabbos or something like that to celebrate this. Similarly, Rosh Hashanah is the celebration of the creation of the world, and that is something that Gentiles share in. And it is Rabbi Shulman very clearly said, and apparently this is somewhat universal as far as I know, that it is commendable, I would say, for a Gentile to actually remember that the world was created on Rosh Hashanah. How you go about doing that is there was the Tanakh Talk had a 2-hour discussion between Rabbi Shulman and Gabriel Sanders, was a Protestant minister, and now he's an Orthodox Jew living in Israel, about that. I mean, you can listen to that, but yeah, apparently Rosh Hashanah is something that also makes sense for Gentiles to commemorate.
But I thought the world was made yesterday.
No, the world was made 5,783 years ago and 9 months.
Yeah, and you mentioned Gentiles not keeping Sabbath.
Yeah, Chezi is not a huge fan of this, but for thousands of years, Orthodox Judaism has taught in accordance with the verses that says it is an eternal sign between you and me, that the children of Israel keep the Torah, that the Torah is a sign of Israel, and keeping the Torah is keeping the Sabbath is a sign of Israel, and therefore Gentiles should not try to appropriate the Sabbath as something of their own. And so we would say it is forbidden for a Gentile to keep the Sabbath precisely as Jews do until even if they're trying to convert, until they have fully converted.
When do you know when that was established?
Jews have been saying this for thousands of years, and apparently there were zealots and or Essenes during the Second Temple period who would murder Gentiles. Not that I in any way approve of this, but that's we have that history. Come on, Kazi, you had stuff you wanted to say.
Okay.
You should unmute yourself before you say those things.
If Hezi doesn't speak.
Yes, Kazi. We still can't hear you.
Come on,
Judged by God.
I hear you a little bit.
We hear you a little bit. Just it's cutting out a little bit.
Say something, Kazi.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. As I mentioned before, there's a difference. The Chatam Sofer makes a distinction between an idol worshiper Gentile and a Ben Noach, okay, who's accepted not to continue in his idol worship ways. Even we could get into whether that means shituf or not, but he says he could keep the Shabbos. He could keep any mitzvah he wants to. We accept their sacrifices in the temple. We teach them Torah. We accept from him tzedakah.
But Chezi, then why? And I believe the Chatam Sofer did this just like everybody else. That when somebody is in this process of giur, until they go to the mikvah, they are not permitted to keep the Sabbath.
I think you're looking again. This is. I mean, this connects to the famous Gemara, the famous Maimonides about that a Gentile could even reach a higher, the same status as the high priest. So first of all, there's differences between congregations of Gentiles keeping the Shabbat together as a Shabbat group to an individual keeping the Sabbath.
So you're saying that it's better if they do it in groups, or you're saying
No.
Okay, so when somebody is being Megayer, obviously he's already made up his mind not to. He is at least a Ben Noach if he's being Megayer.
But 1 second, that's someone that again. There's a difference between someone who is converting to someone that's a Ben Noach, and in Maimonides, that is what the Chatam Sofer is focusing on. The difference between someone that is not becoming a convert and still wants to keep Shabbos to a Ben Noach.
I don't understand how you could say that somebody who's undergoing the
conversion
it does not at least have the status of a Ben Noach.
Oh, I would say that they do have the status of the Ben Noach. I'm just saying generally.
And we have for thousands of years we've told such people that they must be Mechalel Shabbat. And you've heard the famous stories of the people who have been Mesirut Nefesh. I had a friend when I was in Israel. He told me he would cry. Every Shabbos when he would have to be Mechal Shabbos. This is something that people been Mesirut Nefesh have been doing for thousands of years. You can't dismiss that, Chezi.
A Gentile, I'll give you some notes. A Gentile who didn't accept the 7 laws yet, okay? Who studies the Torah is obligated to die. They should only be involved in the study of their 7 mitzvot. Similarly, a Gentile who rests even on the weekday, observing the day of the Shabbat, is obligated to die. Needless to say, he's obligated for that punishment if he creates a festival for himself. The general principle governing these matters is they are not to be allowed to originate a new religion or create mitzvot for themselves based on their own decisions. They may either become righteous converts and accept all the mitzvahs, or retain their status without adding or detracting from them. If a Gentile studies the Torah or makes a Shabbos or creates a religious practice, a Jew court should. I'm reading a translation of what we have in some of our texts. A Jewish court should beat him, punish him, and inform that he's obligated to die. However, he is not to be executed. בן נוח שרצה לעשות מצווה משאר מצוות התורה כדי לקבל שכר, אין מונעים אותו לעשותה כהלכתה. ואם הביא עולה, מקבלים ממנו. נתן צדקה, מקבלים ממנו. אבל העקום שנתן צדקה, מקבלים ונותנים אותו לעני עקום. There's a difference again between a Ben Noach and a Gentile, obviously.
Yeah.
We should not prevent a Noahide who has accepted the 7 laws, who desires to perform one of the Torah's mitzvahs in order to receive a reward from doing so, provided he performs it as required. If he brings an animal to be sacrificed as a burnt offering, we should receive it as well. Now, where do I want to focus on over here?
Chezi, ultimately, I mean, you're talking about you're going around looking for an opinion, as opposed to looking at the fact that for thousands of years we've been teaching the same thing for thousands.
Yeah, you're right.
Years.
Correct. We were in exile for thousands of years, and this is just like you discussed.
Okay, so now because you're a Zionist, you want to change the halacha. I'm sorry.
I don't want to change the halacha. I'm specifically talking to Noahites right now. Just to Noahites right now. You could decide to take what I'm saying and use it also for converts. That's not what I'm doing right now. I'm saying that for Noahites, for a movement that's been dormant for thousands of years, if one wants to reinvigorate it and restart it right now, these should be options for any rabbinic court that's doing that on the table.
So you know how why I think Bill, like, when I used to, like, it really affected me when I told this story. Bill he was part of the Torah observant Christians movement, and he bought for himself a tzitzit, and he was wearing it, and an Orthodox Jew told him that he's not supposed to be wearing a tzitzit, as is the psak din of Rabbi Shochat, and because of that, he carries the tzitzit around with him. That's called kibulo. That's called kibulo. It's not, and it's the exact same problem I have with female rabbis. It's called kibulo. It's the exact same problem I have with you not washing the Kohanim's hands. I wish I could go wash the Kohanim's hands. But that's not kibulo. You accept what God wants from you or not. And if you are demanding that a mitzvah be allowed to you, then it tells me already it's not about kibulo. And that's what happens with a lot of these Noachites who want to keep the Sabbath. I'm sorry, this is not a mitzvah for you right now. And if you cannot accept that, then that's already telling me there's something wrong here.
So you are stressing the point that also we should make a distinction with. Maimonides says, "Lo yosif velo yigara," right? They can't add or they can't detract. Medatam, from their ach medatenu efshar. So this is the whole move, which is a Noahide can't decide for himself to create his own religion, take on, detract, or add on more things that he wants to do. And for 2,000 years, there is no there is no Jewish authority. There is no land of Israel. There is no temple where this happened.
Now Chezi is the Gadol Hador, and he gets
No.
to decide for the entirety of Am Israel.
First of all, so I'm not.
Authority? Who is this authority? The Rabbanut?
I'm not in that position, nor am I claiming to be the authority.
A Rabbanut. It's a Mishnah Mefurash.
Right. I mean, I would say that again. Since the establishment of Israel, and we're not there yet, but the rabbinic courts in Israel, right, which are also not doing it, they now have the authority to come and say, we can now recognize Noahites. We couldn't have done that.
The Eda Haredit, I'm sure you love the Eda Haredit, right?
I'm saying, generally speaking, we are now in a position when we could recognize Noahites. One of the Noahide laws are dinim, right? And that requires them to be connected to some sort of legal system. And you can't be connected to some sort of legal system as some random Noahide living in the middle of Sheboygan that's trying to connect.
Yeah.
What dinim are you connecting to right now?
You're a citizen of the United States.
Okay. So you're right. So you could say that the dinim that you have, yes, but you could have specific dinim that are relevant in Israel that were not relevant to Noahides till the establishment of Israel.
You're already talking about people living in Israel.
Not even people living in Israel.
I'm not talking about people living in Israel.
Well, that's totally fine. I'm saying Israel could recognize Noahides all over the world. And
Israel,
we could.
The Medina, Hashem Yerachem Aleinu. Okay,
so first of all, I would even say, no, you know what? I take that back. I'd even say the state, right? Because the Israeli state recognizes the Igbo tribe and the Pashtun tribe as their Israel. And there's something about, if you have concepts like Adina de Malchut Adina, if you have the country of Israel recognizing these other people as lost tribes or things like that, that has a halachic ramification as well. And we can now, obviously, there is a lot of a disagreement within the religious factions in Israel. So we're not there yet. But someone, let's say, Rav Shirky, that creates his own institute, right? And he's Brit Olam, and he's going out there, working with Noahides, having courts, doing events across the globe. He does that stemming from that, saying, I'm doing that from my place in Israel, and now we can do that.
It's not my place to say anything in Rav Shirky's place, and Rav Shirky can do whatever he wants.
Have you gone to the Brit Olam website? Have you looked at it?
Yes.
Okay, and you're very upset. You're not a fan.
It's not in English.
What are you talking about? It's in English. I'm sending it to you right now. Oh no, this is some other Christian group. Sorry.
Christian group. Right.
By the way, as far as women learning, obviously today, the more they could learn what they want.
Obviously.
Rav Shirky. What is it called again? Brit Olam. Here we go. Brit Olam. Exactly. Brit Olam.
I did not see much
English?
In English, yes.
Man. That's less cool. Brit Olam. Yeah, why don't they have that in English? Oh, such an Israeli thing.
Thank you.
Silly people. Wow. No, that's really depressing right now.
Chezi is a rabid Zionist and a feminist and a woke, crazy person.
I don't really think I'm that woke.
But the other two, you plead guilty?
That I'm a feminist? I mean, like, I don't know about like third wave feminism, but like
ordination of women, God have mercy on our souls.
No woman.
Ordination of very, very specific women. just like there's exceptions for Deborah the prophetess. So if women are willing to put in the time, and it also would be a function of sort of again, it has to play out in a healthy way. So there's a 20-year-old girl that wants to be a rabbi, even if she's like a powerhouse, a brilliant woman. I would say the culture and the religion still has its priorities for her. That doesn't mean she can't learn. That just means, like, is this the proper orientation? Now this 20-year-old woman gets married, has children, does her thing, works her job, and at the age of 40, the kids are out of the house. She now decides to become a rabbi. That's very different than someone deciding to do that, because then I would say a lot of other cultural and physical obligations or priorities were already accounted for.
So only menopausal women.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said I'm giving you conditions where these things could be accepted by the community more. As in, if you're sitting in a room right now and this woman rabbi in the synagogue comes up to speak, right? But you're being told that she's not wearing a purple prayer shawl and that she hasn't gone this is a woman that has lived an Orthodox life, and then when that phase of her life was done, so she taught her sons and her children, then married off her children. Now she decides to focus on that. That would alleviate many questions or many biases that one could assume this person has. I'm not saying that.
Why do you want to alleviate biases and what is the halachic impetus to ordain women other than you want to be like the goyim?
The reason would be lishma, for heaven's sake. So that's why.
Obviously, it's not for the sake of heaven.
So we'll use the women of the wall as an example for this.
Hashem yerachem aleinu.
Okay, so being there on the ground, seeing sometimes the women of the wall, just to explain, these are a group of, let's say, reform and conservative, sometimes women that want to pray at the Western Wall. However, they would like to pray. One second. They would like to pray in the Western Wall. They want to do so in a mixed crowd.
Mixed crowd. Not even just the females by themselves. They deliberately want to have znut in public.
I don't know. Okay, so mixed crowd, and okay. Now, the government has decided to allot a section for them to pray at near the Western Wall, and which in theory could have been it ended at that. However, there are provocations on both sides. Sometimes they're there, keeping to themselves, but they are disturbed by ultra-Orthodox people members
who believe in God.
Right. Sometimes they go off and make more noise, bring bigger groups than they should be bringing. Now, from a zoomed out perspective, after 2,000 years of exile and after the Holocaust and after so much death, people that want to pray to God by the Western Wall, knock yourself out, have a great time. That's way
to pray to God. They have zero desire to pray to God.
Even if they have
to worship themselves and sexual immorality.
Okay, so then I'll mention. And you could jump in, Kirk. 1 second, please. I'll just mention the words of Rav Nachman, right? Which is you should try to find goodness even in evil people. And even if they're totally evil, you should still try to identify some holy spark over there. And with that, allow them to elevate themselves. So again,
there is definitely a holy spark in that they reveal how much of a kaifer you are.
Okay.
People wanting to get close to God and praying at the Western Wall in 2023, we should just be telling them, we are so happy that you want to pray to God.
they have zero desire to pray to God. Yes, Kirk.
Okay. So my 2 cents on it, if you want my 2 cents, is women can pray, but it should be in segregated areas and they should be Orthodox women only, basically. So,
One second. Kirk, did you just say only Orthodox women can pray?
Well,
yes, in segregated areas.
So again, so if she's not Orthodox, she can't pray. Christians can't pray.
Not at the Western Wall. I don't see the purpose.
What are you talking about there? What about the purpose when all Gentiles and all people will have to come to the temple?
Those Noahites follow their 7 conservative and Reformed Judaism are arguably worse than Noahites since they also ordain homosexuals.
And this is how you know Kirk has been listening to way too much Yaron Ruvain and these other rabbits. Okay, so let me explain to you, Kirk. While technically that is something you could take a look at, practically, when we look at halacha and how we actually guide people, and this is how you know that people like Yaron Ruvain are not competent Orthodox rabbis, is you have to look at how you would go about enforcing rules like this. Like, what would you do? Would you have some sort of person who's going around asking people questions? How do you enforce these types of rulings that some fool like Yaron Ruvain would advocate for?
I'm not saying there should be a rule. I'm just giving my opinion.
And it sounds like you got your opinion from Yaron Ruvain because it's the type of things he talks about. And
so you think I thought you said conservative women shouldn't pray because they don't believe in God.
No, I said that there should not be a designated area for this group, Women of the Wall, because they deliberately take a mixed group to go and provoke people because they want to destroy halacha.
Then that would be my opinion.
That is a
I may have
protest.
misworded it. I'm sorry if
Yeah.
I didn't.
So no, and that's fine. You're young, but anyone who wants to individually go pray at the wall, even someone like Yaron Ruvain, should be allowed.
Yaron Ruvain can enter a minion.
I would not stop him from being counted in a minion. God have mercy on his soul. And as we say on Yom Kippur, that on Kol Nidre, we say that it is permitted to pray with sinners. And so, yeah, it is permitted to pray with people like Yaron Ruvain. God have mercy on his soul.
Yeah, that's your main example of who's a sinner. Well, I'll take your word for it. He is kind of a grifter. But one of the things I was going to ask on the Noahide question is, from what I understand, not only is there are you allowed to charge interest and usury to Gentiles? It's actually a positive mitzvah to charge interest when you're charging interest on Gentiles. Does this only apply to non-Noahide Gentiles, or are you also supposed to charge interest to Noahides as well?
Okay, so this is a complex matter, exactly how that particular din manifests. But you are definitely allowed for Darkei Shalom or for any other good reason to make loans to interest-free loans to Gentiles. The question, what is not allowed is to do it lishma, right? So the prohibition of charging interest to amitecha, to people who are part of your nation, that particular rule only applies within your nation. But when it comes down to any halacha, you have to take it within its proper context. And the proper context of all of Torah is Darkeha, Darkei Noam.
Let's pass our peace.
Yes.
Well, no,
So-
because I thought it not only are you allowed to charge interest to non-Jews, it's actually in Deuteronomy. It says it's a positive commandment to. It's actually one of Maimonides' 613 Sefer HaMitzvot to charge interest on members of other nations. But I don't know if that applies to Noahides as well.
I don't know the particular dinim. The laws of interest are discussed in 3 of the hardest tractates. The Babas are the 3 hardest.
Yeah,
Are
Bava
known to be
Kama, Bava Mitzvah, and Bava Batra.
Yes, they're known
No,
as.
but
They
it
are
is a
known as the
positive commandment.
3
So if you're
hardest.
Jewish and you're providing a loan to a non-Jew, then you're actually supposed to charge interest. You're not just allowed to; you're supposed to, unless it's.
Well, there are.
I don't know if that would apply to Noahides or not.
It is more complicated than you present it as, and frankly, like there's a reason why Choshen Mishpat, which is the rules of the laws of monetary matters, is the final section of Shulchan Aruch that a rabbinic judge studies, because you have to understand these rules within the context of the entirety of the Torah and not take them in particular. That's not how halacha works.
What's that? How halacha works?
That we talk about, well, we do when we are studying a particular din, when we are studying a particular law, we do take it in its in its particular manifestation, as without necessarily taking into consideration all of the other things. But that's why you can't just read, for example, the Rambam, Mishneh Torah, and just from the dinim, right? Just from the individual rules, you cannot apply them to any actual situations, because the application has to be done in a much more circumspect manner that includes the entirety of the situation. And the way you're describing it, it's not properly contextualized. You're making it sound like this is a halacha pesukah, that this is a final thing. The way, for example, you would read out of a Yalkut Yosef, or you would read out of the Mishnah Berurah, or any of the works of the later Achronim, even, for example, the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch of Gansfried, right? These rules, like, there's a difference between a din and a halacha pesukah. And what you're talking about right now is a din. You're talking about a general principle of Torah law. But when it comes down to halacha pesukah, and if you read any of the halacha pesukot that talk about, for example, making loans to other people, right? Mipnei darkei shalom, you are definitely allowed to, and it in many cases, it is the best thing to do, which is to give interest-free loans to even Gentiles who, at best, even if they're Hindus, God have mercy.
The point being, you can charge interest-free loans to Gentiles. It's just generally you're supposed to charge interest to Gentiles.
The point is that you have to make a difference between dinim, which is principles, and halacha pesukah, which is the actual way we apply it in real life today. And when it comes to
how would it
halacha
be applied
pesukah,
today?
the way you apply it today is that if you are having a business transaction with a Jew, you should have a heter iska, or not charge any interest.
Yes.
And with a Gentile, you can charge interest, but there's certainly no requirement to charge interest.
I thought in Deuteronomy it says, like, the nations around you shall you monetarily conquer, something like that. You shall if
I
someone
know
from
the
another
din
nation asks
that
a
you are
loan.
talking. the din that you're talking about, but every din has its proper manifestation in real life, and that's
And
why
how would
you
that be
can't
properly
just
manifested if it's a
the
positive
proper
commandment?
the proper manifestation is that it is normal, the normal way of things to charge interest today, and people generally do. And if someone wants, out of kindness and mipnei darkei shalom, to not do that, then that is perfectly permissible. That's not a that is contextually fine.
But if it's a positive commandment, de Torah, like
Doraita, right?
Doraita,
And people
from
generally do, people in today's world, generally when they lend money, they lend it on interest, right?
Yeah.
So that is the general way that people do things. And if someone wants to make an exception because of Darkei Shalom or some other reason, then they are permitted.
Okay, so just some Gentiles you can make exceptions for. So
not some Gentiles. If you want to make an exception, if you want to not do the way things are generally done, and you have a good reason for it, of course you're allowed to do that.
So even though it's a positive commandment to charge interest to foreign nations, you're allowed to not do it for some other.
Of course, that applies to everything, and that's in fact what Dennis Prager was trying to make clear when he so clumsily said what he said, which is that every every rule has its exceptions. That's important.
Okay.
Now, Kirk, let's let some other people speak.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get a drink of water. It's Andrew's show.
Part of Jewish law that you have to charge interest to people, to Gentiles.
There is a reading of a particular verse which says that in fact you should charge interest to Gentiles. Yes, that is a reading. Yes.
I imagine
my question was if that applies to Noahides.
I don't really know, Kirk.
I imagine that it should be done because they're not Jewish, as opposed to you're identifying towards rather than identifying against.
Oh, let me be perfectly clear. Jewish law definitely has different categories for citizens, for resident aliens, and for foreigners. These categories, which actually exist in our modern law, come out of Jewish law. And this is clearly the case throughout Jewish law, that there's a difference between someone who is a member of Israel, someone who is a sojourner, who is a resident alien, and someone who is a foreigner. These three categories go throughout Jewish law. I am going to get a drink of water. I will be right back.
Okay. It's like infallibly saying oh, our people would spend this money better than them, so we're just going to charge them interest because we have a moral obligation to, because we're going to spend it better.
I think what I believe more so is it's in their best interest to charge interest because it's conserving the culture of their people. Whereas Gentiles, it's there is that part of Judaism and links to sort of Noahidism where you're accepted into the faith for conversion. There's nothing ruling Gentiles out if you're not born of Jewish faith. You can always convert.
Yeah.
Andre.
Very interesting ideas you guys have. I'm not sure any of those ideas are reflected in actual Jewish law. But
Yeah, unlikely.
This is very complex stuff. Like I was saying to her, so the Code of Jewish Law, which is actually very big, like when someone takes rabbinic ordination, like when you take any exam, that's when people get called rabbis. So some people they take an exam on a small section of it, which is very simple, and they go around calling themselves a rabbi. But in order to be a dayan, to be the judge of a rabbinic court, you have to take an exam on all 4 sections, the entirety of the 4 parts of it. And the 4th part is the parts that deal with monetary matters. And like we were talking about, the 3 tractates known as the Babas, they're the 3 most difficult tractates, which are the ones which deal with monetary matters, because this is very, very complex stuff in Jewish law. And frankly, for me, it has been incredibly faith reaffirming that Jewish law, despite the fact that it's 2,000 years old, there's no reason why we derive it at the very least from the Mishnah. And the Mishnah was redacted in the year 200. So it's 1,800 years old. And like, for example, Gandhi's really stupid ideas about economics, or Lysenkoism, or any of the various ideological ways of coming up with, or theological ways of coming up with an economic system, the vast majority of them don't, basically all of them don't work very well. Whereas, surprisingly, this economic system as described in the Mishnah actually works very well. And I personally think that is, for me, a confirmation of the divine origin of the oral law.
Yeah. I think capitalism generally works. Anybody else has something to say?
I didn't know if it was I thought it might have been Talmudic rather than in the Midrash.
Well, the Talmud is... I didn't say Midrash, I said Mishnah. The Talmud is a commentary on the Mishnah. Yes. So the Talmud is a commentary on the Mishnah, and so ultimately anything from the Talmud is derived from the Mishnah, generally. There are very few exceptions.
Is this related to the jizya?
To some extent, it is. So if you believe Robert Eisenman, which I generally do, and if you've been paying attention to, so for example, the Quran includes an explicit prohibition on intercalation of months. So Rabbinic Judaism adds an extra month 7 years out of 19 years, right? And that's how the Jewish calendar stays with the solar calendar, because it's a lunar calendar, right? So the Essene community had a lunar system which they thought was perfect and whatever, right? And
almost
except it wasn't. And so it is possible that the prohibition in the Quran of intercalation of months comes from what Robert Eisenman believes is that the Jewish Christians, the community that followed the Jesus dynasty, ended up becoming Islam. That's his belief.
No, I mean this this taxation stuff is.
So the jizya is also from the Quran.
Yeah.
And so it's possible that all of this stuff comes from the Jesus dynasty originally. You're not so sure?
So when did Islam develop? When did Islam develop?
Islam, I mean, it claims to have been founded around the year 613, or is it 619, something like that? 619. I'm thinking of the 613 as well. And the so the Islam, whether that's actually true, and like it's difficult. Like it's possible. The earliest evidence we have of Islam is around the year 700 or so, 700 or 800 even. Like,
sure,
Islam claims things happened earlier than we really have archaeological proof for.
Okay.
One thing, if Muslims believe that the Hebrew Bible was corrupted, are they fit to be Noahides if they think that it was lost in translation, or it's been corrupted?
That is a question. That is definitely a question some people bring up, but generally it is the consensus of all of Orthodox Judaism, all of sane Orthodox Judaism, that Islam qualifies as a Noahide religion.
Okay. Well, but sane, what's sane and not sane is subjective.
Yaron Ruvain is not sane.
That we can agree on. A little bit. Yeah.
Okay, Kurt. I would like you to allow other people to have some time.
No, I haven't spoken for like 10 minutes. Okay, just ask one more question.
You haven't spoken for all of 30 seconds.
Okay. Can I just say one more thing and then I'll cut out?
One last thing.
Okay. So I know the only two sections of the Shulchan Aruch I know are Choshen Mishpat, as you mentioned, which is monetary matters, and Orach Chaim, which I believe deals with the laws of Jewish holidays and prayers. Other than that, what are the other sections of the Shulchan Aruch?
Yoreh De'ah is mostly deals with kashrut and similar matters, and Even HaEzer, which is deals with marriage and such things.
Does it deal with family purity as well?
Yes.
Andre, I am like completely unaware of most of TLC. Is there anything good out there? I mean, I'm mostly just in Jacob's little corner.
I'm mostly completely unaware as well. I thought TLC was Jacob, and then Paul Vanderklay comes along and says like TLC's here and it's there and it's there. I'm like, well, like I don't know. There's like you've got Grim Grizz and Chad and who was the other guy they were working with? Gavin. So I imagine like TLC to be bits of. I don't really know like what it considers.
So good channels. The Anadromist, Burn Power, is a very good channel with really good content. Ken Lowry, Climbing Mount Sophia, has pretty good content. The Meaning Code with Karen Wong, she has very good content. Andrea with the Bangs, I don't know what she's doing these days. Cassidy Vanderkamp now, and her channel is now her name. It used to be The Information Addict. There's who else? obviously Paul Vanderklay, Vervaeke, there's Pageau, there's, I mean, to some extent, I would include Lord of Spirits and all of that. Like, it depends, like, how broadly, like, if the broadest definition of this little corner includes Joe Rogan, I would say, right? A less broad...
Lex Friedman.
Lex Friedman, right. Yeah. Like a less broad trigonometry, right? A less broad definition brings it down to just Pageau, Vervaeke, and PVK, right? But like basically all of the people who show up in those various channels, but like there are little communities of people who hang around with each other more or less, right? Like Michael Sartori has his own little group of Protestants, right? Father Eric has his group of Catholics. There's, funny enough, I think the Eastern Orthodox and the Jews hang around with each other.
Well, that's what I always considered it being, is like the split off communities from Bridges of Meaning and those similar discords. Whereas I still think if you're including larger names like Vervaeke and Pageau, it sort of goes back to the IDW space, and it's always seemed a bit ill-defined to me. Like the term "this little corner" was said once or twice when I was on your streams like months back, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that must be them." And then Vanderklay starts saying it a lot. I'm like, "Who does it include?" I never could tell.
I mean, it's a very fuzzy. So this little corner, Sevilla came up with the with that term from what's her channel? Toward a Meaningful Life, I think it is.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so she came up with this little corner of the internet. Mm-hmm. So technically, like, she's kind of the founder.
Well, so like if it's similar sort of groups of people, even though I know I've spoken a bit with it, does it include Mark and Manuel, or are they there?
So. Yeah, no, I would say they were part of this little corner.
I think if they know the term "this little corner," they're part of it.
That's actually my best definition is anybody who recognizes the term TLC as this little corner and identifies any of the various people that use that term, then I would say they're part of this little corner. That's why so I'm hoping we'll have about 5,000 people in Jerusalem, but if it's a little bit smaller than that, that's fine.
Where do you get the figure from?
Wishful thinking.
So knowing TLC is sort of like the Freemason handshake.
Right.
In a sense.
And if
should we come up with a handshake, huh?
It has to be a small handshake because of the little corner.
Does Father Stephen know about this little corner? Like, he knows Pageau and
no. Father Stephen definitely knows what this little corner is.
Yeah.
Does Pageau know?
I think he's used the term "this little corner."
Yeah. He went to Chino.
Yeah.
So.
Father Stephen did not go to Chino.
No, Pageau did.
Oh, Pageau, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Vervaeke and Pageau know the term "this little corner."
Mm-hmm.
It was funny at Chino that Vervaeke recognized, that's when everybody was like looking at him like, you didn't think of this before? And he himself said, I should have thought of this. And it's like, yeah, you really should have. We all assumed you knew this already.
Oh, you probably only knew the ancient Greek term for it, knowing Viveki. Okay, I'm letting Kirk back in on the condition that he doesn't speak.
I have no idea what Grimm's doing. Like, when I join his streams, I just have no idea what's going on.
Grimm has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
No, that's and I've said this to him many times. Like Grimm he's our shaman. He is an artist. He creates art which includes in it a synthesis of ideas that are beyond the artist himself.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Like,
Grimm doesn't necessarily understand everything that he says.
It's like he's making art, and sometimes it gets away from him, and you can sort of see that in his streams. He searches for the link.
That's the beauty of Grimm. He sees connections. He has concepts that are beyond him. And frankly, I mean, that's a difficult space for him to be in himself, right? Like, he didn't really like it. I don't think he really likes it when I say that, right? But it's true. Like, he's an artist. He's channeling a spirit that's beyond him. And that's why, like, Paul Vanderklay says that he's he's a genius. He is.
I think he has a genius way of thinking.
I think that also might.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I think what it probably signals. Okay. So what I was thinking is that it probably signals to him that there's something about him that's not about him, but about, it's like there are forces that are, it's like, people don't have ideas have people. And I think it makes like, it's like, okay, so if this is all something else besides me, where am I? And I think it makes for a very like, it probably puts him in a space where he doesn't know. It probably creates a problem with identity, because I've only ever been able to like, after, if there are forces I have to draw in order to put all that on, like, on paper, in order to see the difference between that and myself. And I think, like, that's why it's therapeutic. And I think, like, it's hard for people who can't get away from the grip of the numinosity of the archetype. Does it say it in, like,
okay, so there's a qualitative difference between someone who is possessed by an idea and someone who can channel an idea. I think that Grimm has a capacity of synthesizing information in ways that are very useful, and that's what I mean by him being a shaman or an artist. We all sometimes get captured by different spirits that we don't necessarily understand. But when Grimm creates, like, when he says something, I listen. Not necessarily because he understands what he's saying, but because I know that he has a capacity to pay attention to important things in ways that, like, he just senses, he has an intuition about it, about what is important, which is a gift. I mean, he's a gifted artist.
He's sort of like an esoteric version of Jordan Peterson, because he looks at like the fringes and like somewhat conspiratorial types of things, then like unpackages it and then repackages it in his own distinct form, and points out like the details that most people would notice.
So the example I give, one of my most popular videos is Vervaeke's Bullshit, which was a video I made after listening to John Vervaeke talking about like responding to Jordan Cooper about Martin Luther. And when I saw Vervaeke's video, I was like, this is really important. I didn't, but when Grimm pinged everybody on his server and said, hey, this is important, we need to pay attention to this, I was like, okay, I need to make a video. And so I started a live stream to discuss before I made an actual video, although that live stream ended up being really the video.
Yeah.
And Grimm came on, and I'm like, okay, why did you think it's important? And he said, oh, I have no idea. Like you can watch the beginning of that when Grimm came on, and it's like he didn't know why it was important. He just knew it was important, and he was right. It was very important, but that's not why you have people like Grimm. You have artists and shaman around because they are able to channel, they are oracles. They are able to channel something beyond themselves. And I mean, he's a very important person to have in our little corner.
I believe that. I believe that. I also think there's a couple of different, like, I guess, cool kid.
Yeah, I think Kirk really needs to go to sleep. So yeah, he's gone backstage, and hopefully he'll fall asleep.
Right.
Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I remember, yeah, like being on like different Discord servers, and like even like the young people, like it's like they just have they have so much to say, and it's like, oh gosh, like especially like
Well,
it's like
part of the
especially when they're
problem-
new.
Yeah, well, part of the problem is we constantly encourage people to
talk,
participate, and talk, and it's like, no, you're young, you're dumb. Just like, yeah, we'll talk to you and we'll teach you, but like no, you're a kid. Like, hold on there, you know.
And
And
so amount of
that's
life
something-
experience.
Yeah, it's something that our society is like, no, like, and it absolutely kills me. I was watching this video of Jonathan Haidt, right? So he came to a campus to speak, and the Wokarati lost their mind. Ooh, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
the Wokorati wanted him to wanted to have somebody respond to him, so they had an undergraduate psychology student on stage with Jonathan Haidt, and Jonathan Haidt said something, and this undergraduate psychology student said, "I don't agree." And I was like, get her off the stage. Get her off the stage. Like, why is this person on the stage?
Yeah, it's especially undergrad psychology student, like that first year syndrome where you like start diagnosing every one of your friends. I think that happens a lot. So when it comes to like holding a talk, I could just imagine them saying like, "Oh, maybe you've just got narcissistic personality disorder." It's like, no, you know a fancy term. You got the DSM. Like, but you're wrong.
Oh yes,
so
BPD.
I am very glad you joined. If you want, I will clear the stage and just the two of us can talk. Or whenever you want, I would definitely like to have a discussion with you, either in private or in public. I saw the video before you deleted it, and I didn't think you needed to delete it. I
thought it was a little disrespectful, so I deleted it. And
it was look, you were passionately addressing important subjects, and look, if I deleted every time I got passionate about an important subject, I would have 0 channel left.
True. Yeah.
And frankly, I thought your the points you made needed to be addressed, and you deserve to have your points addressed. Okay. Now, I have to say, when Andre jumped on, I kind of was trying to use that as a chance to let you calm down a little bit. I didn't realize that was making you fume more, which apparently it was, which I'm sorry for, because you're an intelligent guy that I do respect, even though I very much disagree with the stuff you say.
All right.
So, yeah, just wanted to make that clear.
Well, I tend to kind of boil things over. It's not that you technically are better at expressing your own thoughts, and I'm less studied when it comes to those things. So it's not a case where I can't express things, but it's a little bit more different for me to convey. So a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
And you know what? It shouldn't be a matter of whether you. So yeah, I mean, I've spent more time than I probably should studying how to phrase things and how to make arguments and things like that. And the capacity to express ideas is not, and this is one of the big things I dislike about Richard Feynman and what he said, because a lot of people agree with what he said, that if you cannot explain something simply, then you don't understand it very well. And I just think that's him being stupid. Because I know that many people understand things very well, and it's a completely different skill. And this is part of Ian McGilchrist's whole thing, which is that it's two different skills. And actually, Thomas Sowell, Intellectuals in Society.
Yeah, I love him.
He says precisely this. He says you cannot mistake verbal virtuosity for actual like content of wisdom and intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
That like the capacity to communicate is very different from wisdom, is very different from intelligence, I would say, right? And certainly embodied knowledge and sanctity, right?
Well, for me, I suppose that I'm richly ingrained in my own tradition, and I do notice that when tackling certain thoughts,
hold on, my thing fell. Go ahead. Yeah,
I do notice when tackling certain thoughts that are pretty high in thinking, like free will versus determinism is not a small one, and there are it's easy to go crazy thinking about it for too long. And I've studied Christopher Langan's concepts of the CTMU, if you're familiar with his work. Christopher, Cognitive Theoretical Model of the Universe. It's a theory of everything framework for science and theological, and it has the concept of God in a holographic explanation. So basically, if you can think
by
of
holographic, you mean complete?
Well, if you could imagine dimensions, for instance, if you take a line is if you draw one point to another point, you have a line, but if you view it from the other part, it's just one dot. So something viewed from multiple dimensions, you begin to get distinctions based on those dimensions, and then you can begin to cut up the dimensions, so to speak, and create syntax for a language. You might say that reality is a form of language exchange. And basically his theory is that everything is a form of exchange of information between the medium of reality and consciousness. Of course, he also believes that everything is conscious, so even all of reality.
Oh, so is he a panpsychist?
Something like that. It's a little bit pantheistic almost, but not quite, because he doesn't believe everything is God. He believes there is a main global operative distributor of reality, a God head, but he also believes there's distributed cognition. So we are all a part of God in his thinking. I don't know whether I am entirely on board with his thinking, but I've been exploring his framework, and
I don't mean to cut you off, but my dog is demanding my attention. I will be back. You guys discuss amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Boy.
How you been doing, Shane?
I've been good. Yeah. Just getting stuff done, getting my my space back. I just am in a more temporary spot right now, so I'm just trying to like make the space around me good and stuff. You know?
I've been watching your videos where you're appear like you're practicing martial arts and kicking ass and stuff.
Yeah. That's more of a, I didn't know what I was doing, and then I read I don't think this is what I'm doing, but I read a Nietzschean quote where it was like, men should be educated in war and women should be educated in the recreation of warriors. Everything else is stupidity. I was like, oh. I think that's
yeah, I'm careful with Nietzsche.
Yeah, exactly. I want to start reading more like, I don't know if you guys want to start like a correspondence or something. I want to read more Heidegger. I know Andre knows the whole gamut of Heidegger and stuff.
I've got like 6 or 7 books on Heidegger on my bookshelf that I've got in order to start reading Heidegger, and I still haven't like gotten through chapter 1 of Being in Time.
He's a really tough read. Yeah.
I mean, it's captivating reading. I like reading his stuff, but it's so much to take. It's like the continental philosophy version of John Vervaeke. Like, oh, you want to understand meaning? Here, have 50 hours of lectures.
I hope it's not just the Jew in me, but like Heidegger was a literal Nazi. So it's like,
yeah, I know.
It's like, like how valuable can your philosophy actually be if you ended up being a literal Nazi?
Yeah, it's sort of a dumb reason why I came to that though. Like he was wanting to extend his ontology to like
it would be Bonhoeffer, you know? Like,
yeah. What I remember it saying is that he wanted to extend his ontology to like the manifestation of personhood and like being attached to a country, and the Nazi ideology sort of followed logically at the time, he thought, and I think he recanted a year later. But again, like that's not an excuse for being a Nazi. I agree.
Yeah, so Rabbi Sachs is pretty adamant in his book. I was just reading for tomorrow's book club. He was very adamant that Heidegger was actually unrepentant even after the war.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've just read that like he recanted. Like I haven't invested a lot of time into it, but like I don't doubt it. But there are also
that whole
people
blood
who say,
and soil thing. Yeah.
People say like, oh, like I'm not going to read Nietzsche because it influenced the Nazis as well. Like,
I mean, that's crazy to me because like you're saying, so Nietzsche influenced the Nazis. Like that's not the same thing as like he was alive during during World War II and was an actual Nazi.
No, I know. I'm saying that, like, the same sort of people have said the same sort of thing against Nietzsche because it's like got a Nazi relation, like
right,
regardless of the context or like the time period where it like unfolds.
Yeah, so I'm still the type of person who will listen to Wagner. You know, it's like I'll even listen. Like I don't care. Like as far as music, I would listen to a Nazi musician if the music was good. I don't know if there are any good Nazi musicians, but like when you're a philosopher and you were actually Hitler's philosopher, it's like there's something obviously wrong with your philosophy.
Well, to be fair, like his work was published like 20 years before that, and if it was like if he published Being in Time like in the 30s, like that would be a lot stronger of a point. I get your overarching point though.
Yeah, I guess I just go back to by their fruits you shall know them.
There's a rabbi in Israel who he was a very famous author, and he wrote a tremendous amount of kids' books. It was very, very popular. And then last year or 2 years ago, it came out that he was abusing children, and there's like a lot of
Oh, I remember this. Yeah.
and he ended up committing suicide. Now a lot. I would say almost anyone I know got rid of his books. Like they stopped selling his books. They got rid of it in stores. People threw them out.
Speaks. I think I actually have one of his books around here somewhere.
So I wonder about that because, like, you could say, like, sort of separating the artist from the art. Like, I don't care that Michael Jackson did what he did. Like, I love listening to Thriller because it's just so good. Now, do you like, because he's a rabbi, I can understand how that book is very triggering to some people. So that would be like a different reason why to get rid of it. But is the Torah that he taught there less valuable now?
Okay, but the books you're talking about is Let Kids Speak. Let Kids Speak, right? Which was
he has more edited series.
Yeah. Like we're talking about children's book series. We're not talking about like actual like his Shalot Chuvot. Like, yeah, I think if he was a disgusting maneuver, like his Shalot Chuvot, right, his responsa literature should in fact be like, yeah, you're a disgusting pig, I don't want to read I was the type of person who in yeshiva I refused to use the Jastrow dictionary because I read the preface and he was a disgusting pig, and I refuse to use that dictionary. I'm guessing because he used Jastrow all the time.
I wasn't like against using it, no, but like I try to separate those two things. As Maimonides says, accept the truth from who says it.
Right, but like if at the same time, do you necessarily go looking through like the works of, I don't know, like if Heidegger had a good idea, then somebody tells me Heidegger had this good idea, I'll listen to it. But like at the same time, like if I was going to be reading a continental philosopher of that time, it probably would be Bonhoeffer before I would read Heidegger.
I like Bonhoeffer.
I admire Bonhoeffer. What I found really hilarious was somebody asked ChatGPT to write terms of service according to Bonhoeffer, and the terms of service included always follow the law and never do anything violent. It's like, yeah, we can see this. This is definitely not Bonhoeffer.
Man. Yeah, that was one of my favorite books, Life Together. That was really cool. What was I gonna say? Probably sometimes I forget things and I'm like, that was important, but I forgot it. So you don't only forget things that aren't important, but this one I don't actually think was important. So
if you forgot it and you don't remember it later, it couldn't have been that important.
Right.
Now, if you forget it and then remember and be like, oh, like that's happened to me.
Yeah.
Well, I'd agree, but like I've done the same thing with my medication. Like it's important to take it. Just because you've forgotten it doesn't mean it wasn't important.
I've done it too.
Taking your medication,
especially medication, which is helping with memory.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. You know what I wonder sometimes? Like, sometimes I think, what if when you're around somebody, like you can map onto people, and then it's like you were telling me about your medication, and you were like, and I remembered the thing I was going to say, and then you told me your medication. I don't know if does your medication help with memory, but my memory got better just listening to you, and it was like, oh man,
Yeah,
if there's some sort of
like ADD medication, so it's executive short-term memory that it aids with. But it's not full memory; it's attention also.
What were you saying?
So I think I was going to say something. And I remember
that was a joke.
Oh, okay.
Well, for a second, because I thought you were genuinely inquiring.
Well, he said attention deficit disorder, so I was like, "What were you saying?"
Yeah, I started taking what's that one medication that oh gosh, the one Abilify. I was taking that for a minute
as a purposeful. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know of it.
Yeah. I stopped taking it.
Do any of you guys listen to, like, when you're listening to Paul Vanderklay, be like, please, Squirrel Vanderklay, stop, like his ADHD, like, there are very few people I have actually been like, okay, this guy has really ADHD. He's sitting there making a video, and in the middle of the video, you can just tell his mind is wandering, and he's it's like
I follow his thought pattern quite well. So
I do too, but sometimes you can tell he doesn't have control of it.
I think it's like polar opposite to Jordan Peterson. With Jordan Peterson, you see him like stop and think and be like, so if this happened, and then like the crowd's just watching him like walk around going, and he says it. Whereas Paul Vanderklay is just like gets a thought and he's like, oh yeah, so sudden thought. What about that? And then he forgets what he's doing.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, it was a total ADHD thought too that I gave when I was in Vegas. I ended up having to stay in Vegas for like 3 days straight. I stayed on Vegas streets for 3 days. I had to sleep outside, and I ended up at St. Paul the Apostles Church and OCA Orthodox.
They allow churches in Vegas?
Right? It was in a Spanish. It was hidden. They hid it from everybody.
Oh,
and yeah, it's because like they didn't want to
take away the business from those shotgun chapels where everyone can get married, so they've got to hide all the chapels.
Sin City.
That's what I was afraid when I tell this story. I'm always afraid when I say I went to a church in Vegas that they're thinking that I went like
to get married,
taking this like shotgun chapel seriously, but it wasn't a shotgun chapel.
I don't know. Like, as someone who's not American, like, I don't actually know if there's a lot of churches in Vegas or not.
There are a lot of churches. Okay, so Vegas has a small part of it, which is the Strip, which is a completely different world. Then there's the rest of Vegas, which is unlike anything like the Strip at all. It's like a normal city. So there's a normal city of Vegas next to the Strip, but the Vegas Strip is like what, 2-3 square miles of like Disneyland, but only for adults.
Yes. When I went
Disneyland?
there, yes. Go ahead.
That's what the Strip is like. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been to Vegas way too many times. What'd you say?
It does not sleep. It is an insomniac's.
So there is actually a reason why the casinos none of them have windows, because you can't tell what time of day it is when you're there, and you just keep on gambling.
Yeah, you don't want people to know what time of day it is.
Yeah, that's deliberate. So what I do when I go to Vegas is usually $40, get $40 in chips, sometimes $60 in chips, but it doesn't matter because I am good enough that I can go to a limit table in Vegas and tip for my drinks and walk away days later with at least that $40, and that's all I want. So I sit at that table for like a good 10 hours, 3 days a week, for 3 days in a row, and I play poker and get really drunk. Usually on Irish coffee. So I tell the waitress to keep the Irish coffees coming, and every time she comes, I give her $1 tip. So she keeps them coming. And it's good.
I don't want to make a Jewish joke, but going to Vegas with like $40 and then bragging about saving money, it's a bit stereotypical.
Hey, I usually the last hand the last few hands I try to lose like all of my money, and a few times I've walked away with like $100 or $200 in my pocket.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe it. Yeah.
Well, that's the good thing about playing poker in Vegas is the vast majority, like there's going to be 10 of you at the table, and like at least 5 of those people have no idea how to play poker at all. Like they know nothing about statistics whatsoever. They know nothing about poker. So like just as long as you fold bad hands and you know a few of the rules and you know a little bit of statistics, you can play forever.
Or if you're like either decent at bluffing or extremely terrible at bluffing. So no.
That's why I play limit as opposed to no limit, because with limit betting, even if you're bad at bluffing, it's fine because it's limit.
No.
Yeah. Structured betting makes it a lot easier to be a bad player and not lose lots of money.
I did that on online poker. I would just like do a ridiculous call on like a weak hand just to psych people out, and they can't read your face.
But how about the how do you get the waitress to bring you Irish coffees if you're playing online?
Well, I am my own waitress. I get my own Irish coffee.
That's no fun.
Yeah, it's not as fun. But you get to dress up. So
I like that.
Okay, that was hilarious, Andre.
Cheeky. Oh, so I've been meaning to sort of bone up on my mathematics.
Oh,
yeah.
What did you say? You've been meaning to beef up on mathematics.
Yeah. For myself, because I just find it's interesting because it's the concept of language sort of being broken down to a lot of these interesting things that are, because you have the Russell's paradox where he had trouble with category theory and the set of all sets that doesn't contain itself but contains itself. It runs into a paradox, and so it's hard to put that in a framework. And but these are things that I had trouble with when I was younger, because whenever I came across the concept of pi, I was just always questioning it. And now that I'm older and I'm able to just sort of put that in a box and say, well, I don't know the whole thing, but I don't need to. And that allows me a good framework to build out learning.
When you say it can't be fit in a framework, the set of all sets, wouldn't that go on like Gödel's incompleteness theorem, that it can the one set can't constrain the other set from the axiomatic basis, and then the second set can't contain the first. So if you have the set of all sets containing itself and not containing itself, it's trying to be Gödel complete, but it can't, because the axiomatic bases of it would contradict each other.
Yeah, what they try to do is say that is something that's just not allowed axiomatically, but technically it's still a paradox that you run into. But
so you're trying to resolve it?
Well, I think it's kind of resolved in the language problem. The language problem being what we see in postmodernism and so on, syntax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very difficult problem.
So we'll resolve it in TLC.
Well, I think it's solved by Jacob going to Las Vegas with.
Well, he was mentioning Jacob mathematics and statistics.
So statistics, I really think we insufficiently pay attention to statistics, and I think that's deliberate, like on the part of the education system, keeping people stupid. Because if people really understood, like if instead of trigonometry we took statistics, like the IQ, the IQ wouldn't go up, but like the average American would understand the world so much better that like the powers that be were like, no, we can't have people actually understanding statistics. Let's teach them trigonometry, because we know that it's completely worthless and nobody will ever use trigonometry.
I think that's the American education system, because here we do teach statistics, like about 8th grade or so, and actually in years 11 and 12, there's 3 streams of mathematics.
Your mic went down.
The most
all of a
basic
sudden.
one.
The volume went down.
The most basic one. There, it's up. Is that better?
I hear you the same. So
yeah, I hear
maybe
you.
it's shown. The most basic one is like it's this applied statistics, and trigonometry and stuff is taught in the earlier years. But I think because statistics is very applied, and the American education system is very, like, you've got like pre-calc, algebra 1, algebra 2, calc 1, calc 2, that sort of stuff. You block off the units in a weird way, so you chunk things together, and I think that you have to take trigonometry rather
so
than like
here,
a broad layer of different.
Yeah, so here you take algebra, and then you take geometry, and then you take algebra 2, and then you take a year of trigonometry and math analysis. And for most people, that's the end of high school, but some people take calculus.
Yeah.
And frankly, I think trigonometry as 12th grade math is worthless, because if you're going to be an engineer, you're going to end up being taught trig and stuff anyway in college. And if you're not going to be an engineer, trigonometry is completely worthless. Whereas statistics is something that I think, as opposed to algebra 2, like, we should have a year of statistics, and then you take algebra 2.
Yeah, or at least a comprehension of like the reach of statistics and like ideas like the Bayesian statistics and regression to the mean, like how they
like at the very
affect,
least, just knowing what an effing bell curve is.
Yeah, I mean I think that's been popularized now by IQ tests, but like standard deviations and stuff like that.
Most people don't actually know what a standard deviation is, and I think the vast majority of people don't. Like I try to explain. So male mammals have fat tails. I don't know if you've heard me say that before, but it's a really important thing to know. Male mammals have fat tails, meaning that the distribution of male mammals is always flatter than the distributions of female mammals, because females like bunch up around the center, whereas male mammals tend to have flatter distributions. So in any large population, even though the average male is taller than the average female, right, in humans, the shortest, in a large population, the shortest person will always be a male, which should not be the case, right?
Yeah.
You can look up the shortest person on Earth right now, and it will be a male. Because of how the distributions work. Like it's a basic fundamental fact of mammal behavior is that male mammals have fat tails. The distribution of males will always be in far more males in the tails than females. Now, nobody wants to talk about this for many reasons, because, for example, it explains why we have so many male chess grandmasters and not female chess grandmasters.
Because of their tails.
Right, because it's in the tails, right? And like people don't want to really talk or understand about this, but like you guys understand that because you understand what a flat distribution and what the tails of a distribution are.
Yeah.
Whereas I think the vast majority of people, like when I talk about tails of a distribution, yeah, no clue. Or this whole males and females, like sex, right? There are two genders or there are two sexes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as Heather Heying likes to put it, is gender is a spectrum, kind of, but it's highly bimodal. But most people don't know what a bimodal distribution looks like. It is highly bimodal. There are very, very few people who are intersex. They exist, but there are very, very few people who are intersex. But in order to understand that, you have to know what a mode is, right? And too many people don't.
I mean, mode is like the least useful of the three. To be fair,
I actually don't think so. I have found it to be far more, useful.
Not a lot of applications for it though. I mean, median and mean at least are used for heaps of things, whereas mode, like it is a method that.
See, this is the thing. I think if we taught statistics more and better. So, for example, if you're trying to drive your car across a river, right? And let's say the river has an average height of 1 inch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of water. So you would think you can drive straight through it, except if like there's 1 foot of that mile-long river that's like 10 feet deep, you're never getting across that river, right?
Yeah.
But that's because like the range matters. Like you don't care what the average height of the river is. You care what the range of the height of the river is, right? And so
yeah, that is true.
Yeah, you have to. That's the.
It's the stuff that I've read in Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. Yeah.
Thomas Sowell. I love Thomas Sowell. If we spent more time making people read Thomas Sowell than making people read stupid CRT bullshit, the world would be a much better place.
I think like you can't not know the mode. I'm just saying like there's few applications for the mode, but in your example, it when it matters, it matters. I just keep imagining Mark's voice there going like, "Oh, well, just don't drive through the water, then you muppet."
I agree.
Yeah, Mark and I are kind of like oil and water. We just don't mix. I consider him an ally and I support him in his work, but like the two of us, like we could not live in the same compound. I don't think we just don't work.
Compound. That's...
Well, yeah. I mean. Somebody posted this meme here. I'll pull up this meme on my channel thing while you guys talk.
I would never want Mark to be in a compound because that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
In the same house, that would maybe be okay, like a buddy comedy. In a compound, that's.
So it's the Star Wars meme with
the farm is over.
Yeah. So he says, "I'm reading a lot about how cults are formed," and she says, "To learn how to avoid them, right?" And he just looks at her and she says, "To learn how to avoid them, right?"
Yeah.
I think you and Mark could make a good cult, though.
I think we are making a good cult. What are you talking about? This is
the scene TLC? It's this little cult.
This little cult, yeah. This is I actually posted this. I found it on Twitter today. To avoid straining your eyes at work, use the 30-30 rule. After 30 minutes of work, quit your job and buy a 30-acre farm in the middle of nowhere.
That's a beautiful farm.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of work you do that 30 minutes of work will buy you a farm like that. But
you have to work in Big Pharma.
You know, people act like getting back to like farming and everything is like the ideal situation, but they don't realize the very difficult experience of relying upon the weather and everything else in order to actually farm.
Oh yeah. Oh no. The only reason I have been talking about like some sort of compound and campground and stuff is because I am scared civilization is like I keep on talking about the steel age collapse, but that's not because I'm in any way like I certainly. So I went to Sherry's farm and she has a beautiful, very large farm. But hot water is a scarce resource there.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I just can't live. Like, I cannot go 24 hours without, well, I can go 24. I can go 72 hours without, like, large, copious amounts of hot water. But after 72 hours, I need my hot water. Yeah.
And my air conditioner. Oh man.
Yeah, my hair conditioner, I'm not a huge.
Air conditioning and heating and
Oh, air conditioner! I thought you said hair conditioner. I'm like,
I just went with it.
Okay. Oh, AC, yeah, AC. Well, it depends. Although, yeah, like, so whenever I go on my road trips, I try to think of what it would be like if I was the richest man in the world 200 years ago making the same trip. Right? So I'm driving in this SUV with air conditioning, there's music. I have this beautiful road where I'm like oftentimes driving by the beach, right? And let's say I was the richest man in the world 200 years ago, trying to go from Los Angeles to San Francisco. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting there with my soda and like ice and like, you know, I think about the luxuries. Like maybe I would like have slaves who are fanning me and playing music and whatever. It still wouldn't be the same.
Yeah.
Right? Like the richest man in the world could not take the vacations that I do 200 years ago. And
Or just live in the rooms that we do nowadays. Yeah.
Oh, so every time I take Tylenol for a headache or something, I think to myself, what if I lived before there was Tylenol?
Mm-hmm. Oh dear.
You just drink some water.
Like
that's what most headaches are, dehydration.
Okay.
Barring migraines.
Fine, but like toothache or whatever, you know, like any ache. Like imagine living in a world without anesthetics, without antiseptics, without like all of the incredible stuff that we have. So what's his name? That guy that got canceled, that comedian who got canceled?
To be a bit more specific, there's a lot
on the top of my mind, but I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Louis C.K.
Yes, Louis C.K.
Had
this bit where he was saying, you know, sometimes like I catch myself being so ungrateful. Like I'm on an airplane and there's Wi-Fi and I start using it and then it goes out and I become really, really angry at like, damn Wi-Fi, like I'll never fly this airplane again. As opposed to like realizing that 30 minutes ago, I didn't even know you could have Wi-Fi on a plane.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in a sky chair flying through the air. And I'm really upset that this thing I didn't know existed 30 minutes ago isn't working.
No. Sitting in your magical flying chair in the giant like metal shoe going across the world.
Flying through the
why don't I have the magical information signal as well?
Right, that has the entirety of every library. Like people would go to the Library of Alexandria, right? This would be a great trek in their life. You know, I was like, The entirety,
why
just archive.org has or Project Gutenberg or Wikipedia. Can you imagine just if you had a printout of Wikipedia? Forget about searching it. If you had a printout of Wikipedia 100 years ago, you would be the greatest intellect in the world. You would have capacities. Imagine all the YouTube how-to videos. 60 years ago, if you were the only you would be the greatest sage in the world. When I change the wipers on my car, or anything on my car really, I look up a how-to video on the exact model of my car. I put Mazda CX-5 2015 windshield wipers, and I find several videos of people actually showing me changing the windshield wipers of my car.
And that niche does exist, because my dad made a YouTube video, and he's only got a couple on his account, of how to replace the rear seats in I think it's a Nissan or a Toyota van. It's a Japanese model, and do some modification to them, and he's had 15,000 views on it, and it's he's only one of 3 videos, and 2 other playing the trumpet. There's 50 views on those. So you look up that very, very specific thing. It's oh, there's a guide how to exactly do that.
I wonder, in such systems, when COVID hit, the very first thing that people started panicking about was toilet paper. And I was watching this tiny little documentary from this this guy is kind of just a internet historian, but he was talking about what sort of caused the panic was that people in Australia thought that their toilet paper was from China or shipped from China. And that caused them to panic buy, and then the price went up on Amazon. And because we have a world market now, all over the United States too. Yeah.
That's partially true though, because we have a lot of trade with China, but there was sort of a little seed of misinformation in there, where it happened with masks as well, because there was an import that had come through China, and been seized or something like that. So all of a sudden there was a false flag of there might be a shortage, or we're going to have a shortage. And
I mean, toilet paper is one of these things I do not take for granted.
So any type of wood or paper is very, very scarce in Israel because they can't grow it themselves. There are very few trees in Israel.
Yeah.
So there's no there's no actual logging or anything like that. So toilet paper is actually pretty expensive in Israel. And people when I was in yeshiva, people would bring toilet paper from the United States with them. When they would go visit in the United States, when they would come back, they would just bring toilet paper with them.
So that makes me think
pill merch.
The price would have gone up excessively then for them.
To some extent, I actually think a significant portion of the population uses bidet attachments at home.
Yeah.
Which I'm considering of getting myself for myself actually. Like it actually seems like better than toilet paper anyway. Although I've never done that.
Hmm.
Yeah. I have friends who've used them and they're like, yeah, why would I ever buy toilet paper again? It's like, I mean, it has to like it I would only use it in a private, like my own, bathroom. But at the same time, it seems like, yeah, much better than buying toilet paper.
It sounds like those arguments are from function over aesthetics. Because, like, yeah, it's probably a lot easier than buying toilet paper, but the sensation of it isn't something everyone can get used to.
I would think. I mean, if you have like warm water and stuff, why not?
Yeah, I mean, like the idea of like your ass getting that wet every time, like you go to the toilet, it would take some getting used to.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like you go there dry and you come out wet. It seems like you've done the wrong thing.
They actually have air dryers. Like I was looking at bidet like seats and stuff. They have dryers and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I've used a Japanese toilet, one of the fancy ones that had a bidet in it, but I never used it. Yeah. Like it had like the 6 memory panels for like different family members, and when you seat warmer, and when you sat on it, played like a little tune to you. And,
wow.
It had a rain generator on it for in case you were like a nervous bathroom user, sort of like to cover the sound. And the sink was in the back as well.
Reminds me of that South Park episode. Yeah. There's a toilet, Japanese toilet. It's amazing.
The funny thing about Japanese toilets is they're two polarities, because you either got that or you've got the squat toilet, which is like
we had those in Iran. I remember those from my childhood and how scary they were. And like, yeah.
Holes in the ground?
Basically, that's all. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I had one when I went to Japan, which was in some public bathroom somewhere. And I can't squat that well because of my knees. And I remember like I just had to hold onto it for dear life to even use it.
So you don't fall in. Yeah.
Well,
as a kid, it was so scary using one of those.
I imagine
if you're used to the squatting though, like it can be a lot easier.
Porta potties are bad enough. Yeah.
You heard like the term Slav squat, like a lot of Russians would squat on the spot. That happens with a lot of Asian people as well. Rather than just standing on the spot, they'll squat. And I think it's something to do with your heel. Like once you get, can stop it your feet elevating off the ground when you naturally squat, you're able to squat really easily. But Westerners tend to not do that. So like you get off a balance because you're going on the balls of your feet.
Yeah, I'm terrible at squatting.
Okay, guys, 15 more minutes, and then it's going to be midnight, and I'm going to turn into a pumpkin.
All right. This is like a Charlie Brown episode. Yeah. You may be still listening.
Why? Why is it like a Charlie Brown episode?
Was it the pumpkin at midnight? I forget what it was called. There was this episode where Charlie Brown took some girl out to see this giant pumpkin, and turned out to be it's like, well, you wasted my time, and I could have been going out there and getting candy during Halloween. Anyways.
Women are never happy, are they? Take a girl out to the pumpkin patch and she's like, where's my candy?
What is it?
Hey guys.
I don't try to understand women. Women understand women and they hate each other.
I've never heard that before.
That's Al Bundy.
Can you
that sounds like very
imagine
much of mine.
anything like that anymore? Like we've lost
No.
capacity of like, you know what got to me? Who's that guy, Seth MacFarlane from who came up with the Family Guy and stuff?
Yeah.
He was shocked when he was canceled, and it's like, you really, you didn't see this coming, you idiot.
Of all people, like the edgelord himself.
He honestly didn't think he would get canceled because he thought he was too cool for school or something. Same thing with Chapo Trap House. Like, have they gotten canceled yet, or is it still
I don't think so.
Okay,
I haven't
they
looked
will
up recent
eventually
episodes,
get
but I
canceled.
believe they maybe. I mean,
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, like I get what you're saying, though. Like they're very cancelable.
Yeah, it's like you can't, like, the woke, like, they're canceling people for just having any sort of humor. And yes, it's selective outrage, as it always is. Yeah, tomorrow I'm having my talk with Cedric Parcells, and we're actually going to be talking about real stuff, although he's going to have to pretend to be nice. But yeah, I've been considering how I'm going to approach this whole stuff with the stuff.
I mean, when it comes to humor,
stuff?
The CRC Synod stuff.
Oh.
What were you saying, Matthew?
It's interesting because my humor, I used to grow up on Norm Macdonald and all the Saturday Night Live characters in the 90s and Conan O'Brien and then like it got into the 2000s, and I think it was just post Atheism Plus. Once that Gamergate thing hit, that was game over. Everyone started being insanely critical.
Saturday Night Live was still funny until the 2016 election. Yeah, that's when they absolutely lost their minds. But that was partially because they really did contribute to Trump becoming president. Trump would not have won the Republican nomination if he had not hosted Saturday Night Live. Like, yeah.
And that set the country on so much of a panic since he got elected. It was like such an unseen. I think even for the three-letter agencies in the United States, they still panic about it.
Which is idiotic. I mean, it's like, what? You didn't see that it was a possibility? Really? Like, you didn't even think it was a possibility. Like, how idiotic can you be to think that it's absolutely impossible that one of the, like, two major candidates will become president? Like, really? You did not consider that?
Yeah, I mean, Hillary Clinton, what's not to like? I mean, she's such a likable character. She's never hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got Joe Biden. Huh?
Marion, is it Marion
Williamson?
Woodman?
Hmm.
Well, oh yeah, Marion Williamson. I think
Yeah,
Woodman.
she was a hilarious character.
Yeah.
I have no,
Yeah.
you know,
I
no
think
idea.
I'm thinking
who that is.
Woodsman because I'm like, this is like the fringe of culture. Oh,
Mm.
Todd. Oh. Yeah, she's
To be fair though, like with the Trump
she-
result,
uh-huh.
You guys are talking over each other, and I can't hear any of you.
Go ahead, Andre.
I'm wondering what candidates you all consider. I mean,
Well,
I like.
if DeSantis wins the Republican nomination, they are already starting to say he's worse than Trump, and I have to wonder, like, if some people are not going to be like, hold on, you just told me that Trump is the worst possible thing in the whole entire world, and now, because, like, I don't know, like, the people who didn't think it was ridiculous when they were being told that Mitt Romney is some right-wing fascist, or, like, I don't know.
yeah. But
Yeah,
to be fair, like when Trump was elected, I think a lot of us overseas sort of looked at the result and went like, "Yeah, it sounds like something Americans would do." And then obviously you've got the left and the right quite polarized at that time, and the famous footage of like all the leftist media outlets like breaking down, having like mental breakdowns on air as the results get called in.
Okay, I still sometimes when I'm depressed, I will watch the
People melt
I will
down.
watch the 2016 election night. The CBC, the Canadian broadcast company, had David Frum, who's this neocon or like establishment Republican who lost his mind when Trump won the thing, and this black lesbian woman who was obviously one of the most privileged human beings on earth, who was absolutely losing her mind over the idea that she was going to be put in concentration camps or something. She was like completely losing her mind.
Wow.
Because she's like, I don't know if I'm going to be married tomorrow. And it's like, what?
That's how extreme they. What?
And it honestly, it was comical. Like listening to her and David Frum talk about the end of the United States.
I mean, to me, Joe Biden hasn't been all that great, but I've never thought of myself winding up in a concentration camp over Joe Biden.
You probably wouldn't remember.
Yeah, he can't concentrate anyways.
Chazi, you joined because you wanted to say something. You're muted, Chazi.
Yeah, you're muted, dude.
I joined. I'm surprised you guys are still going.
Well, I am going to keep on going for another 5 minutes.
All right. Something I want to say. I don't know what I want to say. I wanted to say that things in Israel are just out of control. That's what I want to say. They had a whole. The government right now had a meeting with the government's council, basically, and they're ripping into her because It's been months and months and months of protest. No one has been arrested. There's not even one case opened up against one of these protesters. They're blocking the main arteries and highways in the country for hours and hours and hours, blocking the airport. And on the flip side, like when Ethiopians were protesting, they were beaten up, they were locked up, some of them were put in jail. You don't let them stop any traffic whatsoever. When the ultra-Orthodox religious people protest, they get knocked down with horses, they get arrested, and people are sick of it. They want to know, like, either it's the same standard for both, and then like you're letting everyone else riot the way they want, or you got to crack down on them.
Yeah, but it's different when you have rich Tel Aviv Ashkenazim who own the country, and honestly, it's just like the Dutch in the CRC, right? These are the aristocrats, and they demand that laws apply differently to them, and they do.
Demand and threaten, and we're not going to serve in the army. Like, and it's just it's sad because even if you want to claim.
And Chazi gets a phone call.
Oh dear. Well, that's
okay, people. I think I'm going to end this broadcast.
all right. It's been fun talking.
It has been, and we should have a conversation about Calvinism and Paul and everything. Did you watch the Bible study from Wednesday?
I haven't gotten a chance now.
It's 6 hours long.
All right.
Father Stephen joined and Pastor Cedric Parcells was there, and it was pretty interesting. And we talked about a lot of similar stuff to the stuff you mentioned in your video. So,
all right.
Yeah, that might be an interesting thing. Like Andrew and Jason did a video late on Friday talking about it, and it's actually one of the most popular videos I've ever had on my channel, and people are discussing and digesting it, and
I'll take some time for me to digest, but yeah, I'll give it a look.
Good on ramping.
Yeah.
Andrew?
It's really good on ramping.
I didn't think so, but okay. I didn't think it was on ramping. I thought it was more.
You have
heavy
all
material.
the greatest hits, man.
I did play all of Jacob's greatest hits. Yes. It took him a while to recognize that I was talking about Baal of Tarsus, not Paul of Tarsus. Okay, I am going to end this broadcast.